It's just another of those amazing coincidences. Craig Baird showing Peter Brock the ropes. Not that he needs to know too much about it at this stage.
Everyone clear in the grid. There's the race sponsor, Bob Jane, one of the great champions in the history of Mount Panorama. So we take this great shot from the Channel 10 chopper and look at the crowd packed in here. Amazing atmosphere. There is no race meeting in Australia and arguably the world like the Bathurst 1000. Marcus Ambrose just getting ready. Final checks. The crowd's cheering for their heroes. And everywhere you look around Mount Panorama, these spectator banks are packed. What's going through this man's mind? Brad Jones, the bridesmaid on several occasions, came within 2.2 seconds of winning the race last year.
And so quick this year.
Will he be denied victory? Craig Lowndes talking to his chief engineer, Oscar Fiorinotto. There's Garth Tander. This team is on the up. Third place in the Queensland 500. And if you want to check it out, look at Garth's personal website. A lot of drivers have got those now. Look at the fans. It's a uniquely Australian event. The dryers of bones, the broad rim hats.
We've just been through, of course, the AFL Grand Final and the Rugby League Grand Final. You talk to these drivers, it's not their last race of the season, but it is their Grand Final. It's the big one. It's a big final atmosphere. This is our race analysis. Of course, we're at Bathurst, all right. 38 starters will have 161 laps. That is 1,000 kilometres of history all around. Pit stops, brakes, 1 they'll have to do, and 3 fuel stops they will have to complete. And of course, our defending champions, Mark Skaife and Tony Longhurst, this year are back, but in separate cars. Crowd are waiting.
Massive anticipation out there. There's talk about it, the electricity in the air. You can almost cut it with a knife.
The rumble of those cars is going right through into the grandstands. It's difficult, of course, to convey on your television screen, but trust me, we're up here in the grandstand and you can feel it as well as hear it. And of course, the same sensation is felt in the stands around the circuit here.
Magnificent sight, isn't it? All that machinery, millions of dollars worth of machinery and technology, the best drivers in the country.
It's going to be an interesting strategy play too from the start as they head out now on their warm-up lap to Australia's greatest race. Some interesting strategy. What will happen that you've got car number 1 from the HRT crew, obviously on pole position rather, and behind him is Jason Bright. If you've been keeping your eye on our broadcast throughout the weekend and the races that we've had through the Konica, the Porsche Cup, even the Historics, position number 3 has been a good one because it allows you to slot in if you've got the right jump in between the 2 cars in front of you. This is so important. They come up Mountain Straight and they will work all the way around this 6.2 kilometre circuit to get temperatures into the tyres. 38 starters we'll have. Let's take you through the entire grid for the Bob Jane Team Arts 1000. Mark Skaife and Jim Richards will start from position number 1 in car number 1. Next to Skaife will be Brad Jones. He'll be behind the wheel of the Aussie Mail Ford Falcon. Jason Bright and Thomas Mazira pairing up in position 3. Richards and Ingle starting from position 4. Then Murphy and Kelly, Rick Kelly and Nathan Pretty. What a start from them. From 6, Marcus Ambrose and the Pertec Racer. He'll be behind the wheel from number 7. And the 00 Motorsport Ford Falcon of Craig Lowndes and Neil Crompton.
Garth Tander and Jason Bargwanna behind them. Paul Morrison, Wayne Wakefield, the Queenslanders, doing a good job to climb into the top 10. Stephen Ellery, Luke Yilden very impressive in the Konica shootout yesterday. Larry Perkins and Paul Dumbrell. Max Wilson and Dean Canto. Glenn Seaton joined now by David Bernard, the Queensland 500 winner, following that crash for the Caltex Haviland car earlier in the week. Greg Ritter and Alan Jones. Mark Larkham and Will Power, the Australian Drivers' Champions.
17 down to 20 takes us through the Aussie Mail Racing Team, the Kmart Racing Team, the VIP Pet Foods Racing Team, and then Cameron McConville and Warren Love. 21 down to 24, Tony Longhurst will start in the Team Better Electrical Ford Falcon. Then Johnson and Radisich from 22, Steve Owen and Dale Breed, Greg Crick and Philip Skyfleet. And look at that, position number 26, Peter Brock, Team Brock, the Holden Commodore, of course, the 05, that famous number. It's a black car this time, the Team Motorola car. They'll start from position 26.
It's going to be interesting to see whether these times too. The starting grid is one thing from practice and qualifying, but quite often on the last sessions on Saturday, the teams drop in on a good setup, the cars go quicker, and the morning warm-up is always an indicator. The Shell cars going faster, the Kmart racing cars are going quicker. 00 Motorsport, of course, look at the size of this field. Jason Richards and Simon Wills had terrible luck in qualifying, went out early to start right down the back of the grid. 38 cars in all, 20 Fords and 18 Holdens, and already problems here.
Yeah, that's Alan Grice and Peter Dillman, that entry. Peter Dillman has just got the drive with Alan Grice. He was originally meant to be in car number 24, but his co-driver didn't qualify. They've got some engine problems. They're working frantically. They will definitely have to start this race from pit lane. That means we'll have 37 cars on the grid and one in pit lane. Mark Scaife leads the way as we go through our in-car cameras. We've got 11 cars carrying 4 cameras each. That's a great view from through the seat of the Castrol Perkins race team. Stephen Richards pairing up with Russell Ingall. You also get a great view from the Kmart Commodore with Greg Murphy behind the wheel. We've got 4 cameras in that car, 1 in the back seat if you like. And it gives you a great view looking out the front, looking out the rear. We can spin these cameras around and take you all the way around Mount Panorama like you've never been there before. Craig Lowndes has got those eyes fixed firmly on another Bathurst title. He won it back in 1996. Paul Radicic gets pumped up in the Shell Helix Ford Falcon, getting the hands warm. He's bringing it down now to take his position on the starting grid. That's through the chase, and that's an awesome view as well. We'll also be in the passenger seat looking back at the face, the famous face of Peter Brock, 05. Relax now, ready, and talking to the team. Reset the fuel button. Mark Larkham has the visor down. He's also got some air pumped through the front of his helmet there in the Orcon Ford Falcon. Behind him is one of the Aussie Mail cars. The 888 car will be on board with Gail Tander and Jason Bargwanna. That'll be interesting to see how they do their driver changes. We'll also take a look at their front right wheel as it pounds around this circuit. Gets its hardest workout of the year. Marcus Ambrose, watch how controlled and calm he is when he's behind the cockpit. And from position number 2, Bradley Jones, the Aussie Mail Racing team, in car, out of the car, will be right over the side, the front, the back, the top, in and out of all these cars. Stephen Ellery, the Super Cheap Auto Ford Falcon. Hope you got a comfy seat at home, folks, wherever you're watching right around the world. You're tuned in to Australia's greatest race, the Bob Jane T-Marts 1000. Can this man do it again, and can he claim his 5th touring car title? It's all ahead. 161 laps, 1,000 kilometres, 38 cars, 20 Fords, 18 Holdens, side by side, Scaife and Bradley Jones. We are ready for a race start. They bring the final cars into position now. Let the battle begin as we get the green light of the great race. The power builds up and the Bob Jane T-Marts 1000 is underway. A nice clean start. It looks as though Bradley Jones has got the jump. Scaife's dropped back. Jones will take them through turn 1 and the Ford Falcon hits the front at Hell Corner. Mark Scaife has gone back at least 3 positions from pole position. What a start from car 21. And look at Stephen Richards in the Castrol Commodore as they bring it up mountain straight for the first time. They start to roar up this incline and they'll take Conacher Bend in a single file. Jones goes through, Richards, then Rick Kelly. Wow, look at that. Mark Scaife has gone all the way back to position number 4. That's an incredible start from Mark Scaife. Really got the wind sucked out of him from the word go.
Great start by Rick Kelly, starting off 6th on the grid. He jumped his way up to 3rd as they come up through Ford Cutting for the first of 161 laps. Marcus Ambrose in there too. 20 Fords, 18 Holdens, and the Aussie Mail Falcon with Brad Jones at the wheel as Bolton as they come across the mountain for the first time.
Isn't that peculiar too, because the Aussie Mail Ford Falcon team has been complaining that they're not getting enough heat into the tyres early on. Well, Brad Jones had the power down and the Ford's nose ready to fly. He did so, and look at the gap that he's just sprung out straight away. It's only the first lap, but he wants to get through it cleanly, and the best way to do that is have nobody in front of you. They come down through the VB dipper. Take aim now at Forest Elbow. Watch him swing wide here.
Oh, look at this. Down the inside goes Mark Scaife on the Holden Young Lions Commodore of Rick Kelly, the Kmart car. But Greg Murphy tries to take advantage. Headlights on as they head on Conrod Straight for the first time. And the Aussie Mail Ford has opened up 100 metres on the field as they come over the first rise.
Straight line speed, incredible out of Brad Jones and the Aussie Mail Ford Falcon. Take a look at this. They come roaring down Conrod Straight. Line up the chase. Such a difficult part of the circuit. So much speed behind them, so much weight behind them. The cars have to roar down on the brakes. They scream for Blue Mercy. One lap just about completed of the Bob Jane Team Arts 1000, and Brad Jones leads them through. Russell Ingall and Stephen Richards entry with Richo behind the wheel. There's Mark Scaife in third position. Rick Kelly is behind him. Greg Murphy is there.
I think we're going to be in for some quick lap times. Brad Jones standing lap at 2:14.1. That's from a standing start. 120 litres of fuel on board. This is going to be a very quick motor race.
On your PlayStation 2 race score throughout the afternoon, you'll be able to see just where they're going. Those yellow boxes will indicate to you how they've moved up or down or just kept their position from the word go. Car number on the left, the yellow box indicates, and you can see there that Ritter and Alan Jones have gone down 7 spots from the start, so they're in 14th for now. So up the mountain through the cutting we go.
On board with Mark Scaife. He's got the Holden Young Lions car, Rick Kelly in behind him. Rick just in front of Greg Murphy as they come up toward Reed Park. The order, Brad Jones, a 1.9 second lead after one lap. Stephen Richards, Mark Scaife, Rick Kelly, Greg Murphy. There's a bit of a gap back to Jason Bright in the second of the Holden Racing Team Commodores. Lowndes Handley placed in 7th. Ambrose right behind him. Garth Tander and Paul Morris in the top 10.
Across Skyline. This was the part that caught out so many of our top 15 shootout performers. Marcus Ambrose got really loose up the top yesterday in qualifying and ruined any chance he had of going back-to-back poles. Here's a challenge from Mark Scaife. He tries the inside again, but Richo is too clever for that one and shuts the door. The HRT Commodore right behind him now. Line up Conrod straight down here, a maximum speed of 290 kilometres plus before they have to back it off for the chase. It's an extraordinary piece of road.
Look at the way the bonnet is flexing, the amount of aerodynamic lift on that surface of bodywork is shattering the body up the inside under brakes.
You'll get him this time, and he does. Mark Scaife reclaims one position. He wants to work his way back up to the front where he started from. He got jumped by Brad Jones, and look how far Jones has taken out this lead. Richards does not want to let him go too far. Rick Kelly, the youngster, just 19 years of age, throwing his elbows out wide amongst the elite. But Greg Murphy comes up the front straight and takes that position. A little bit of contact there, doesn't upset him too much into Hell Corner.
Just arguing over the same piece of bitumen there. Rick Kelly gave way. There's the Bryce Dillman car just coming back onto the circuit. So it's already a couple of laps down. A 2:11.34 for Brad Jones. He's got the hammer down early in the Bob Jane Team Arts 1000. And we're expecting, as this fuel load burns off and we're getting toward the first pit stops, we may see times in the 2-minute 9-second bracket. Let's check out the replay on the Nintendo replay of the start. And you can see Scaife just had a little stutter there as he tried to get the car off the line.
I tell you what, who was caught up in that too, Greg Murphy really got away to a fly. He was positioned behind Jason Bright. Now Bright shoots through, and this is our car view from Paul Radisich, starting a little bit back further in the grid. Look at them all tapping the brake lights, you can see, because there was a little bit of a logjam over to the left as Scaife missed the start. By now, of course, they're all starting to think, how do we get all these cars into this small piece of road that we call Hell Corner for very good reason. They all got through cleanly. 3 laps of the Bob Jane Team Arts 1000 were almost completed, and no troubles to speak of yet, which is always good news. But remember, the heavens can turn on an instant at Mount Panorama and turn this race on its head. Stephen Richards is doing a great job here, just keeping it all clean. This is an awesome view as they come through Forest Elbow. You'll just see how close they get to that wall. It's a matter of millimetres around the mountain.
Looks like Mark Scaife going off in chase of Brad Jones. 2:11.34 from the Aussie male Ford. Hear that engine screaming as he comes at 290 kilometres an hour into the chase. And he is a man on a mission. Bridesmaid here many times. He stood up on that podium, but he's never stood on the #1 spot. He would love to do it in 2002. The 40th anniversary of the great race. Could it be a really great race for Brad Jones? There's Mark Scaife coming into view. It was 3.4 seconds. Now it's down to 3.2. So Scaife giving chase, and he's just done the fastest lap of the race too. A 2:10.96 for Scaife on lap 3. Keep in mind these cars are carrying almost a full load of fuel. We're going to be down into the 9s pretty quickly.
No question about it. You get the feeling, Mark, that there's some unfinished business between these two cars out the front. Brad Jones and Mark Scaife. and what you call a stand-up, knock him down, drag him out fight. Last time we were at the mountain, and in that one, Scafie ended up winning with Tony Longhurst. Brad Jones left to claim second prize with John Cleland. This time around, he's got John Bowe as his partner. Scaife team with Jim Richards, but they've resumed rivalries. We're on board now with car number 51. Through the cutting, gives you a good idea of just exactly what they're having to cope with early on in this race. Just look at the attitude of the car in front of him. That's car 16, Stephen Richards, the Castrol Perkins Commodore. And look at the way it wiggles around as he comes up Reed Park and takes aim at McPhillamy. That bump there that they just went over, by the way, has been reduced. That inside curve was causing lots and lots of drama first up.
Continual problems here for the Grice-Stillman Falcon. You saw it in trouble before the race even started. They were pulling the spark plugs out of the engine. It has a serious misfire. And it looks like they're the team saying, maybe we're not going to get this thing going. What a tragedy. And that's what Bathurst is like. You can get all geared up for a big 161-lap race and not even make a start.
So what's it like to be in a V8 supercar, roaring down Conrod Straight up to 290 kilometres an hour? Well, this is exactly what it's like. You're in the hands of Greg Murphy.
Using the aerodynamic draft, he's getting a tow from the front of this car. Look at how the way it pulls him along. And there's not a lot of room down the outside of Conrod Straight, but Murphy goes for it. Richards gives him racing room. And you can see there the extra speed with that car in front punching a big hole in the air. It's a good way to pick up a position, and Murphy used it to his advantage. Look at Todd Kelly's brother, I should say, Rick Kelly, doing a superb job. The 19-year-old there in fourth position in Australia's greatest motor race.
Take you through the top 10 as they cross the start-finish line and complete that lap. It is Brad Jones, Mark Scaife, Greg Murphy.
Gets up the
Stephen
inside.
Richards now gets picked off by Rick Kelly. Jason Bright in 6th position. Marcus Ambrose is in 7th. Craig Lowndes in 8th. Garth Tander in 9th. And Paul Morris in car number 29 is holding down 10th position. Where's the 05 Commodore of Peter Brock? It's in 29th position at the moment, so they've dropped 3 from where they started. Brock and Craig Baird teaming up for another crack at the mountain.
Brock's best time at 2:14.03 at the moment, sitting back there in the pack. But we've got a long, long way to go.
Well, Peter Brock's not the only wily veteran to return this year. Alan Grice is the other. But Alan, it hasn't been such a great race so far.
No, an absolute shocker. 7 cylinders on the warm-up lap. Couldn't find it. It's dangerous out there, you know, travelling that slowly. You'd only get in, upset somebody's race. But that's a bit of a shame. We're going to have to come back now. I can't finish my runs at Bathurst like this.
I'd like.
Thank you.
It's the nature of this place. He's so fantastic and yet so brutal. The battle continuing. Brad Jones and John Bowe. It's Jones at the wheel, 3.4 seconds in front of Scaife. Then it's Stephen Richards, Russell Ingall, Rick Kelly and Pretty in the Young Lions car, the Murphy Kelly machine, Brighton Mazira, Lowndes Crompton, Ambrose and Wheel.
We're down to business now in the Bob Jane Team Arts 1000. Who will join the list of legends on Mount Panorama?
Fastest race lap, though, was still Scaife with a 2:10.2. It's on.
You're talking some quick times, Billy. Let's go down to pit lane and talk to a man who posted some really quick times in qualifying. John Bowe is with us. G'day, JB. It's Matty White up here with Mark Osler. Mates, are you surprised at all? 5, 6, 7 laps gone, and there's 4 cars now into the 210s?
No, Matty, not really. I suspected it would be like that. This year we've had we've got a new Dunlop control tyre, as you're aware, and it is an exceptionally good tyre, and it's been very grippy since we got here or started practicing on Thursday. So I said in the press conference the other day, laps in the 9s are quite on for sure, so the lap record will definitely go. But each year, I mean, this is the 18th year I've been here, and it never ceases to amaze me, the pace at the start of the race, and this year's no different.
Mate, I don't know how many black cats you guys must have run over or something like that on the way
here. Is that
here.
a pun or not?
Do you think that you've hopefully used up all that bad luck, given that you've had so many problems, you know, engine problems, absolutely everything? The only thing you haven't had problem with is good times.
Well, the car's been good, and the guys in the team, the engineers and the mechanics, we massaged it along through practice and then into qualifying, and it's been quick. It's comfortable to drive, but we haven't done any long runs yet, so I mean, we certainly lost that afternoon session yesterday with a small gremlin. So, I mean, if you believe in luck, hopefully it's over. But I don't necessarily think you need that much luck. You just need everybody to do a really good job.
All right, mate, we'll leave you to it. Keep watching as your teammate is doing the job. Thanks for joining us.
He's doing a fantastic job. He is an ace. There's no doubt about that.
Hey, listen, you nervous?
Well, yeah, I was nervous before the start, but not as much as if I had been sitting in the car. So I said to Phil Curtis, our engineer, you know, is it always this, you know, tense? Because usually I'm in the car. So this is the first time since 94 that I haven't actually started the race, and I'm actually enjoying it. It's great.
All right, enjoy the rest. We'll look forward to you behind the wheel. There is John Bower joining us on the Bob Jane Team Arts 1000, while his teammate and team boss, in fact, Bradley Jones, does the business way out in front of the field. But look at that time comparison. The green boxes over those last 4 laps indicate to you that Mark Scaife is eating into the time set down by Brad Jones. In the last lap, he was 0.3 of a second quicker. Before that, he was 1/10 of a second quicker. So he's steadily picking up the pace.
Sure is. Shell Fords are picking up the pace too. They came here, they were in all sorts of drama watching Junior Johnson trying to squeeze some speed out of this car in qualifying. He was just about hanging it on every wall. He was scraping here, left, right and centre. Let's have a look at the Nintendo replay of an earlier incident. Car 18,
Greg Ritter and Stephen Ellery. That could have ended in total disaster given the speed that they bring into the chase. Just a little love tap in the end. And it looks as though Greg Ritter was smart enough to pull that back and just get out of there before it got all ugly. Look at Marcus Ambrose. Just about takeoff time across the top of the mountain. Car number 4 is in position number 7. There's your race score for you. You can check out your team number in the white box, and in the yellow box you can see exactly how they're moving through or back down the other way through the field. Rusty.
Peter Brock's been on the radio, guys, to legendary engineer Ronnie Harrop. He said he has a slight push in the front end of the car or understeer problem at the moment. Conversely, down at 00 Motorsport, Craig Lowndes is working on the radio with Oscar Fiorinotto, trying to find a happy medium with his Ford Falcon. He says at the moment it's a little on the oversteery side, and they're hopeful of trying to find a way to dial it out on the run. Yeah, they've been complaining about that chassis condition all week. The understeer, I know Brock was complaining about it early in the week. He said the front end of the car just isn't responding the way he wants it. They've thrown a lot of different settings, a lot of different equipment at the car to try and cure it. But even as late as the warm-up this morning, he was still complaining of an understeer condition in the car.
This is an incident involving Greg Crick, we understand. Car number 161, the 3M racing car. Whoa! The first victim of the chase.
It'll always be tricky in the early laps of this race. The drivers tend to run a lot of rearward brake bias. They can adjust the bias front to rear. And because the car has a full tank of fuel, they try and run a lot of rearward brake bias to try and save the fronts. But if you get that balance wrong, the drivers say it's very easy to lock a rear brake and spin the car around. That could have been the case there.
Look at this, Paul Morris sandwiched in between a Shell Helix Ford Falcon Crunch, car number 17 and 18. A reminder for you, the alerts 0427467747 and SMS alerts, ALERTS. Send that to that number and that will give you a flash anytime there's an incident, and there'll be plenty, don't worry about it. 161 laps. If you'd like to get in touch with a driver, just send to the same number the word chat. That will register you, and then you can follow the prompts. We'll get back to you. You can send us through a question and we'll give it to the driver from right here in the commentary box. The pairings up on the top of your screen. There, car number 16 is Richards and Ingle, and that just gives you a little indication of the abbreviations that we'll be using to keep an eye on this field as they go through the Bob Jane Team Arts 1000. If you're looking for Ritter and Jones, it'll be 18 RIT and then ALJ. You'll see that throughout our PlayStation 2 race scores throughout the day as we take a look at 05. Team Brock. How many times has he done this before? So many times he can do it with his eyes shut. And I guess some of the rookies do the first time they see just how close they get up to the mountain there. Speaking of a rookie of sorts, Paul Umbrella's joined us in the commentary box. Give me an indication, mate. The first time you came across McPhillamy Park in this thing, especially your Castrol car, what was it like knowing how close you were to that wall?
Oh, it's an unbelievable feeling, and the speed that you're travelling over there is you sort of approach McPhillamy doing in excess of 220 kilometres an hour. So, and trying to pull it up over Skyline, it's a great feeling.
How much have you learnt this week and the last few months, I guess, from Larry Perkins. You've got, wow, hell of a teacher, mate.
Yeah, no, Larry's there been great, you know, and all the other guys, Stephen and Russell as well, and I guess everyone at Castrol Perkins. Anytime I've had a question, they've been quick to answer it, and especially at the mountain, it's such a daunting place, and experience plays such a great part. And the man on screen here is probably one of the most experienced people, along with Larry. So I'm sure, hopefully, we're in for a good run today.
We know what it's like for the fans, and you know, also just motorsport lovers in general, to see this guy back in the field. What's it like for a driver, especially a young driver, to know that at some stage throughout the day you could be racing against this man?
Oh, it's a great feeling, and I guess in 1995 I was at home washing my go-kart and watching the Bathurst where Larry and Russell came from a lap behind to win, and now I'm pairing up against a legend himself, and hopefully we're in for a strong result today.
Peter Brock talking to his crew here, looking up in his rearview mirror. He's pretty busy. Oh, that's why he's looking up in his rearview mirror. Car 35, second of the Valvoline Cummins Commodores, driven by Mark Noske. Jamie Wincock right behind him.
Well, we're down here with Bev Brock, who's painfully looking at the television. He's just come out on the radio and just said he's having the best fun out there, so I thought I'd pass that on.
That's fantastic. It's good to hear. It's sort of, it's quite fantastic to actually see him finally on the track, given the fact that the crowds have been demanding most of his attention this week. To actually get there and do what he's supposed to be doing, it's quite awesome to watch.
I don't know how he juggles them both, but how did you ever think that you would have to go through these nerves again?
Actually, it's not nerves. I'll be honest with you. I'm not a nervous person. It's just a very demanding weekend, and I thought we'd actually finish with it. And I thought I'd be here to watch Jamie, but that'll happen in time. And yeah, it's just sitting back watching. Now it's happening. It's good because they've done everything they can, and we just watch it unfold.
Well, let's hope you can enjoy it as much as Peter is at the moment. Thanks for joining us,
Bev. You'll get a lot more fun out of it than me. Thank you.
Yeah, Bev Brock, I was talking to her before. She thought back in 1997 that was the last Bathurst she had to come to. Surprise, surprise. Well, more surprises. Look at this. Mark Scape has closed right in on the back of the Aussie male Ford. We saw the gap out to 3.5 seconds. Scape has been chipping away. He's done the fastest lap of the race so far, 2:10.25. That was on lap 9.
Be patient, mate.
And he gets the word from Robbie Starr, their team manager, to be patient, mate. Don't rush. Push too hard too soon. We don't want any damage this early in the race.
Well, that gap is now down to half a second, inside half a second, in fact. So Mark Scape, we saw before that he was, like you said, Marco, eating away at the times. I guess the call is now, when does he make a move on Brad Jones? Is he happy and content just to stay here for now? He'll keep his eyes firmly planted on car number 21 in front of him. Brings it up the incline of the mountain. Just look at it. Ford versus Holden across the top of the mountain. It does not get any better than this in V8 supercar racing.
Isn't it amazing? These were the two guys who fought it out at the end of 161 laps last year. Paul Dumbrell, can you believe it? The same two adversaries going at it in the opening laps of the race this time.
Yeah, no, it's unbelievable. And just the pace that Mark Scape has got, 10.4 on the last lap. A couple of years ago, that would have been good enough for pole position, and now they're on lap 11. They're beating around at that pace. It's a good feat for them, and obviously Larry down in 11th, he's motoring along down as well.
It's coming down every lap. Do you think 12 months, this track was only resurfaced pretty soon before the race last year. It's had 12 months to cure. Do you think that's a factor in why everyone's going faster? Not only V8 supercars, but all the support categories here this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously the curbs have been lowered, except obviously the well talked about Reed Park, which has been changed now. And I guess, you know, the smooth circuit and also the new Dunlop tyre, which has been great for us, is, you know, all an indication of why we're all going quicker. And the lap record, so obviously a 10.4 last year has been broken by Mark Scape doing a 10.2 on lap 9, as you said. So I think this race we'll definitely see a few high 9s over mid 9s throughout the rest of the day.
We're only 12 laps in, and there's still plenty of fuel on board these cars if they're doing low 10s. There's definitely going to be some 9s toward the end of this first fuel tank run.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, as the fuel load wears off, the car gets a bit quicker. So, you know, as we get towards about lap 30 something, when the fuel pit stops happen, you'll see some good times.
Paul Dumbrell joining us. We wish you well in the race, mate. Thanks for stopping by. Come and check Stephen Ellery and Paul Radicic. Stephen Ellery, 360. Right around the start-finish line on lap 13.
Well, he's shaking his head. We're not sure if there was contact between the Shell Falcon.
Turn me around.
Well, he's saying that he turned
All
it
right,
around.
Steve, just gather yourself up and keep going, mate. We'll get him later.
Ian Walburn, the very cool, calm and collected. Enormous enormously experienced team manager there, just giving a nice calm response to Stephen Ellery. His heart rate would be going at 200 a minute at the moment.
You can see the rear damage on the back of the Super Cheap Auto Ford. Look at this, Radicic gets right up behind him and now spins him around so close to the wall, kicks out the dirt. Radicic goes through, says it wasn't me. Stephen Ellery is left to shake his head.
Let's have a look at this from another angle. There's the 17 car ranging up behind. Ellery down the inside. He sweeps across. This is what Ellery is claiming that he got hit.
Bang,
indeed.
right there.
Turned around. And very, very lucky to keep it off that Armco wall. That could have been disastrous very early on for the Super Cheap Autos team.
The call from Paul Radicic, guys. He's been on the radio to the team. They're asking, is there any damage to the car? He says, yes, there is some damage, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But what he can't believe is he claims Ellery hit the brake midway through the corner and Paul Radicic was left with nowhere to go.
I don't think it's going to be the first and last argument of the day. We understand that car number 17, Rusty, by the way, has just received notification of a drive-through penalty. Will have to come into pit lane, hit the 40k speed limit.
Adjust your bars.
Now, Marcus Ambrose, first pit stop of the day, scheduled anyway. We had an unfortunate one when Alan Grice had to come in earlier, and that was the end of their race. Greg Rust.
Down here. I'm down here, guys. It's underway. 3 seconds gone. Gee, the front brakes on this car are red hot at the moment. Perhaps an indication of the pace early on in the Bob Jane T-Marts 1000. Fuel going in. That's the last thing they're waiting on now. 14 seconds for the Pertec team. And I'm just wondering, guys, if this is all part of the plan, maybe an out-of-sequence stop.
Well, they did it in 1998. On the race. Maybe the Stone brothers are hedging their bets again, bringing him in early and getting an overlap.
It's really close up front. You've got Brad Jones and Mark Scaife still having this heavyweight battle. We just saw the Stone brothers entry with Marcus Ambrose go in. The other Stone brothers car isn't competing this weekend, but David Bernard has got to drive in Glenn Seaton's car, and I'm pretty sure we've got him down there in the garage. David, Matt White here, mate. You've settled into Glenn Seaton's car. Quite nice, eh? We can see
it's going very well.
There we go. Sorry, mate, we just couldn't hear you there. You put down some nice fast times just in that warm-up session. How many laps have you done, by the way, in the number 5?
Well, not including out laps and in laps. I've actually done 5 time laps in the car. But look, it's a race car. It handles good, and yeah, we're right.
Tell me something about the emotions, given that Wayne Gardner totaled your car. You must have been heartbroken, and then the elation of actually getting a drive.
It's a funny old game, isn't it? High highs and low lows. Yeah, Wayne unfortunately had no brakes and put it into the wall, and that car's finished. It's going to the cemetery. But to have this drive with Glenn Seaton and Ford Credit Racing, they're a class operation. Glenn's just cruising around at the minute. We're getting good fuel economy. It's fantastic. What can you say? I'm happy to be here, let alone be here with a great team.
It's good to see you back in the driver's seat, mate. Thanks for your time. We'll rejoin this battle out the front. There he is, David Bernard. We'll see him in action later on in car number 5 with Glenn Seaton. And at the moment, Mark Scaife is putting an enormous amount of pressure on the hammer of Bradley Jones. The fastest lap now belongs to Greg Murphy, which is a new lap record. He's the first man to go under 2:10 in a V8 supercar race at Mount Panorama. The last race lap record stood last year from Simon Wills, and that was a 2:10.201. So Murph has just done a 2:09.969, a piece of history for car number 51. Maybe that will be lowered a little later in the day, but out the front, look at this battle. They just continue. It's like they've totally forgotten about the first 9 rounds of this season and the ones before that, and just picked up the fight that they left off at Mount Panorama last time around.
Yeah, interesting strategy there by Marcus Ambrose. We saw the Stone brothers do it in 1998 when the race was won. Jason Bright and Stephen Richards, they got a bit of an overlap.
Some back market traffic there, car number 13.
It can mean more pit stops though. Work that out based on a 32-lap strategy. It means 5 stops for fuel. What the Stone brothers have proved back in 2000, when Tony Longhurst worked his way up into the lead, they had something like 7 or 8 pit stops that day. The number of pit stops really isn't that critical. As long as you keep the car on the lead lap, you're still in contention, and Tony Longhurst proved that in 2000. So the Stone brothers playing around with strategy here. It's going to be interesting to see the way this folds unfolds for Marcus Ambrose and Paul Wheel.
3 cars there have set the fastest, top 5 fastest times. 51 has the best time of the day. Scaife has 3 of the top 5 times, and Brad Jones, his best time at 2:10, 1:7.26. That is car number 21. Is it a matter of time before Mark Scaife has a crack at Brad Jones? He's got some problems with the right-hand tail light. It's obviously not going to affect him in any way, shape or form of speed, but little things start to go wrong, they become big things. Look at this, look how close this is. Oh man, this is so tight. Brad Jones, the Ford Falcon, he's been holding off this challenge from Scaife. Scaife hasn't yet had a real crack. He's been close enough to it, but he's just holding his patience right now. They begin another lap and bring it through turn 1. Up to Mountain Straight they go, get it up to 255 kilometres an hour. You can see the clouds building across the top of the mountain and the times there. That last lap, Scaife was 9/100ths of a second quicker than Brad Jones. The one before that, when they got caught up in traffic, well, Brad Jones was a little bit quicker, but over the course of the last 5 laps, Scaife has had better times than the Aussie Male Ford Falcon that we're looking out the rear of. And look at that for maximum pressure, headlights glaring down the face of Brad Jones.
This is really unfinished business for Brad Jones. At this battle here with Mark Scaife last year, he went down. Let's have a look at the Nintendo replay.
Oh, that's the Cat Ford up the top. Watch this. Simon Wills, Steve Owen and Dale Breed rather doing the big spin across the top of the mountain. The Cat Ford, car number 600, and he just touches the wall. Could have been a whole lot worse. Could have been a whole lot worse than that. These guys, though, are just staging a 2-car race at the moment. They've left behind them positions 3, 4, and the rest of the field. Marcus Ambrose already gone in and had his compulsory pit stop, got 1 out of the way. He's down in 25th position. So the juggle will start to happen. We're at lap 18 of 161 around the mountain.
I don't know what sort of plan these guys are racing to, but there is a gap of 2.9 seconds between the top 2 and Greg Murphy, then another 6.3 seconds to Stephen Richards. So these guys are on it from the very early part of the race. The others perhaps are being a little more conservative.
Down here in the Stone Brothers Racing pit, guys, a nervous Ford boss. Jeff Pilates looking on. He's with Ross Stone. Paul Forgy, the man who's the engineer on car 4 and has been all year, will work with Paul Wheel today, and Marcus Ambrose. I have confirmed, had a chat with Paul Wheel. This car has run to an early strategy, as you mentioned, guys. Very similar when you cast your mind back to 1998. This is all part of the plan.
Yeah, well, they're going to have a go at it. Certainly worked for them the last couple. I should have won that race in 2000. Longhurst had that collision within 9 laps of the flag.
Don't forget your bars and brake balance, Brad. Keep working, you're doing a good job.
You hear the team there. Phil Curtis talking to Brad Jones. Keep his mind on the job in terms of adjusting his brake balance and his anti-roll bars. Keep in mind the condition of these cars change throughout the race as the fuel load starts to lighten and the tyres wear. They have to continually adjust the chassis from inside the car to get the most out of it. And you quite often hear the team engineers reminding the drivers, take a breath, have a drink, and keep adjusting the car.
Sometimes the instructions are just so simple, aren't they? Just breathe, relax. Some of those really basic principles that you forget when you're in a dogfight around Mount Panorama. On that shot, you can just see how steep it is. They've just come through the steepest incline on the 6.213 kilometre circuit. Now they motor along up towards the skyline.
Now, this is car 15 of Kmart Racing. Ivan tried to pull into pit lane on the previous lap.
Well, they might rue this decision, Woodsy, because he came in here and right about here on the team radio, they said to him, no, go back out. And that's exactly what he did. Now, Ivan Muller doesn't speak the clearest of English and had to really sort of find out what they were talking about. And it looked as though that front right tyre was delaminating and may give way. It just now appears as though it's just a bit sort of flicking around. It doesn't look as though it's going to give way, so he could and should get back to pull into the pit entry next time around.
Another factor.
Because what he done by force, he came on me, mate. He came on me. No problem.
Claiming there's some collision between himself and another car, but the problem was that Ivan crossed an unbroken line there, going into the pit lane and out again, so there could be another penalty bearing a drive through once they've completed this tyre stop. There's a comparison of the last 5 laps. The battle between Rick Kelly and And Jason Bright, you can see Bright's been quicker on 3 of those 5.
And Brad Jones is late at 2:09 at 9:446, so he's cut a very, very quick lap. Fastest so far in the race to hold off Mark Scaife. Now, finally, that car, number 15, gets in.
Brad Jones lowers it again, 2:09.94. Keep in mind the existing race lap record was a 2:10.2 set last year by Simon Wills. So it's already starting to tumble, and we're 21 laps in.
Maybe more to come in this story. Ivan Muller jumps out and Andy Prio jumps in. The international pairing, a good pairing too. Good mates. They like each other's company, racing the British Touring Car Championship, and have come over here to do 2 races and 2 races only. The last was the Queensland 500. This one, the big one.
Prio was
1,000.
Yeah, he was impressive at Queensland 500, wasn't he?
They struggled a bit here this weekend, though, to get down to the sort of times needed to compete for a podium position.
Qualified back in 18th place, so not as impressive speed-wise as they were at the Queensland 500. Here's the Pepsi Commodore, Dougal and Gurr. Bonnets up. That's never a good sign in the pit lane. Not quite sure what the problem is there. Meanwhile, we've got Neil Crompton waiting down in the 00 Motorsport garage. Cromley looking pretty good at the moment.
Make sure it's in.
So good, Mark. So far, so good, Mark. But it's very early and there's lots to be nervous about at the moment.
The speed of the car, you really struggled trying to get the setup right up at Queensland, but it seems like you arrived here from the moment you dropped it on the track on Thursday. It's been in the zone.
No, you're right about that. The thing was just a beast at Queensland, and we really battled with it, although when it actually came to the race, when we burnt the heavy fuel load off it, it wasn't too bad when it was lighter. But from minute 1 here on Thursday, the thing was actually pretty good. Craig's been just complaining a little bit about the balance of the car, but we've got him to adjust the bars in this opening heavy stint. But it's sort of sitting reasonably well positioned at the moment. He's just slightly back from the leaders, but he can keep them all in sight. That's a good place to be.
Must be a nervous moment for you, because there's been so many times you've been very, very strongly placed in this race.
Yeah,
just about to jump into the car and something goes wrong.
I didn't hear any of that. And it wasn't because the cans weren't working. I tuned out.
Well, we hear that Oscar's talking to Craig and asking there's some problem with the clutch. Are you aware of that?
No, not aware of that at all at this stage of the game, and I don't expect that that's going to be any kind of a problem, but I'll investigate it for sure. But no, the car seems to be pretty well balanced at the moment, and this morning in the warm-up, Craig was really happy with it. He got out and he had that typical Lowndes grin on, so I expect that we'll be in reasonably good shape. We're yet to see what happens in terms of fuel economy, and obviously there's an awful lot to come, possibly in terms of the weather as well.
Well, it's interesting, the Stone brothers brought Marcus Ambrose in for his first stop on lap 15, so they might be trying that overlap strategy again.
Well, and we all scoffed when they did that a couple of years ago, but it worked very well, didn't it?
Yeah, it sure did. All right, Neil, we'll let you go. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, mate.
And all the best in the race today.
Thanks. See you, Matty.
Neil Crompton there. See you, mate. The 00 Motorsport Ford Falcon is in the hands of Craig Lowndes at the moment, and problems for Mark Larkham and Will Power. Understand there's a brake problem. Rusty's down there.
Sure am, guys. It sounds like it's a brake pedal problem. It's moving around for some reason. Larko is here. Larko, what's happened, mate?
We've got a brake pedals come loose and twisting around and coming undone, so just got to tighten it up.
This is rotten luck, mate, at a crucial stage of the race. It's time you can't afford, isn't it?
Yeah, it was, I've got to say it was hard work with the old foot going left and right, but look, it's a long day. We'll get it fixed and get out there and get on with it.
There he is, guys.
A former pole sitter here at Bathurst a few years back. He hasn't had a top 10 finish this season in the V8 Supercar Championship, and Larko and Will Power finished 11th in our last race at the Queensland 500. Understand that car number 15 has been given the black flag. That would be for crossing that blend line, the pit lane entry line that we were talking about.
Here's the work going on in Mark Larkham's car, and you can see it's just full of mechanics. That's a bit of a contortion there, getting his body through the roll cage right under the steering column, trying to fix that loose brake pedal. And a loose brake pedal, it's not something you want at any racetrack, but particularly Mount Panorama. So what a shame for the Orcon team. Mark Larkham loves his endurance racing, always thinks the team has its strengths in endurance mode. Car preparation is a big factor in that. It looks like something's gone wrong with that critical part of the car.
In the meantime, the battle out the front continues the way it's been going for a while, and Bradley Jones has posted another lap record time, 2:09.919. Forrest Elbow here. John Faulkner in car 46, that was the problem. Yeah. There you go. Ivan Muller was right. Contact between the car number 15 at 46. And John Faulkner got 46 out of the way there, out of problem, spun it back round. He's rejoined the race. So at the end of all that mess, car number 15 has ended up with a black flag. 21 versus 1 out of the front.
So, this is a pack further back.
Yeah, look who's caught in the middle of it. Peter Brock has now managed to get away from the trouble there. The Anthony Tratt entry is car number 75. There's 05, Brock behind the wheel. And behind him is John Faulkner, and it looked as though it could have got a little bit messy there as they came around Murray's corner. Remember, to chat to our drivers, you can do it this way. 0427 467 747 to register. No, Brad Jones and Mark Scaife. Oh, Tyler Mecklem and Daryl Beattie car number 14 there could have caused disaster for Brad Jones, but it all came through okay. Greg Murphy is right behind them. Don't forget that SMS. Send the word chat, and you can follow the prompts and end up sending a question through to our drivers. We have, of course, a legend in the commentary box with us. It's a pleasure to have him here. So Jack Brabham joins us. How are you enjoying Bathurst today, Jack?
Yep, okay.
How are you enjoying the race today?
Oh, fantastic, actually, it's looking good, yeah.
Got a question that has come through. It is a general question, but it will also take us to Bathurst from Vixter. How did you mentally prepare for a race like Bathurst?
Prepare for a race like Bathurst, oh.
It's a long time ago.
That took months.
Well, Vixter, there's your answer. How did the greatest prepare?
Oh, look at this, car 34. Sorry, Matty. We've got a cut tyre here on the Valvoline Cummins Commodore for Garth Tander. Well, front right. Popped a hammer in. And he's going to try and limp it down, but now it may not look too bad from the outside, but it might have done some damage. With that tyre flapping around, it can do all sorts of damage under there. So he's made 27 laps. Look at that shredded tyre. $1,000 wheel. We go to our in-car camera, looking down at the right-hand front wheel housing of the Valvoline Cummins car, giving you absolute inside view of what's going on there. Mechanics desperately trying to bend the bodywork out of the way. This is not a problem you want at any stage during Bathurst, but this early in the race, tough stuff. $1,000 wheel. And they're putting the magic race tape on to try and hold that front spoiler section on. It may have been damaged. Rusty?
Just coming down now, Garth trying to get out the way. Just try and tell us what happened to that front right, mate.
Oh, mate, he just exploded like 250k. Just exploded.
Didn't give you any warning at all that it was going?
No, none at all. Just bang. Felt like the whole front end fell out of the car. It was massive, massive let go, and I'm just lucky to pull her up.
How hard was it for the boys to readjust the strategy to get Jason ready to go and everything on hand?
We're probably about six to 8 laps early. We'll be able to make it up for the rest of the day.
Hard luck, mate.
Thanks.
Yeah, tough luck indeed for Garth Tander. Exploding tyre at high speed. That's not what you want to know about. Look at this, the battle for the lead, though. It's continuing. It's been going on lap after lap. It's a dogfight.
Thank you.
Brad Jones, Mark Scaife and Greg Murphy. Look at the way they're forming up now. Murphy has done the fastest lap of the race so far, 2:09.64.
It was only a matter of time before Greg Murphy joined this trio, what is now a trio, because he was a couple of seconds behind and just let them sort themselves out, but he was consistently posting really quick times. Now, had a little look and thought twice about taking on Mark Scaife in the cutting, but Greg Murphy is well and truly in the hunt for the front position of the Bob Jane T-March 1000. Interestingly enough, when he set that lap record that Billy Woods was talking about, the two cars that went in front of him had also set lap records. The lap record changed 3 times within the space of around about half a second. Mark Scaife now has another battle on his hands. In front, he's trying to mow down Brad Jones. Behind, he's trying to keep off the Kmart Commodore. Out of the same stable, remember, the Tom Walkinshaw Racing stable of Greg Murphy. Glenn Seaton is now in pit lane. He gets out of the car, or tries to anyway, and that will give David Bernard his first drive of number 5.
Jim Bernard was impressive in the warm-up this morning. He was 4th fastest. Very little time in the car. Dropped down into the 9s.
Guys, I can tell you that David Bernard in that warm-up session this morning thought there was even more that he could squeeze out of this car with time. So now that he's got some seat time, it'll be interesting to see what he can do. To update Glenn Seaton, he feels over the last few laps that he's had dramas with those front tyres, and he couldn't wait to get in for this stop to change them.
Well, all tyre dramas. I hope this is not forming a pattern. You can hear Garth Tander say his tyre exploded coming down Conrod. Here's the second Valvoline Cummins car. Mark Noske, Jamie Whincup, recently crowned 2002 Formula 4 champion. So the team trying to get these stops back to back. There's the fuel going in.
Brad Jones has just put in another fastest lap benchmark at 2:09.57.
Well, they're just tumbling down, aren't they, Bill?
Well, it's interesting, the tactics there. Scaife at one stage looked like he was going to have a real go at Jones in front, but I wonder, it's a long race and he's been contentious to sit behind him, and likewise Murphy on Scaife. That'll be interesting to see. There's talk there might be some oil up on Forrest's elbow, and that will also be something to think about. We haven't had a safety car yet, and that's of course why some of these guys can afford to be conservative.
Here we go. This is the part that you're talking about. That's the Greg Crick entry. He's already been in trouble before. Just coming over the dip there, he just got it completely sideways. So if there was a problem involving oil, he has certainly found it. Car number 161. Some safety flags out up there, but as you said, Woodsy, no safety car to speak of at the moment. Interesting situation there. You've got the Aussie Mail Racing partner. The other car 888, is back traffic.
See Scaife put a wheel over on the dirt there. Great enough room around the second of the Aussie Mail Falcons. There's the Ford Credit Falcon with David Bernard at the wheel, just rejoining the circuit.
Well, a driver change for Super Cheap Auto Racing, and Stephen Ellery has got out of the car, so we thought we'd ask you while you're here, your thoughts on that contact with Paul Radisich.
Momentary lapse of concentration, I think, on Paul's behalf. Not very happy about it. And unfortunately, when he spun me around to make sure I didn't hit the wall down there, I had to lock up the brakes and stop the car pretty quick. And I put a flat spot on the front left tyre doing it. And just over the course of the next few laps, it started delaminating the tyre, and all the rubber around the outside started falling off. So that's the reason why I came in early. And we decided we may as well just do our full stop now, put Luke in the car, and hope that safety cars can help us out for the rest of the day.
He made the claim that you actually dabbed the brakes mid-corner.
Yeah, well, Paul always seems to make claims. He punts people off and then makes claims afterwards. You know, he did it to us at Queensland, and he's done it to us again today. And, you know, as far as I'm concerned...
I like Steve.
Thanks.
Grant Denyer talking to Stephen Ellery, and while that was happening, Brad Jones started to back it off to pull into pit lane, and Mark Scaife took full advantage. Brad Jones, by the way, has just done yet
make sure you stop on the mark.
Another lap record.
At the right time.
And that means one thing. Mark Scaife, car number 1, now leads the Bob Jane T-Mart's 1,000. Oh, trouble for Paul Radisich at the bottom of the S's. He's in a whole world of pain.
Will this be the safety car?
Well, looks like there's damage on the front of that car. You can't quite see it from here, but I think he's got himself into a whole lot of trouble. There you are.
Top of the mountain, and just the pedal went straight to the floor. Whatever front wheel just collapsed, and that was it.
Oh, he's claiming he ran out of brakes. The pedal went right to the floor.
Okay, mate, we hear you loud and clear.
Meanwhile,
Very sorry. Hop out as soon as you can and get safe, please.
There's a crucial pit stop going on for the Brad Jones Aussie Mail Ford Falcon. Our race leader up until that stage, 28 seconds now. They're going to have to stop him. Oh, he was just about fired out, but they stopped him. We understand that the safety car is coming out. Mark Scaife is coming in.
That makes it a genius stop, though, for Bob, for the Aussie Mail Falcon.
It certainly does.
HRT following suit.
Now, Paul Radisich has to extricate himself from the car number 17 as the other traffic makes it away round. And that looks as though it's the end of the day, maybe, for the Shell Helix Ford Falcon.
Oh, I'd say it is if he gets out of the car. Look at the amount of damage on the front of the car.
Off to feed the horses again.
Well, now let's have a look on the Nintendo replay. This might tell the story. Well, he said the pedal went straight to the floor, and he had nothing going on there. Straight into the tyre wall. It's great to see that they put those tyre barriers there, because that used to just be a plain concrete wall, and boy, it did some damage. And that fortunately buffered the speed and minimised the damage on the Shell Ford. But Radisich out of the car, and that is the end for Paul Radisich and Stephen Johnson at Bathurst 2002. Here is our race leader, Mark Scaife. Now, this is an interesting situation in terms of fuel economy, because Brad Jones came in after 30 laps, and they've been running at full green, full throttle racing conditions, and both cars now coming in. under the TWR umbrella. To hold the racing team Commodore and the Kmart car.
He made his mind up late, didn't he, Mark Scaife? It looked as though Greg Murphy thought he was the only one going in, and then Scaife decided to duck in.
Well, with a safety car.
They are the first pit crew garage right there, so Scaife pulls in. Another crucial stop. 27 seconds was Brad Jones's. Remember, safety car conditions at the moment.
Well, the good thing is that they've slowed the fuel flow down, so that is the slowest part of the stop. It gives the drivers a few more vital seconds to get strapped in properly. It takes the pressure off the tyre guys a little. And to fill one of these tanks takes about 25 to 30 seconds. So that is now the slowest part of the stop. You should see them around mid-20s to high 20-second stops.
Peter Brock has pulled in, and Craig Baird has
Make sure you got a pedal.
Jumped in the seat. Scaife now.
Make sure you got a pedal was the call from Robbie Starr, telling Mark Scaife's co-driver, Jim Richards, just to get a little pump of the pedal and make sure he's got brakes there before he heads out on the circuit.
Well, Mark Scaife, what was that like out there? Frantic pace for those opening 30-odd laps.
Yeah, very hectic pace, Rusty, for sure. I got to Brad and I said to the guys on the radio, bit of a punt to pass him, so I hung in behind him to look after our fuel. The car was very, very good.
Excellent, mate.
Not a bad strategy. You can sit in behind the car in front down corner on straight. It certainly saves you a lot of fuel.
Some more driver changes. Look at this.
Okay, guys, it's getting cool. Fuel's going in.
The legend. It is Larry Perkins puts his youngest co-driver to date, I dare say, in the car. Paul Dumbrell.
Neil
Crompton behind the wheel of the 00 Motorsport Ford Falcon. Jack, I've got a real quick one before we let you go, as everything gets a little bit crazy around this race. Jim Richards behind the wheel. One of our chat questions is a very simple one. Has Sir Jack got a winner for today?
Just bear with us. No, he's not sure.
I'll give you the answer to that one. Don't know. It was very, very simple. So, Jack, thanks very much for coming up to the commentary box. We appreciate your time. Enjoy the rest of the race. Here's another legend, Peter Brock and Grant Denye's down there.
Well, Peter was one of the many teams there to make that call and come in on that safety car period, Peter.
Yeah, we got it right. I don't know how long the number 17 car was parked there, but when I saw that, I just said to the boys, I'm in. There's car, there's shrapnel, there's all sorts of stuff here, so safety car will be up for sure.
We heard you on the radio a little earlier in your stint going, this is just the best fun.
Yeah, it is great. Yeah, the car itself, well, it's interesting because it changes full tank of fuel, empty. So I was kept busy, and I had a couple of Trat and Faulkner around me, so I was sort of thinking, I'd like to have a clear bit of road here, but to do that, I've got to pass them, and that's going to take some work.
First stint into the race, was it still a good idea to come back?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's, you're driving around there, the car's running beautifully. I think Craig will get that car humming along, there's no doubt about that. I said to the boys before I start, this is going to be all about getting to the first fuel stop unscathed, and our plan is obviously last 25, 30 laps of the race.
Thanks, Peter.
Cheers.
Peter Brock is back in the mountain, and Paul Radisich is out of the race.
And we welcome Marcus Ambrose. We've had a flurry of pit stops here, obviously, through the safety car. Marcus, it's Bill Woods here. A very, very tactical move from some of the teams. How are you travelling?
Hey, Billy. Yeah, no, we're going pretty good here, mate. The safety car could have come out about 10 laps later and we would have been in the lead. But saying that, we're very comfortable here. Just trying to look after the car a bit. It's very early days. Last year I stuck it in the gravel trap on lap 30. I'm not going to do it this year, mate. We're going to make the finish, so just trying to look after the equipment, keep it all straight, and really enjoying it out here. It's great fun.
Hey, Marcus, it's Mark Osler. How are you?
Hey, Mark. How are you, mate?
Mate, coming in on lap 15, does that commit you then to a 5-stop strategy for fuel, or what are you playing at?
Oh, mate, I can't tell you. The other team's watching you on TV.
Interesting idea, though, because Ross and Jimmy did that back in '98, and it worked out for them.
Yeah, well, look, we're just trying to break the mould a bit. We got plenty of car speed there early on. We decided to pit early, give ourselves some options. So, I'm not saying whether we're going to do 4 or 5, but, we're going to plan at the moment, and that's all good.
What do you think of the pace of the race at the start? I mean, they're into the low 10s straight away and then into the 9s.
Yeah, mate, heavy fuel, low 10s, high 10s, it's pretty good going. And, obviously now with the lighter fuel, they're doing 9s. We've got 60 litres left at the moment. and we're still in the low 11s, high 10s. So it's a pretty cracking pace. I tell you what, mate, Radicic was going fast too. I couldn't catch him, and now I know why.
We'll leave you to it, Marcus. Thanks for the chat, mate. Have a good drive the rest of the afternoon. Hopefully we'll speak to you a little later on. Marcus Ambrose aboard the Pertec Ford Falcon. Thumbs up from number 4. We might use some of our simulcam technology that we've been talking about and analyse a few racing lines, if you like, with the help of the very latest technology that we've got available to us. The first time in touring car. This is actually over the pits. And to give you some idea, what we've done here is we've ghosted the Holden Racing Team entry and the 00 Motorsport Ford Falcon entry. It gives you an idea of when they come in and how they go out. So this is effectively the same pit stop at the same time. Let's see who drives out first. You'll probably see the Holden Racing Team one zip out ahead.
Jimmy Richards at the wheel.
Gee, this is quite amazing, isn't it? So in about the same time that it took to do that and get out, HRT had both cars in, and the 00 one was kept out there throughout the afternoon. We'll be taking you through some racing lines with that technology as they come down through the mountain from our chopper shop.
Even more interesting about that comparison is that where some of these teams have quite obviously lacked a little bit in lap speed against the Holden Racing teams, they have to make it up in the pits. But if the Holden Racing team are going to be quicker down there as well, well, you know, they're going to have to hope for a miracle to beat them.
We've got Stephen Johnson in the commentary box with us, and that means that it's your chance to have a chat to him and ask some questions to Junior Johnson. There's the number. Send the word chat. That will set you up to ask a question. Just fire it off. Same text message style as you normally do day by day, and we're under safety car conditions. I might kick off this little chat. CHAT to 0427 467 747. Junior will be with us for the next few minutes, so fire up a question. Let's start this conversation with the worst question. Junior, what happened? What happened?
Mate, I've got no idea. Paul was radioed through saying that there was a little bit of a long brake pedal, but I'm not really quite sure, to be honest. He hasn't said anything over the radio, and really, he said he's fine, which is great, but you know, bit of bad luck for the Ford Shell team.
Well, we heard him on the radio just after he went into the wall. He said, "Oh, the middle pedal went right to the floor." So
yeah, it's certainly not a very nice place to for that to happen, and lucky those tyres there too, because otherwise it would have been a very, very hard hit. I know what it's like hitting a concrete wall. It's not comfortable.
What type of speed are you doing down there? You're backing off, what, over 100? Just coming down.
Mate, we're hitting the rev limiter in 4th gear before we crest the hill there at Skyline, doing about 210, 220. So he would have gone in there about 190 at least.
Ooh. That hurts.
Yes, it does. And, you know, it's probably lucky he caught some of the sand trap there. I'm not sure whether hitting the sand trap hard has done anything with the steering arm or anything like that. It could have broken a steering arm. I don't really know. But
let's have a look at this at normal speed, Junior. Look at that.
Yeah, it's, as you can tell, it's between 1 and 2 seconds. It can all happen, and, you know, it's very hard to not to do that.
Here we go. We're getting ready to go back to racing after the first safety car period in the Bob Jane T-March 1000. All the field has to stay single file until that lead car crosses, until they cross the start-finish line. And we go back to full green, and it's David Bernard, the Glen Seaton Racing Ford Credit Falcon leading this one.
You can tell it's been a pretty good start to the race. No one's done anything silly. There's been no spinners, and you know, not many anyway. But you know, I'll tell you what, it's good to see Dave Bernard get a ride after the horror week that he's had.
Geez, he was impressive in the warm-up this morning, and he did a handful of laps, and he was there in very quick time straight away.
Yeah, mate. If we can keep him away from the bar, he's a very impressive driver.
Well,
that'll get back.
Thankfully, you've got him in a driver's seat, and he can't go near the bar while he's racing, of course, and that keeps him busy for the next afternoon at least, and then he can let his hair down on Monday, especially if he does something that nobody else has done. Nobody has done the Queensland 500 Bathurst double since the invention, if you like, of the Queensland 500. And for a while there, it looked as though nobody else was going to do it either, with David Bernard not driving this weekend. Now he's back in a competitive car, we hope, and has a crack at doing it.
Well, the race is gone now, Matty, so if he does do the double, I think his record's pretty safe.
Steve, it really has been a rotten year for you guys. I mean, there was a lot of expectation, hey, we can fix things if we have a good Bathurst, but now that's gone out the window as well.
Yeah, it has a little bit, but you know, we didn't have any car speed, I guess, in qualifying. We had a few problems, but the car was actually fantastic in the last practice session yesterday and the warm-up this morning. And as you could see, Paul was making some good ground and doing some quite good lap time. So I was really looking forward to getting in the car. That was actually his in lap, so I was sitting there with my helmet on, ready to go. And unfortunately, I've got to go and get changed now.
If you want to look at things, you're probably lucky that you weren't in the car, because if you did have a brake problem, it would have been you being the victim.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, but yeah, that's something that doesn't often happen, a mechanical failure, and you know, we're still not quite sure what exactly happened yet. But you know, with that and looking at the sky this morning, you know, probably better sitting in here with you guys than being out on the track.
Well, we've been inviting our viewers all afternoon and yesterday to take part in this telecast. It's one giant family around here, so fire away a few questions and be part of it. We've got Junior Johnson. I've got a question here that obviously came in just moments before you walked in from Mad Max 12. If you can't win Bathurst today, Junior, which you can't, by the way.
Thanks, mate.
Sorry about it. Who would you like to win and why?
Who would I like to win and why? Oh, for sure, it would have to be the number 18 Shell car. You know, being that I know how hard the guys have been working, and we've had a rotten year. And but apart from that, you know, I'd really like to see Dave Bernard get up, because he's had a pretty good year, and it'd be good to see him, you know, after his horror year yesterday, and unsure what's happening with him at the end of the year. It'd be good to have a good showing.
Another one, mate, from Talk One. How fit do you have to be to race V8 supercars these days, and what does your diet consist of?
Well, mate, today my diet's consisted of jelly beans and snakes, because they did a sugar level on me and I was too low. But really, you do have to be fit. I was talking to Craig Baird, and a lot of those guys, Craig and Paul, have raced a lot of overseas cars, like the 2-litre touring cars and the Formula Atlantic and 3000. And really, Craig was saying that it is the hardest category, bar none, that he's ever had to do. He doesn't know what it is, whether it's the weight of the car, the heat of the cars, the small tyres on them, the power. But I think it all blends into one, and they are probably the hardest race car to drive.
It's great to get an insight into the mind of a V8 driver. Here is car number 51, Todd Kelly, behind the wheel, roaring up Mountain Straight and taking aim at Jim Richards and getting past him. Now he's got to negotiate this right-hander. Todd Kelly taking over from Greg Murphy. Gee, he was good in the pole shootout, Kelly. He was so clear and consistent and fast. Brad Jones and John Bowe. John Bowe is now behind the wheel, and Marcus Ambrose continues to drive away behind him in the number 4 Pertec Ford Falcon. We'll get back to Junior in a second with more questions. Grant Denyer down in pit lane.
Yeah, thanks, Matty. David Bernard may be leading this race, but that safety car, John Matthews, has dealt you a pretty cruel blow. You're very close to going a lap down.
Yes, we are. With the rule changes, the safety car doesn't have to pick up the race leader, and Glenn had to stop about 2 laps earlier than we wanted to, because we thought he had a flat spotted tyre. Turned out that wasn't the case. We had a vibration. He felt it wasn't safe to continue. So that disadvantages when the 2 leaders, when he pulled back out after his pit stop, he pulled in behind the leaders onto the track. The 2 leaders pulled off in the safety car period, which moved us up to the front. Effectively, we're now behind the safety car. Now we're racing. We're leading the race until the leaders catch us. There's the favourable conditions that we've got is that we're 11 cars in front of the leaders, and we've got a clear track. So David's got his horns on. He's going to pull as much of a gap as he can. If we get another safety car now in the next 20-25 laps, we can make up that lap and stay on the lead lap for the end of the race.
Well, it's tough. It's a cruel blow, these safety cars. Tough luck, John.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. David Bernard's going to have to get his head down here. He's got these cars coming storming through the pack with a ton of race speed, and he could go a lap down if he has any dramas here. So he's got to try and effectively unlap himself.
Well, this is the battle now, effectively for 4th and 5th on the road.
We're a quarter of the way through the race here in the Bob Jane T-Marts 1000. Stephen Ellery there, little lock-up as he negotiates some traffic that is a little slower than him.
Yeah, car 31 coming through Forest Elbow. Luke Youlden has jumped in behind the wheel now, so Stephen Ellery gives his co-driver a crack at the mountain. As you mentioned, 121 laps to go. We've still got Junior Johnson before I let you go. Stevie, the other question that we've got to ask, we've already asked you, who would you like to win and why? Who's your pick? Long way out, I know, but who's your pick?
Any Ford, mate. Any Ford. I don't care. Any Ford.
Okay, let me ask you another question. Who's your pick minus the company 9?
To be honest, you know, love JB to win it. John Bowe and Bradley, they went so close last year, and And I'd love Brad or John to pass Scaife with 5 laps to go. That'd be fantastic.
Look at John Bowe trying to weave his way through the slower traffic here. Lap cars in front as he goes in pursuit of Marcus Ambrose. So the order at the moment is Todd Kelly leading this.
Keep it cool.
Russell Ingall in second. Jim Richards in third. Marcus Ambrose fourth and Bowe fifth.
Sorry, Marcus, you might just notice there on the dashboard of car number 21, just on the right-hand side of the screen, a little message to our mate, get well, Baz. They put it on just specifically for this race to say to Barry Sheen back at home, fight it, mate, we're with you, on behalf of the Aussie Mail racing car. And you can also send an email to Barry, send your well wishes. We've copped thousands of them just here at the mountain. We're more than happy to pass them on, or you can do it via the web, barry@network10.com.au. He thanks you for all his well wishes, but keep them coming.
And in case you're missing him as much as we are, I'd like to say that Paul Radicic spin was a major sausage.
Unfortunately, Woodsy, no one will ever cut the mustard when it comes to impersonating Barry. We'd like to thank Stephen Johnson. Wish you well for the rest of the afternoon. I know you've got a lazy afternoon now, but hopefully car number 18 now can do it for you. Thanks for being part of the commentary box. Let's get down to pit lane where Greg Rust is standing by.
Matty, just watching the Aussie Mail car trying to negotiate the traffic here, and Kim Jones, it's an enormously difficult task for John Bowe at the moment.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep one eye on the TV and talk to you as well, and keep in mind that I've got to be very careful what I say to you. Greg, you've asked me before about the safety car period. I've been to race control twice. I've been assured that they're right and I'm wrong. I was wrong once before, so maybe I'm wrong in this occasion, but it's a little bewildering how you can pick up cars that are actually a lap down and call them the race leader, but they assure me that by the race leader pulling into the pits, the next car on the circuit is actually leading the race, and that was the way it was explained to me, and I've accepted that, and we're moving forward. So I hope everybody out there understands that the situation is that when the lead car comes... Sorry, it's a bit noisy, we're at a race meeting. When the lead car comes into the pits, the next car on the circuit is a car that the pace car picks up, and that's directed by the officials in race control, and that car was a Ford credit car, and that's what's happened, and that's where we're at the moment, and it's making an exciting race. But the Aussie Mail Falcons going very, very strong today, and all those Ford fans out there can give us a cheer, because we're going to do a good job, I think.
This issue seems far from over, guys.
Yeah, I'm glad he explained that, but that is the situation when the leaders peel off. They pick up the next car in the queue and they restart the race. David Bernard is now trying to, he's on the lead lap, but he's almost a full lap behind those guys.
More problems for car number 10.
So Bernard's down in 16th place at the moment, but he's got a lot of circuit to make up. There's the walk-on car.
Yeah, look at him get rid of that front right. That was causing the problem. It's shredded. On the wall, there's Will Power, the youngster.
Terrifically talented young driver. He really has impressed so far in the open wheeler categories. Formula Ford, he took the battle up with Will Davison.
Rusty, what's the story with that front right?
It's difficult to know, Matty, what's going on, but the tyre itself has blown, and it seems to have come away close to where the side walls meet the top of the tyre. We'll try and get in and have a word to Mark Larkham and see if we can find out what the actual cause of the dilemma was. Mark's tied up right now, but I'll come back to you.
All right, mate.
Okay. So Todd Kelly continues to lead this one in the Kmart Commodore. 1.1 seconds in front of Russell Ingall in the Castrol Commodore. Jim Richards in car 1, the Holden Racing Team car. Marcus Ambrose in 4th. John Bowe in 5th. Paul Dumbrell taken over the Castrol Commodore from Larry Perkins. He's in 6th. So it's hot and competitive out here at the moment.
I mentioned in this field we've got 15 former or current Bathurst winners. One of them joins us in pit lane now. Garth Tander, 2000 winner, of course, with Jason Bargwanna. GT, that problem that you had coming in there, what was the story there?
Matty, just coming down Conrod, just pulled 6th gear, flat out, about 270k, and had a tyre explode. So it got my attention, that's for sure.
That'd be good for the heartbeat, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So well, luckily enough, I managed to gather it all up and somehow get back to pit lane and change the tyre and put bargs in. It probably cost us 3 or 4 laps worth of fuel, so it wasn't all bad. But then it looks like we've been shafted by the safety car again. I was just listening to what Kim Jones had to say, and I actually agree with him on this stage. I think he may be right and race control may be wrong, but they're never wrong. Just ask them, they'll tell you. So we're just Barks has got the Todd Kelly car behind him now, so I think you'll see it'll be a very wide Valvoline Commodore until the next safety car comes
well,
out.
He has to keep him behind, doesn't he, Garth? Because you'll go down a lap if he lets him through.
Yeah, that's right. If we go down a lap, then that's it. The race is over, and you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars getting ready for this race, and up to tens of millions of dollars for a championship, and then you've got guys in race control that don't even have control of the situation, and it's frustrating. And now we'll probably get into trouble for holding up the leader, but we're prepared to take that risk.
I bet you are.
Garth, when you return to the mountain as a former winner, it must really pump your lungs up, I guess, and also add a lot of pride and prestige, but confidence as well around here is a big key, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. It's pretty cool to walk into town and see your name down there on the winner's plaque, and with all the other guys that have won the race, guys like Brock, Grice, Johnson, Moffat, all those Bond, all those guys that have won the race, and it's good to have your name up with those guys. I'm not saying that I'm as good as them, but my name's there at least. But yeah, got good confidence in the car, and the guys are doing a fantastic job this weekend. It was unfortunate that we had that tyre let go because the car was fantastic. We're just sitting there looking after fuel, really just sitting around the top 10 somewhere, and really the race only starts in the last hour. So hopefully we can get this safety car thing sorted out, and we'll be there for that last hour.
Well, take a look at your monitor, mate. We're keeping a close eye on those tyres of yours. We'll make sure we watch them throughout. And oh dear.
Here we go. I think this is when you'll find a very wide Valvoline Commodore.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what race control judges on this. He's just coming up behind the Valvoline car, not taking a position though. Bargwann is going to fight hard here if he wants to stay on the lead lap.
Now, thanks to Garth Tander, as Jason Bargwann now has a whole armful behind him. Car number 51, he has to make sure that that's where he stays, behind the Valvoline Cummins Commodore. This is lap 44 of 161 in the Bob Jane Team Arts 1000.
That is shut down. They're going to have to drag him out of there. Now, Mark Aston's in the pits with Jason Bright. We'll get his comment in just a moment, but here's how it all happened. A new complexion on this race.
Went wide, didn't he?
Got a rear wheel out in the dirt. The back came around so fast. Just snuck into the gravel trap, and that's where he got stuck. That's going to bring a safety car. Let's have a look at the Nintendo replay.
Again here, really nothing to it, aside from the fact that Thomas Mazira got a little too wide on the approach into Murray's corner, and now he's stuck in the trap. There's Jason Bright, Mark Hastings with him.
Thank you, Matty. Jason, that's most unfortunate.
Oh, mate,
that's devastating, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty disappointing, but, you know, hopefully they can get out of the sand trap quick enough and, you know, we can keep on the lead lap. That's the most important thing here, and, you know, we just hope the guys can get us out quick enough.
We were about to have a chat about general things, and all of a sudden that happened. You walked off. You were obviously very, very upset. How frustrating is it watching that from here?
Oh, it's pretty frustrating seeing your own car in the sand trap, but, you know, there's not much you can do about it, and we just have to push on. I mean, you know, you can still win this race from back there, and, you know, we're just going to get out there and do the best job we can. You know, we've come from, you know, some pretty bad situations and won in the past, so, you know, I think we can do it again.
Under the circumstances, thanks for chatting to us.
Sorry?
Under the circumstances, thanks for chatting to us.
Yeah, no worries. Cheers.
Well, interesting stop here. You saw the Ambrose wheel car come on lap 15. He worked it out, about another 32 laps would have taken him to the high 40s. Well, they're bang on target. That safety car has come out perfectly for Stone Brothers Racing. They come in for their second stop, lap 46. So things working out at the moment. The strategy, it's going to be interesting to see the way it unfolds. There's a lot to unfold here. Here's the sole remaining Shell 18 car.
Safety car out on the circuit. Strategy is falling into the hands of the Stone Brothers Racing. They've taken a couple of gambles and it's worked. Paul Wheel now behind the wheel of car number 4. Car number 2 got into a bit of trouble just moments ago. This is the reaction of Jason Bright when he saw exactly what was happening. We were just about to have a chat to him, and it's like, oh no.
You don't have to be a lip reader to figure that out.
Oh no, Jason Bright though, they're still in the race.
Now incidentally, we've just had a report, I don't want to confuse the issue, but there are storms heading this way. They're over Goulburn and Wollongong areas, and they are heading towards Bathurst, so that's just something else to keep in the back of your mind as we cross to Marcus Ambrose now.
Marcus, how was that? Was the safety car sort of falling right into your lap?
No, you know, we could have got a few more laps there. It helps us now. You know, we're on a different window now, and you could see out there last time out that light fuel gives you good car speed, and we were carving up, mate. It was awesome.
Paul's out there in the car now. What can he expect, do you think?
Race win. No, I don't know. Yeah, we just tell Paul to just settle down, do what he does best. You know, he's a great driver, and he's in the deep end here. You know, he's in a great car, and you know, he'll bring it back in one piece for us, and we'll charge on to the finish.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
I'll tell you what is awesome, when that man Marcus Ambrose lets rip in the Ford Falcon, because especially on a circuit like this, the circuit that he came here for the very first time to last year and got pole position, it's just incredible to see him throw this car around. Paul Wheel now behind the wheel of this car. It's his turn to take control. Take a look at the weather. There was some sunshine peeking through, but as Billy Woods mentioned, some clouds are building on the horizon. Our chopper will keep us informed with that. The forecast was this: scattered showers, afternoon thunderstorm, gusting winds, maximum temp at 22 degrees. But the top line's the one that the drivers are worried about. When rain falls on the mountain, it creates all sorts of havoc. Looking down there, 1 hour and 50 minutes gone now in the great race under safety car conditions. A good opportunity to welcome the man who won this race back 40 years ago now. His name, his company, I guess a lot of his money is behind this one in 2002. Bob Jane, it's a privilege to have you in the commentary box. How's your day?
Oh, having a great day.
I've got a question too, while we've got some time, from our SMS guys. And it's an interesting one too, given how many times you tackled this circuit and how different it was when you were racing. How do you compare today's track, Bob, to when you were racing?
Oh, chalk and cheese. 40 years ago, there was no safety fences, no infrastructure. There's no grandstands, no garages, no pit buildings, nothing. Farm fences. In fact, there's a picture of my car and looking at trees and cows and farm fences.
The best we could do was a kangaroo flying across the track just the other day. Does it take your breath away when you see these V8 supercars and the professionalism of them these days?
Yes, it's fantastic. The amazing thing was, going back 40 years ago and probably 30 years ago and 20 years ago, that the straightaway was straight with 2 humps in it. So you came down there at whatever speed, you know, my old car did about 129 miles per hour. And if you got over the first hump, then you got the second one, and lots of cars lost it with the side winds and what have you. Had a windsock at the main straight. That is now Caltech's Chase, thank goodness. And there's still a bit of a problem.
Got another question from Fender One, which you might be able to answer for us, given that you're the naming rights holder. How many in the crowd this year, mate?
Well, I estimate about 48,000 people, but they don't count until later. But there's a lot of people here. If you look, I've never seen a crowd like this. You look back down at the bottom of the straight, it's packed.
We felt it coming in here earlier on in the week. You just got the feeling that this one had something special in the build-up to it, no doubt. Peter Brock and 05 have had a lot to do with that, but just take a look at that main straight, which now bears your name. And look at the people in here. Ticket sales before this event were up by around 40%. Ran into the mayor of Bathurst, Ian McIntosh, and he spoke to me and said the numbers that were coming through his office were incredible. While they're on the safety car lap, and the Glenn Seaton David Bernard car gets a little bit of a fix-up in pit lane, we might go out and see if we can speak to the second position car at the moment. Russell Engel, Matty White here, mate. Can you hear me?
I'm with you, Matty. I'm with you.
Sorry to interrupt you. A little drinks break there. How's things going? Everything's looking quite cool, calm and collected in there.
Yeah, it's all right, mate. Just having a VB. But, yeah, no, it's all right. It's pretty cool. Pace cars are giving me a bit of a cool down. Car feels good. The tyres are actually taking a little while to come up to temperature. But once I get a clear track, I've got old toddler in front of me here. So I'll see how good the young boy is, eh?
Russell, it's Mark Osler. Those laps in the opening stint were just electric, weren't they? 2 minutes 9.
Yeah, no, I must admit the bookers are pressing on, were they? I was quite surprised to get down to that sort of time. But it looks like there's a lot of rubber actually being laid down on the corners. And I think as the day goes on, it looks like it's going to get grippier and grippier. So, mate, you might even see some eights towards the last stint there.
Oh, I'm sure.
What do you think when you look out the front there and check out the weather conditions? I'm sure you're getting the same information that we're getting, that there could be some storms moving on through. It's just the kind of stuff you love, don't you?
Look, mate, I've been known to like the weather a little bit, so I wouldn't be that adverse if she had a bit of a downpour. I don't know about the ice skating rink like we had last year. That was a bit rugged. It was like someone threw marbles down, but it's been a race.
Up there on the top of the mountain, Russell Engel in car number 16. We thank him for talking to us right up the top under safety car conditions. Still hear me, mate? You still got me?
Yeah, I'm there.
Hey, what's it like to drive around Mount Panorama this time around without your driving partner Larry Perkins? You guys were such a formidable force for so many years.
Yeah, I must admit I've done a few laps around here with LP. I must admit it was a bit strange, that first driver change, not seeing those glasses appearing out of the side door. But look, mate, I'm not complaining too much. Richo did a bloody good job, and he's every bit as quick as what I am. And that's exactly what you need to win this race. So the way we're looking, fingers crossed, she holds together, we'll be all right.
Well, the lights are off on the safety car, Russ. We're going back to racing. All the best, mate.
I think I'll get back to it, boys.
Okay, Russell Ingall and Stephen Richards well and truly in this battle. They knew they'd be right in the thick of things all day, and it started very early. Lights are off on the Monroe safety car as they come down Conrod Straight, the field weaving left to right, trying to keep as much temperature in those tyres while they go back to full speed.
You reckon Todd Kelly knows that he's got a battle on his hands right now, because all the way around while they were doing 80 Ks behind the safety car, he would have known that glaring number 16 is bearing down on him. And you speak to the rookie drivers, not that Toddler is a rookie anymore, but you speak to a lot of the young guys, and when they see Russell Ingall come screaming around behind them, they think, okay, it's gloves off, elbows out, let's rumble.
Well, I've never seen Russell so relaxed in the build-up to a race. He is leaving Castrol Perkins at the end of the year, and he's just had a very, very relaxed build-up to this one. I think he's very confident. He knows this car is strong. He knows he's well matched with Stephen Richards. He knows he's in with a chance of winning this one.
Bob Jane, we thank you for your time. We know you've got a really busy day. Thanks for putting your name to this great race and continuing the great tradition that we've got here at Mount Panorama in Bathurst. Our thanks to the main sponsor of this year's race, Bob Jane, for joining us as we restart the race conditions. We're back under green, good to go. Todd Kelly takes him up to turn 1. Lap 49 of 161. And Russell Ingall now tries to fire down Mountain Straight and see if he can get some early speed on Todd Kelly. The positions are this. That is Kelly. There goes Ingall. Behind them is Jim Richards in car number 1. Although car 34 of Jason Barguana is in there, not racing for position. They're a lap down, and then the Aussie Mail Ford Falcon. That's your top 4. Kelly, Ingall, Richards and John Bowe. Paul Dumbrell in car number 11 is 5th. Nathan Pretty is 6th. Dean Canto 7th. He's in car 65. Crompton is 8th. Matthew White in car number 66 is 9th. And Wayne Wakefield in the Paul Morris Sirame Wines entry holds out 10th position.
Boy, young Dean Canto is going to be enjoying this opportunity, getting himself back into a level 1 V8 supercar. Hasn't really done much work during the year. Now well matched with Max Wilson, the Brazilian, and the better electrical Ford. He did a brilliant drive last year to force his way up to 5th place outright when he was teamed with Jim Richards in the Ford Tickford Racing Falcon. And certainly looking forward to getting back on the mountain. Problems here. We always have this on a restart. Always 1 or 2 cars get in trouble on these tyres, and the Aussie Mail car in trouble as well.
Yeah, that's the Triple Eight car of John Clellan and Tim Lay. Understand that Tim Lay might be behind the wheel. He is, and the other car was Greg Crick and Philip Skyfleet. 161 with Philip behind the wheel. Understand that he went through the sand trap so you could see that he was unloading all that gravel.
Look at these cars skating around all over the place. He's dumping a ton of dirt and garbage all over the track.
Oh, you can see it flickering up behind him, and that's dangerous given where he went through, down through the S's. Look at it, it's just pouring out the front of that car, leaving a vapour trail of dust behind him. Stephen Ellery tries to get out of the mess. Tucked in behind him is one of the better electrical cars. They come through the chase now. The slower cars get out of the way. Coming up to the 50th lap, the Bob Jane T-Mart's 1000.
That's the man we were talking about, Dean Canto. He's in behind Nathan Pretty and the Holden Young Lions Commodore. Look at them sorting their way out through the lap traffic. There's Canto on the inside of the better electrical Ford. Tries to squeeze up the inside. I think might have got racing room, but look at the trouble. For Tim Aussie Mail Ford was in there. He was sideways coming over the top of Skyline. How lucky is it they put that gravel trap in there? Could have been disastrous.
He could have easily done a Paul Radisich, couldn't he? Down in pit lane, we understand we've got Larry Perkins, so we go from one Castrol entry to the other. Larry Perkins with his co-driver Paul Dumbrell currently in 5th position. Larry, the young bloke's doing a good job.
He's doing a tremendous job, actually, and he's hanging in there and keeping his nose clean, and that's all I want, that's for sure.
I want to know what you said to him with all your experience, especially at this racetrack, Larry. What was the best piece of advice, I guess, that you could have given Paul Dumbrell?
I told him to drive half a second a lap slower than he can drive, and don't do anything till we really have to, which was well after lap 100.
That's the whole strategy, isn't it, Larry? It's Mark Osler calling. You just got to stay on that lead lap, and when that last fuel load goes in, man, you've got to be right there, haven't you? Yeah,
we've seen a lot of mistakes by drivers already, and they're now all sitting in the pit with a glum face. So you've got to discipline yourself, and Paul, I'm really hopeful that he can do that, and so far so good, no problem.
Not only as team driver, Larry, but also team boss, of course. You'd be looking further up the timesheets and seeing a great performance from Stevie Richards and Russell Ingall. It must make you really happy, all this work that you've put into Castrol Perkins Commodore for this season starting to pay off.
Well, it's a long way from home, but yes, it certainly is always good to see the cars right up the right end of the grid, and Russell and Stephen are doing a tremendous job up there. But we never count our chickens before they hatch, and there's still a long way to go.
What's your plan for the next 20-30 minutes or so while Paul takes it out? You just sit back and relax and watch this great broadcast, do you?
Yeah, there's very little else you can do, and I'd look at the study the lap times he does and the splits across the top, and just keep a general eye on things. But it's only just for personal interest. There's nothing I can do. It's all that sort of stuff's over now. We're in the lap of our own expertise or lack of it, whatever the case may be.
Well, Larry, we're going to go, but I just want to say before, I think I speak on behalf of a lot of race fans around Australia, congratulating you on giving a young guy like Paul Dumbrell a go in a top-level car. It's fantastic to see.
Well, thank you very much.
Larry Perkins joining us down in pit lane, and there is the Castrol Commodore. Car 11 with Paul Dumbrell, 5th position outright. The winner of the 2002 Konica V8 Supercar Series, the feeder series for the Level 1 teams, and it really is working, as you can see there. Paul Dumbrell, the winner, doing a brilliant job in first-class company.
The gap out the front is now getting a little bit closer between Todd Kelly and Russell Ingall. Car number 51, the Kmart Commodore, leads the Bob Jane T-Marts 1000. Let's take a look back through the field. Oh, there's 59.
The Miller Searle Commodore just getting out of shape, coming out of the elbow. Let's have a look at this again from another angle.
Wow.
Oh, he was very lucky to keep that off that concrete wall. Look at that, it's just a canyon. There's concrete both sides.
It's not often you can go through there sideways and come out without a few bumps and bruises. Sunny conditions at the top of the mountain. What's ahead, though, we just don't know, do we? Jason Bargwanna behind the wheel. That is the end of the day for the 2000 Bathurst champions. We had a chat to Garth Tander before, and he thought that once they went a lap down, they'd be in trouble. Well, they're now in more trouble. This is exactly what happened. Came over the top. I heard him say that there was some pebbles on the track, and that was the end. Look at the front tyre, an absolute mess. The interesting thing here is that the dirt didn't stop him, really. He just kept spearing towards the wall. And in a cloud of dust, up goes their campaign. The Aussie Mile car a little earlier on. Car 888, Tim Lay, getting wide through the chase, just getting out of there before he got into trouble. He's had some problems, Tim Lay and John Clellan. And then they pulled into the pits to try and see what the drama was. Look at their front right as well. Gee, everybody's copping it on the front right-hand side. He's not the first to go in with drama on that side. Probably won't be the last. Look at him just tear into the panels and try and get it down. Smash and bash and treat it with all sorts of disrespect.
We've had a few flat tyres today, haven't we? Larkham and Power, Tander and Bargwanna early on, Muller and Prio.
Well, a lot of these guys were talking across the weekend about that loading. Exactly what you had explained earlier, Mark. That loading on the car, a whole ton. Just like you said, it's like having a 1-ton sledgehammer smashed down on your wheel as it comes up over the mountain. Marcus Ambrose said to me earlier during the week that they were too soft and they were really copping it. They were going to have to make the car a little bit harder. A fuel leak in the pits, that's not a good sign ever. And a dangerous one as well. That covered that up though.
They're a lot closer together now, as you'd expect after this incident where Jason Bargwanna came a gutser in front of one of the angriest crowds on top of the mountain. They would have given Jason a very, very warm reception, though, because they're also sympathetic.
He's obviously spent a lot of time up there, Billy. Yes. Under safety car conditions, and as Jason Bargwanna makes his way back to pit lane, we've got Garth Tander in the commentary box. The last time we were speaking, Garth, you were down in pit lane hoping to still be part of this race, but it all changes in an instant. What was the explanation from Barg? Some marbles on the track, was it?
Yeah, the only radio communication we got was that he
he got wide into some marbles and then into the fence. It's already in the fence there.
We should explain that for people at home. What marbles is like a racing terminology for all the bits of rubber that roll off the tyres and they build up off the racing line. And the drivers say when you get out on them, it's like driving on marbles. So
yeah, he just became a passenger and parked her up there at McPhillamy Park to probably go get a beer, I'd say. So,
has not been your day.
No, it's been a pretty tough day. We've had a really good lead up to the race, and even the start of the race, we're just sitting at the back of the top 10, just cruising around, waiting for the end of the day to come along. Had that tyre explode on Conrod, and she's been all downhill since then.
I'd like to know what the story is about the tyres. Maybe Rusty can fill us in there down in pit lane.
Well, Matthew, I'm down here at the Orcon Racing Pit. This is the front right, which came off Will Power's car before. Now, you can see here that it's damaged on this side of the tyre, but here, in fact, is the cause. On the inside, the rim has given way in some fashion. The tyre is deflated, and that's what's caused the tyre problem in the end. Now, I've had a word to Jeff Moorhead, the boss of the Dunlop Motorsport operation. He says, so far, the incidents that we've experienced all appear to be unrelated. The incident involving Garth Tander, we might get him to clear that up for us very shortly. The front right on that car, he feels may have been linked to a vibration that they had in car 34. There's also been an incident involving car 15 at Kmart Racing, again unrelated. Now, normally when a tyre does give away, the steel bales, for example, if they overheat and start to separate inside the carcass of the tyre, there's normally telltale examples of a problem of some kind. You'll get bubbles appearing in the tyre, etc. He says all week they've not really had any problems with these Dunlop tyres. We'll keep you posted.
It's interesting to hear John Bowles' comments about the safety car at the moment. He's going around grumbling on the radio how it's really disrupting his rhythm. He believed that the Bargwanna car was well and truly out of harm's way, and really race control at the moment has a touch of safety car-itis. But right next to us is Brad Jones, the co-driver, who's got such a fantastic start. Brad, you must be happy with the opening stint at least.
Who's the co-driver?
Sorry, Brad's who's the co-driver? You're the driver?
Matter. We're actually both the drivers, and JB's doing a great job. I got a fantastic start, I got to say. Usually the closer I get to the front, the worse my starts have been through all the year. So it was nice to get a start that I normally get when I'm in 20th. And really, I've only done 6 quick laps here until today, and I needed that breathing space to get my eye in, and the car was good. I mean, I had a bad run through traffic, and really every time Mark turned the lights on or pressed on a little bit, I'd sort of wait and see a bit, and then when I thought he was close enough, I'd respond. So it turns into a bit of a mind game at the same time.
The times straight out of the box were sensational, but how does this set up the rest of the race, do you think, for the Aussie Mail team?
Well, we're very strong. I mean, the pace cars are going to be a really key piece of the puzzle, but yeah, the fuel's marginal, but it's the same for everyone. And had a bit of a cough in the chase, right in the wrong spot, and Scafey got by me before I could get in. And then, of course, the pace car was the next lap, and that dropped us back to 4th place. So the car's very strong. I think that if it runs around all day, we'll be a real threat right at the end.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Let's keep talking to some drivers as Bradley Jones reflects on an awesome start. The chat line. SMS, the word chat to 0427 467 747. That'll put you in the picture to send some questions to the drivers. We'll pass them on. You'll also get alerts and the answers back. CHAT, text it to that number, 0427 467 747. One of the questions here that I've got, which I can pose to Garth Tander, because I know you like your Oakleys. Driving 103 has sent this question: why don't the drivers wear sunglasses? The road glare must be a killer.
Well, a lot of drivers actually drive with their visors down. The majority of the visors still use full-face helmets with the visors, and a lot of the guys run with their visors down. Some guys do run with sunnies on. I know Jim Richards runs with sunnies on. He's one of the coolest old dudes out there, so I know he's got sunnies. And, I think it comes down to personal preference and whichever driver likes.
Here's a good one from Gear Up 410. We know what everyone else thinks of this, but what about the drivers? What do you think of Peter Brock's return?
Peter Brock's return, did that happen this weekend? Did it? I hadn't noticed. Yeah, obviously...
you know him, don't you, Peter Brock?
I've heard of him, yeah. He raced a car or something occasionally. But, yeah, Brocky, obviously, he came back to raise the profile for his team. And obviously, also, he still loves driving. We do a lot of promotional work with him through our link at Holden, and he's still as competitive as ever. And whenever we're out thrashing around in Monaros, he still wants to beat all us young guys. So I think that's probably it's just related into this, and he could use an excuse so he could raise the profile just so he could go for a thrash, really.
And a quick one, the last one from Drinker 2. This has come from.
I might have a drink or two tonight.
I don't know. Don't ask me where they get it from. Who do you find the best to race against?
Just before we get to Garth's question, we've got an artist giving us a...
Really, if you want a peaceful condition to sit around and do a nice panoramic painting, sure, it's a great spot, but don't you think you're going to get a little bit put off by some noise throughout the day? Quick one, mate. Who do you find the best to race against?
All the guys are great. They, you know, we race against them all day and all year, so we all get along quite well, and they're great.
All right, let's get back to business now. Back down to work. Car number 51 is Todd Kelly. On the restart, Russell Ingall decided to have a shot there at turn 1 straight away. Restart conditions, green flag, good to go for racing once more. The safety car is out of the way. The order is this: Kelly, Ingall, Bow, Richards, Paul Dumbrell, Nathan Pretty, Dean Canto, Neil Crompton, Paul Wheel, Wayne Wakefield make up our top 10. And look at John Bow, takes the inside line on the Conica Bend and puts some pressure on Russell Ingall. He's determined to get up into second position, JB.
Up the outside as they come up the shelf toward the cutting. This shot as they come underneath our camera, up through the forward cutting. So Bow pushing hard early. Another safety car period for quite a number of laps. Tyre temperatures have dropped, pressures have dropped. So we always talk about it, Garth. You guys all say the same thing. When the first couple of laps open, you come out from behind a safety car, it's pretty dangerous.
Yeah, that's right. You've got to work pretty hard during the safety car periods to keep your tyre temperature up. And on a day like today, with the ambient temperature is quite low, the track temperature is low. So you do have to work pretty hard to keep the tyre temperature up. And you will suffer on the first lap back under green, where the car moves around a lot more than you'd like. And traditionally, we've seen a lot of safety cars come out straight after a previous safety car because of that. So the guys here are probably just easing back into it, and we'll probably get into it a bit harder next lap by.
We string a few consistent race laps together here. No one likes the race being broken up with a whole lot of safety car periods. There's Craig Baird in the Team Brock Commodore, currently running up there in about 18th spot. As the cars get back to full race speed. Boy, there's some quality cars still out there. What's your tip?
It'll be a Commodore of some description for sure. And look, you know, Rusty and Stephen Richards look very, very strong. Todd and Murph, and then obviously you can't go past Scafie and Jim Richards. So I mean, those guys really are the form. And then obviously with the Ford guys, you've probably got to look at Bowie and Brad Jones are going quite well, and probably the Pertec car.
Right in the middle of that is the 00 Motorsport car, Crompton, just in front of the Pertec car. In fact, in the battle for 8th spot. Team Kiwi car is lapped traffic as far as these guys are concerned. Just squeezes up the inside, the 00. The 02 Young Lions Holden.
Simon Wills is in car 021 as Jason Richards takes a breather, and all Kiwi affair for the Team Kiwi Assault. They've already had some problems on the mountain. Put the side of the car into Forrest Elbow, and Dean Canto now is trying to find a way through. Stephen Ellery's on the outside of that pack, and Dean Canto's on the inside in car number 65. He's racing for position, so expect him to get a bit aggro as he brings it up through the cutting. He finished 5th last year when he was paired with Jim Richards as part of the Ford Credit Racing 2-team assault. Of course, now Glenn Seaton is teamed with David Bernard for this one. There's the PlayStation 2 race score. Shows you that Greg Murphy and Todd Kelly are not only in first position, but they've moved up 4 positions since this race started. Wilson and Canto there, car 65, have made up 6 positions. And Bright and Mazira, courtesy of that little trip into the sand trap, have dropped down quite a few. One of the big movers is 021, moved up 19 positions. Jason Richards and Simon Wills. Let's check out what Mark Aston's been up to.
I've got Natalie Lowndes here, and Natalie is the better half, some would suggest, of Craig. A little bit frustrating for you?
No, it's good fun. I love watching it. They're out there in 8th position and they're really travelling well, so going well so far.
What about travelling around the country with Craig? I mean, how closely do you associate with him?
Very closely. Craig and I travel just about everywhere together. Things might change now, you know, after a little while once we've had this little baby. But this will be my second last race for the year, so Indy's coming up and then it's pretty much all over and on the couch from then on till the end of the year.
You give him a bit of advice or not?
Oh, no, I tend not to. I just don't let him drive my car.
Thanks, Nat. Well done.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Just down here with Greg Murphy, these safety car periods are getting a bit frustrating, aren't they?
No, you're not wrong. I couldn't believe the first stint went as long as it did without one, but since then we've had them for all sorts of things.
Everything going to plan?
Yeah, it's going great. The car's running really nicely. It's pretty easy to drive, and I think Todd will probably have a bit more of a lead if we don't keep getting interrupted.
People keep talking during our telecast about you know, the car when it's on full tanks. Does it change dramatically the handling of the car between full fuel loaded and almost none left?
Yeah, it does. I mean, we've done a bit of work, especially yesterday afternoon and this morning, the warm-up on making the car just a little bit more comfortable on full tanks, because the weight in the back of the car with 120 litres on board really does upset the balance. So you've got to try and make sure that, I mean, you've got a lot of fuel on for such a long time. It's important to make sure the car's quick while you've got a full tank, and hopefully when it lightens up, it'll still be very nice to drive.
Get back and watch the action, mate.
Yeah, shaking like a leaf.
He won it in 99 and 96. He's partnered with Stephen Richards in 1999 and Craig Lowndes back in 1996. Greg Murphy, can he claim his third Bathurst crown? And at the moment, he's in the hands of his co-driver, Todd Kelly, who's doing a great job holding off this express delivery behind him of Russell Ingall in car 16. It's a good fight, the top three at the moment.
Sure is.
Commodore versus Ford Falcon.
It's V8 supercar racing at its best. These Ford and Holden competitors so evenly matched. The driving skills and the car preparation. It's always a real slugfest here, lap after lap after lap. All the cars very, very closely matched in terms of lap speed. It does come down to good strategy, good vehicle preparation. He's just got to have a lot of luck too, I guess, Garth Tander, when you look back at your victory in 2000. I mean, one of these days you come up to the mountain and everything just seems to fall into place for you.
Whoa. Yeah, that's right. And I don't know if Bowie's having everything fall into place from there, but you know, you do. And Russell actually said to me a few years ago, yeah, he's coming straight in. It looks like he may have flat spotted it real bad because a bit of smoke.
Fuel and tyres, you guys. Just fuel and tyres.
Saw that happen just
coming into the fucking chase.
Yeah, just coming through the chase. That's where the problem started. Big puff of smoke came out of the back of car 21. Everything's been a dream until now. Lap 60 of 161, the 2.5 hour mark of the Bob Jane Team Arts 1000. They've got to come all the way to the very end of pit lane pretty much. Come in, Kim Jones will be orchestrating things down there, and Rusty is down there to talk us through it.
Well, guys, actually, I think Grant's on his way there very shortly, but it did look to me like, Grant, there was something wrong on the front left. What did it look like to you?
There's been some reports that he's flat spotted the front right tyre, but I'm just having a look at it now and I can't really see anything there. But I tell you what, this team had to react so very quickly because they have elected to put Brad Jones back in the car. They bolted out and really had seconds before the car arrived. They have now shut down the car and looking at the front left corner. Can't really see what it is. I'll get back to you.
This is what John Bauer was talking about. He said on the radio there was something wrong with the car as I came down into the chase. And now they've identified it. What a tragedy.
He was still smoking when he was coming down pit lane, and you know, obviously a flat spot only happens on the point of the circuit, so whether something's happened with the front suspension there or not, but not a nice place to have something go wrong with the front suspension, that's for sure.
Is this the end of the challenge from the Aussie Mail Ford Falcon? It's certainly costing them a mountain of time, so to speak.
Yeah, they've got front suspension problems. You can hear the directions coming from Kim Jones there. They've got to do some serious surgery. Something to do with the front upright on the front suspension. So this is going to cost them bulk time.
Gee, it feels like you're on the operating table. There's hands going in there everywhere and tools diving in.
So that's smoke coming from the car. That's when something went wrong. And by the sound of it, Garth, he might have something in the front suspension motor.
Yeah, he didn't lock up at all. The wheel was still turning, but the car did drop down quite violently, and smoke was happening probably before the braking area. So not nice.
Well, there goes one of the main forward challenges in this battle so far. It's Commodore City up the front now. Todd Kelly, Russell Ingall, Jim Richards and Paul Dumbrell. Nathan Preddy, you've got to go back to 6th for the first Falcon in the queue.
It leaves Dean Canto. Who would have thought Dean Canto and Max Wilson as the leading Ford Falcon in position 7. Neil Crompton holding on to the top 10 for the 00 Motorsport group.
Well, I'm here with John Bauer. Now, John, it looked like the car really just fell onto its belly coming down to the chase there.
Yeah, it did. I thought something go clunk, and then I locked the wheel, so it's broken something in the front for some reason.
Not something that was progressive, it just went thud?
Oh, no. The car was perfect. We were just cruising along.
You must be utterly destroyed at the moment, looking at the chances and the potential of this team.
Yeah. what do you say, mate? I mean, I've been here a lot of times, and that's what happens, isn't it, you know?
Well, let's hope you can obviously get something back together and salvage a result.
Yeah.
He's lost for words. You can understand why, John Bow. Let's go down to pit lane. We understand Craig Lowndes is standing by from 00 while Neil Crompton just does the job for you, Lounsey. You look pretty comfy and relaxed.
Well, we are. It's really it's been a great day for us. We've been circulating quite nicely, stayed out of trouble, which is all very different from last year. Last year we had a few allocations early in the race, which really hurt us at the end. So at the moment, Neil's in the car. He's pretty happy, and we're just circulating.
What's the feedback from Neil about the car itself, and how did you find it first up? Because you managed to roll it out here and find some good times early on.
Well, as Murph said, really the car does change between full tanks and empty tanks, so really we're just trying to find a good balance. Neil's very happy, has been very happy with the car from day one, so that's really given him a lot of confidence, but really he's just circulating, keeping out of trouble, and really just sort of keeping our economy up there, and really if we can get through these next couple of stages, well then obviously we've got a good car for the final.
Yeah, Craig, it's Mark Osley. I think you can take the fight up to those Commodores. You've got a stack of them in front of you now.
Well, really, at this point of the race, as long as we're on the lead lap, we've got them in sight, so that's all we really cared about. But, you know, we think we've got a very fast car, but we just got to now sit and wait, see how the race progresses and see how many more safety cars we get.
I guess the key thing is you don't want to show your hand too early because you want to have a bit of a mystery there if you have to sprint in that final session.
Well, exactly, and really our car is probably a little bit better on empty tanks than what it is on full tanks, but really, you know, we'll take it as it comes and we'll just sort of see how the pace goes as the race goes on.
Good luck, mate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rounds. Wish you well for the rest of the afternoon. They're still working frantically on the car number 21. Can you believe it? Brad Jones got off to a flyer to start this race some 2.5 hours ago. He got the jump on Mark Scaife, and really it was the perfect start to the biggest race of the season, and now it has all come undone as the Aussie Male Ford Falcon is out of the picture. Unbelievable heartbreak for Brad Jones Racing, for BJ and JB, the partnership that has been so great.
In pressure, but Paul's responding very well. This is going to plan for the Holden Racing team. I don't expect they want Jim Richards to attack Paul Dumbrell, in fact, to get race position, because they are trundling along to a very sophisticated strategy, as they always do. Up ahead of them, Russell Ingall in second place. The race leader is Todd Kelly. Behind them, there's a gap, about 5 seconds, to a real train of Privy, Canto, Crompton and Paul Wheel. That's 5th through to 8th, and they are very, very close together.
It's pretty much steady as she goes for this leading group. There was a good shot there before of Jim Richards at the wheel. Takes you back a few years, doesn't it? And with the full open face helmet, something that only Glenn Seaton is the other guy in the field who does that. But the full face helmet is the man who's waiting to take over and add a few fireworks maybe to this race. Mark Scaife.
Jimmy told me a story just last week, Matthew, about the old days racing here at Mount Panorama in some of the longer distance races, where you'd keep a couple of bits of fruit and a sandwich in the glove box and actually eat them while you're going around the circuit with one free hand. And then when you'd finished your apple down to a core, you'd throw it at your opposition through the window as you went round.
Okay, this is the part that has broken the heart of the Aussie Male Racing team. Now, Kim, it's just a shame that out of the thousands of bolts that are in a car, it just happens to, that is the one that makes the front left corner just fall onto its guts.
Yeah, this is a very expensive bolt because we were out there to win today. I think the car showed the pace. The guys have done a great job. They've repaired the car. This actually is a part that goes on the top control arm and holds the suspension and keeps the wheel in place. So when John went down into the trace, he put his foot on the brake. This broke and the car locked the front wheel, which you probably saw on telly, and then that made it unstable and he thought he had a puncture, but in reality it had a broken bolt.
Now, interestingly, you say that could go back as many as a couple of days.
Yes, this part, everything was new before this weekend. The only damage that we've had on the car is basically when Russell ran into us accidentally back on Thursday or Friday. And you look at everything, you check everything, but unfortunately we're not Supermen and we don't have X-ray vision, so we couldn't see that the thing was damaged.
Hard story to swallow, Kim. Hard luck.
We're still out there, and I'm sure that we're a couple laps down, but we'll do our best for Ford, for Aussie Male, all our sponsors, and we'll move forward.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks.
Yeah, this guy's a real fanatic. His name's Chris. Look at these signatures. The drivers, turn around, Chris. All the drivers' signatures, turn right around. You are a real fanatic. Did you get all of them?
Oh, no, I didn't get any of the drivers. I got all the chicks that walk around.
You got none of the drivers at all?
No, none of them. It's all the girls.
Okay, well, I guess everyone's a bit different, Matty.
And we should thank Chris for wearing Mark Aister's shirt there throughout that interview. We know that was yours, Aister. What an enthralling battle out the front. Dean Canto and Max Wilson make a change in pit lane. Look at the right-hand side of your screen. And Russell Ingall has now taken over the race lead at the Bob Jane T-Marts 1000. He's scooped alongside Todd Kelly in the 51 car. They went dragging up Mountain Straight side by side before Kelly relented and let the Enforcer go through. He said a while back it was time to see how the young bloke handled it. Well, he's handled it extremely well, but now Russell Ingall, that familiar face behind the Enforcer's helmet, looks along the long straightaway that is Conrod Straight, brings it up to 290 kilometres an hour. Extraordinary speed down here, and look how much road is behind these two cars. Back to third position, which is another Castrol Commodore. This has got so much race pace, so much straight line speed that they're blowing them away at the moment, both of these cars. Ingall versus Todd Kelly, and behind them is Paul Dumbrell.
Well, we should get a rash of pit stops from some of these leading cars soon. A lot of them pitted in that lap 32 window when the safety car came out. So depending on their fuel economy and depending how things have played out under a lot of safety car periods since then.
Oh, the remaining Valvoline Cummins car, Jamie Whincup at Murray's corner. Does he stay off the wall? Yes. Only just. The VIP Pet Foods car was behind him. Just wonder if something got all locked up there together. Probably did. Up Mountain Straight one more time as we zero in on Jim Richards in car number 1.
And Paul Dumbrell, who's been doing an absolutely brilliant job with Larry Perkins, 2002 Konica V8 Supercar Series champion, getting a crack at a level 1 drive, and he's doing his boss proud at the moment. There's the comparison of the last 5 laps. Dumbrell and Richards. You can see there, Richards faster on 3 of those 5, but Dumbrell more than holding his own.
The 05 Commodore you just saw go through is in position number 16. Craig Baird behind the wheel. 16 on the timesheet at the moment. We're on lap 67 of 161.
Guys, you talked about the possibility of a flurry of pit stops very shortly. Paul Morris is in, Wakefield is out, Morris has gotten in the car, and as you wander down pit lane, there's a number of drivers with their helmets on standby. Stephen Richards is one of them, so is Larry Perkins. We saw Jim Richards, I should say Mark Scaife rather, on standby for Jim Richards before, and it's very, very interesting. We are, I guess, a couple of laps away. Oscar Fiorinotto, interestingly, has been on the radio to Craig Lowndes, and he said to him, expect your fuel light to be on within 2 to 3 laps.
Well, down here with the legend himself, Peter Brock, about to get back in the car. You're in 16th at the moment, Peter. We've seen better fight backs from you than this. What can we make in the rest of this race?
Oh, it's hard to say, really, because we got shuffled back a lap with that pace car, lap 29, basically through no fault of our own. We just sort of zigged when we should have zagged, I suppose. So we're hoping for a similar sort of turn of the wheel a little later on, but car seems to be running well, circulating, get stuck into it, see what happens.
You obviously, the strategy of today's Touring Car Championship is a little different to maybe a few years back. Is that one of the intricacies you're still getting used to?
Look, there's no doubt that when you create a new racing team, you try to draw together all these different ingredients to turn it into a potential HRT or Stone Brothers or whatever it might be. It's easier said than done. Having said that, we reckon we've got the ingredients there to actually take to the next step. So one of the reasons I'm driving here today is to get out there and say to the guys, come on, let's just get in the car and just do it.
I think you're about to get back in now and to go and do that exact thing. Best of luck to you, Peter. It's no doubt going to be a fantastic finish for that man right there, Peter Brock.
Can you imagine what would happen if 05 got across the line in front of everybody else? Craig Baird, the New Zealander, is holding down a top 20 position for the Motorola car at the moment.
They're a lap down on the cars that they're amongst at the moment. We should point that out. The battle that they're in the middle of is 5th through to about 8th, and the Pertec car's in there as well. Paul Wheel behind the wheel, but that is a lap down, so of course some work to do for the King of the Mountain.
Peter Brock won his first Bathurst back in 1972 and said that it was and remains the most important race win of his life. Can you imagine if he got his 10th Bathurst victory up here? I don't know if it would still be the most important. It would certainly be one of the most emotional of all time. But as we always say, there's a long road ahead at Mount Panorama. If anyone knows it, Peter Brock certainly does.
And Billy, I can tell you there was no fire, but what actually happened here at Kmart Racing, unfortunately, I don't know whether there's a miscommunication or something, but Murph's car came down off the jacks, but the fuel was still connected, the fuel filler was still connected to the tank, and he took off and it ripped part of the fuel filler off, and fuel has spilled everywhere down here. The officials are very quickly onto it. They have doused it with all sorts of foam to prevent a fire. We've got one of the Kmart crew hit the deck. He's okay, he's up and about now. But boy, oh boy, that could have been a major moment then.
Gee, what a mess. So you're saying, Rusty, that the hoses were still connected when the car took off?
That is correct, Matty. The actual hose or the filler connection that flows down from the actual tank was still connected to the car.
You'll see it there on the left-hand side. Look at that. Oh, man, what an ugly mess. And really dangerous.
Well, how lucky we didn't get a big explosion there. There is an enormous amount of fuel there, highly combustible material. They were onto it quickly with the foam, but how easily could that have erupted into an inferno? Look at the fuel.
Great work by the marshals there. Great work.
We're thinking the same there, Woodsy, weren't we? Because they were spot on. I mean, another second or so there, and that could have been absolutely disaster. These guys are professional crew members. You can see that they're all wearing helmets these days. One of the changes in regulations that you've got down in pit lane. It's a dangerous world down there, no question about it.
Jim Richards.
When mistakes happen, it can get really ugly. Okay, this means that Mark Scaife will take over the drive. But the #1 Commodore as Jim Richards brings it in after his stint. A typical stint from Jim Richards. Just no troubles at all. Let's see how the HRT crew do it. Drivers helping each other out. A quick look under the right rear. Looks pretty slick, no problems.
That just goes to show what a few safety car periods can do for you. That was 39 laps since their last stop.
So the limiters on. Fuel number should go out, mate.
And that's pretty much a full tank of gas with those flow regulators on those fuel tanks. Full fill is about 28 to 30 seconds, so they were right on the limit.
Most of the top 10 cars have come in. There's no safety car out at the moment, so this will have an interesting bearing on track position, so it'll reshuffle the race a little bit.
Well, what will happen, Woodsy, is that Paul Wheel in car #4 will take over the race lead, and David Bernard in car #5 will be second on the list. This is what happened a little earlier. Lap 72 of 161, and Russell Ingall comes in car 16 for a driver change with Stephen Richards. This is what the good teams do so well. They make them mistake-free. They get in and out of pit lane in a hurry. But less haste,
fuel counter when you're ready, Steve.
more speed.
And with that slow down of the fuel delivery from that tank, it's taken the pressure off the driver swaps a little bit. This allows the drivers a few more seconds to make sure that new driver is plugged in properly.
Check your fuel pump position.
I don't know what on earth happened with that Kmart team. Well, let's have a look at that again on the slow-mo. Look at this, it's stuck in there, and wham, that hose is going to break. There it goes. And there is fuel going everywhere. Serious breakdown in communication there from the car controller to the refuelers.
Now, there's two fuel pumps, if you like, in there. One is a regulator, so the fuel going in is regulated. And the other one is venting the air out, so really that car shouldn't have gone anywhere. Those things are locked in solid. The car just took off, like you say, Marco. Just a severe breakdown in communication, and we're thankful that it's come out okay in the end. But what does it mean for Greg Murphy and Todd Kelly? We don't know for sure.
Well, how much fuel did they get in there?
How much fuel did they get in? What do the stewards think about it? Safety is of paramount importance. Lap 73 of 161 in the commentary box with us now. As the drivers keep on coming up to us, unfortunately not in great circumstances, but at least you're still out there. John Bowers with us in the box. A little bit downcast since we last spoke, Bowie. Isn't it amazing to think that a tiny little piece like that can ruin such a big build-up?
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, in the 40 years or whatever it is of this race, how many hard luck stories have you heard? You know, you could fill a book 20 times, so ours is just another one, I guess. But, you know, I've said to a few guys this week, it's
in the 18 years I've been here, I reckon I've had a car good enough to win 5 times, and twice I won. Twice I came second, or 4 times I came second. Today,
apart from that breakage, though, JB, you certainly seem to have a car that will win today. You look like you're doing it easily out there.
Absolutely. I mean, Brad started the race, did a fantastic job, and he's a tremendous race driver, and I mean, I saw my role this weekend as a qualifying role, and you know, just stay out of trouble. And I could lap quicker than those other cars, no doubt, but I didn't really want to take any chances and try and pass them. So, you know, it's one of those things, mate, isn't it?
Sure is. Let's have a look at the Nintendo replay of the Seton Bernard car, taking it right across the gravel there. Managed to get back onto the track, it looks like, without any damage.
Something that Jason Bright did in qualifying in one of the warm-up sessions, went through there and just hit the gas to get it out of there before he got into trouble. Thought he was going to take off down the side of the mountain. There is car number 4 with Paul Wheel, our race leader, bringing it through the chase. This is the 73rd lap of this 161-lap 1,000k race.
Pretty interesting, this car. This is on a different strategy to everybody else.
Sure
so I think Seton's probably is as well, is it? So
yep.
It's you know, at the end of the day, it will depend how many pace cars there is. So nobody can play that out.
With the help of our SMS service, John Bow, we've got a question for you from a bloke called RevUp27.
Good on him.
It's a rev up, this one. How long are you planning on staying with Aussie Mail now that you're in a good team?
Oh, that must be from my father. No way. It's. I thought he was going to ask me when I was going to retire. In about 5 minutes, if it doesn't improve. I'm going to stay with them for the, you know, I guess, I hope anyway, until I retire from V8 racing. They are a terrific group of people, from the sponsors to the Jones brothers to the people in the team. I mean, it's, and this is no disrespect to anyone else I've driven for, but it's just the most harmonious team I've ever worked with, and it just makes my job a pleasure, and I've actually derived a bit of a new lease of life out of it, to be honest.
Fantastic, isn't it? What are your thoughts too on David Bernard? A lot of the guys that have come up here have shared their thoughts with us on the fact that David has managed to pick up a drive, given that just a couple of days ago it was all over on the mountain for him.
Well, yeah, it was, and I mean, it was under circumstances that young Owen Kelly was ill, and I mean, I feel very sorry for young Owen Kelly, because he's a very, very good little driver, and he's young, and, you know, young drivers need an opportunity, and I think it was terrific of Glenn to give him an opportunity, and then he was sick, and anyway, the silly thing about it, this morning he's as fit as a fiddle, so, you know, it's just one of those things. He's talented enough and good enough that he will make the grade at some stage, you know. It's just today could have been his day, and it's not, but Bezzy's a very good driver. He's matured a lot this year, and I think he's done a great job.
Oh no, car number 35, that's the end of the Valvoline Cummins Commodore, all over. Both cars now. And that is the Konica bend, so he's just missed that right-hand turn completely. Jamie Whincup and Mark Noske piloting that car this weekend, 35. Remember, 34 is already out of it. Jamie's behind the wheel, and thankfully he's okay, because the door is moving. Oh no, Marcus Ambrose! That's through the chase.
Paul Wheel.
Something flapping on the right.
Oh,
bit of tyre, I'd imagine.
Front right-hand tyre claims another victim.
Might have had another tyre explode. Oh, look at that.
Explode.
It's a big tyre explosion. I would say he's picked up a puncture somewhere, because they don't explode like that unless there's a problem. So it's deflated on him, and then of course it comes apart.
We've had Garth Tander have a tyre explode coming down Conrod. This looks like a similar incident. It's interesting on the right, because that's the front corner. The cop's such a hiding across the top of the mountain.
Well, Mark, it's not. I don't think there's anything a tyre problem, but there's so much debris on the track, even at this early stage over the mountain. It's amazing. So you know, you pick up a puncture, you don't realise you've got it until too late.
Let's go to Rusty.
Well, guys, I'm down here. Enormous damage to the front right. They are going to try and do the pad stop here. They're keeping going. They're diving for an under tray out the back as well, but I don't know whether that's going to be in vain. Paul Wheel is staying behind the wheel. I might sneak into the garage and see if I can have a word to Marcus at the same time and see if he's aware of maybe what happened. He's looking pretty dejected right now, but can you shed any light on it? Do you know what happened there?
I think he might have clipped the wall there. We're not too sure.
Marcus is not too happy, fellas.
Let's take a look. This is Paul Wheel now coming down the end of Conrod Straight, lining up Caltech's chase. So by there, the problem's already started. You can see the front right-hand wheel start to look like a windmill.
he's already the tyre's already flat by then. He just couldn't turn it. So I reckon he's had a puncture, and the tyre obviously then deflates and overheats and falls apart.
Orders to shut down.
Word on the radio to turn the engine off. Sure, they're going to try and fit a new front fender to that right-hand side as well. They've got the new front spoiler on.
Is fender an Australian word, is it? Or
we'll find out. Let's go to Greg again.
I thought it was on a boat.
Guys, I'm down here with Paul Wheel. Paul, what happened? Was there a tyre explosion? Did something let go? What went wrong?
I tyre let go, or I must have hit something on the way down, but I didn't see. And just exploded going through the chase flat out.
Are you struggling to breathe there, mate? It sounds like the tyre smoke might have come inside the car, did it?
No, it's okay. It's just a little bit disappointing because we were running so well, and the car had a lot of pace, and all I had to do was come in this lap, and would have been another stop and get another 30 laps and give it back to Marcus and let him go and win the race. But we'll just have to wait and see what happens here.
The right front guard is gone. Was there contact with a wall or something like that?
No contact whatsoever with the wall. Didn't hit anything. Just gave no warning whatsoever. I don't know what happened.
What a tough day this is turning out to be at the mountain, guys.
Isn't it? Thank you, Rusty. Good chat there with Paul Wheel, and great to see just inside the cockpit. It's amazing, isn't it, to just see what the drivers are going through, and that's what happened to car number 4.
He goes just straight on. Something must have broken there. An odd place to go in. That's at Conica Bend. There was a little oil spill too on the back of that. Not really on the racing line, so a bit of sand there might just fix that up. But anyway, a tough day all round for Gary Rogers Motorsport. Now, we've had some strange things happening with the wind this weekend. We've had some willies going round this circuit, which I haven't seen for a long time. And that may have been the reason, or it may have just been the gusts that we've had, and there have been some quite strong ones.
Well, that would have been on the other side of, the other side of Conrod Straight. And look at that.
Someone would have got a shock as they sipped their Chardonnay. That looked like one of the marquees that was covering some of the special guests, perhaps. Now we're going to try and talk to Greg Murphy as they're still under the safety car. Murph, this is Bill, Matt and Mark up in the commentary box. Can you hear us, mate?
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Murph, what happened there with the fuel rig?
The car got dropped when it shouldn't have. Basically, the car stays on, obviously stays on the jacks until we're ready to go. And that means it stays on the jacks until the fuel's full. And for some reason, the car got dropped, and my signal man wasn't standing in front of the car because he was obviously watching the fuel. And as soon as it dropped, that's usually the signal to go. So I went, and unfortunately, the fuel was still connected.
It's not often that you guys make mistakes down in that pit crew, Murph. I know that you'd back them 1,000% because they've been right on the hammer, but it could have been really ugly, couldn't it?
Well, I think it was ugly enough, actually, mate. We don't like to have accidents at all in the pit, and that was a mistake, and certainly the guys aren't very happy about that. But we'll get on with the job. Sounds like lucky enough we got enough fuel in the car to go. It'll tighten our window a little bit, but these safety cars are certainly going to help.
Well, that's what we were wondering about your fuel window, Murph, because we weren't sure how much fuel you got into the car, but I take it was only a couple of seconds before you were due to go out anyway.
Yeah, it wasn't too many, but obviously it's not a full tank. But from the calculations, it's going to be okay because we've got some pretty good mileage, and also the first 2 stops we went to. Geez, is that a tent?
Yeah. A whole corporate box going through the air, mate.
Is everyone all right?
Well, no survivors have wandered out of it yet. But
yeah. Anyway, yeah, so we got a fair bit in, and with the running Todd went to empty on that last stint, so that's good because we haven't had to stop too early. And my first stint was 31 laps, so that was pretty good too.
All right, Murph, we'll let you get back to it. Thanks for that.
Everything's crossed.
Yeah, everything's crossed.
Good luck, mate.
See ya.
Okay.
But they're also looking under the bonnet as well, and by this time Grant Denyer has joined them.
Yeah, thanks, Billy. Unfortunately for Peter, they've got some temperature problems in this car. They've been monitoring it over the last several laps, and while it's not a high temperature, it is still an issue. So what they've done is they've just had a look at the radio. They've just replenished some fluids in that radiator, and they've also taken that opportunity in this period to do the pad stop. So while it hasn't been a long time since Peter actually got in the car, this is only a little setback, but they believe they're now on top of it.
Well, it looks pretty leisurely under there at the moment. You can see them just checking everything's right. This is a long stop, fortunately under safety car conditions, so he should be able to join the back of the queue. Never a good look when you get the bonnet open on these things. You really should never have to raise the bonnet on a V8 supercar for 1,000 Ks if everything's right. Brock gets the signal.
And now he gets moving to rejoin. At the back of the pack probably, so the safety car's still out.
Just look at this other strategy. There's Peter Brock. Back into action, takes off the 40km/h electronic speed limiter. He'll put his head down and try and catch up to the back of the queue before we go back to green racing conditions. Just look at the strategy by Seaton and Bernard. Listen to see the way this plays out. They put it on lap 29, they came in lap 48, so that was quite a short second stint. So they're now out of sequence with a lot of the leading cars that are around them as well. You work on a full green strategy, that means they've got at least 3 more fuel stops to make. But the way this race is going, you're nowhere near running full green to the end. So they may well, if things fall in their favour, be able to get through with another 2, but it's highly unlikely unless we had an extraordinary number of safety car laps.
Incredible opportunity there to be in the back seat. Peter Brock, as he brings it round the mountain. I'm sure many of us have dreamt of taking one of these machines around this great race circuit. I'm sure that we'd all like to do a hot lap with the man himself. Well, we can, thanks to our technology there, the little extendo cam. This is some more technology, the simul cam, where we compare, if you like, image-wise, the 2 pit stops of the 00 Motorsport car and the #1 Holden Racing Team car, assuming that they've both come in at the same time. Let's see who gets down and who gets away first. You can just see there, the red rocket goes and then the green-eyed monster follows. So that's a good image and time comparison.
Here comes our race leader, David Bernard, still under safety car conditions. He peels off lap 78. They're coming in, so that's bang on target in terms of their fuel mileage. They'll be hoping for a lot more safety cars if they're going to get away. I think they're going to be stuck with 3 fuel stops, so they're doing a pad change as well.
Mark, I can tell you it's interesting to listen to the radio conversations David's been having with Ivan Taylor and some of the boys in the team down here, talking to Scotty. He's been saying things like, you know, what does this particular item do? What does that particular item do as he gets acquainted with the car? So he's doing it on the run. They've done the front brake pads. 25 seconds gone here now. Glenn Seaton is at the wheel. Bernard is out of the car. So they're going to try and maximise this pit stop under safety car conditions. Ford Credit team hoping to get this car out as quickly as they possibly can. 39 seconds.
I tell you what, he's the master of ad-lib if he's making it up on the run, because David Bernard has just jumped into that seat and he's as comfortable as you could ever be. He's put down some competitive times and kept the Glenn Seaton dream alive at Bathurst.
At least it's a Ford.
Car number 5.
It would have been a bit harder if he jumped from a Ford to a Commodore.
Exactly, you got it. Never happened, would it? Today's professionalism, so the freight train makes its way back up the mountain one more time under safety car conditions, all as a result of a couple of crashes that happened within the space of each other. Jamie Whincup and Mark Noske with Whincup behind the wheel put an end to the day of the Valvoline Cummins Commodore. Gary Rogers Motorsport has had an awful day on the mountain. Car 34 and 35 are now officially out of the race.
Another car out of the race is the Shell number 17 Ford. We saw it go out earlier in the day. Paul Radisich joins us in the commentary box. Paul, that was a frightening moment. We heard you say something on the radio about the pedals going to the floor. What happened there?
The lap before it happened, a brake pedal went to the floor and I eased off, and the front of the car was tending to wander badly. So, I was just sort of feeling the car and I backed off and I thought, there's something wrong, I'm just going to try and get it back. And as I come over Skyline, turned in for the right hand of the head towards the dipper, and there was just nobody home, and we're not sure if it was a suspension failure or I had a puncture or what at this point, but I feel very sorry for Steve. He didn't get the opportunity to drive the car today. The car felt, it was going very, it was turning good competitive times, and of course the whole guy, the whole team look forward to doing battle all day. And
here's the incident. This is what it looked like from high above. Look at this. I bet you were lucky that tyre barrier was there too, because in the old days that used to just be a bare concrete wall. It could have been much nastier.
Very, very lucky that it was there. But as I said, when it got to the top, turned right and nothing happened, just went straight ahead. And there's not a lot you can do about it. It's just a shame, wrong place at the wrong time.
It is a shame because even though you were struggling for speed earlier in the week, boys really hit on a good setup yesterday afternoon, and you made a lot of progress in the race this morning, so the car was looking strong.
It was fairly strong, and you know, disappointed for the whole DJR team. But the 18 car's still going strong, and we hopes with that.
Okay, the field there is Glenn Seaton joining the back of the queue. And they're still under safety car conditions, so the car's weaving sideways. So Seaton now getting back into the groove. He's going to try and fight his way back through this queue. They'll come back to him again, because don't forget he's out of sequence with these other leading cars around him. So they're going to leapfrog each other all the way to the end by the look of it. So lights are off on the Monroe safety car. They're going back to green flag racing this time around. Magnificent shot from the Channel 10 chopper. Safety car peels off down pit lane. They'll hold station until they cross the control line. And we're back to racing in the Bob Jane Team Arts 1000.
Around Murray's corner they go. The safety car peels away. And the charge to turn 1 gets underway. Car number 10, Mark Larkham's Orcon Ford, leads him through, not in race order. We'll sort that out for you in a second. Just make sure that they all go through cleanly and get this restart done. Nice, the halfway mark. The Bob Jane Team Arts 1000, lap 80 of 161. There's the race order officially across the top of your screen. Car number 16 is first. Car number 51 is second. Murphy just shot up Mountain Straight. Car number 1 is third. On the inside, a Cat Ford makes its play in front of John Faulkner's 46.
Little lock up there on the Cat Ford, as they had a lot of pressure on each other going into that corner. And he gathered it up pretty well.
There's the race score, shows you that HRT number 2 is in 7th position. 66 of Longhurst and Matthew White in 8th. 9th is car number 40, Cameron McLean, the VIP Pet Foods at 10th. Cameron McConville and Warren Luff. Interesting story for Warren Luff. He's driven around here in so many other makes. Every year from 95 pretty much. He only missed 1 year. He did the Mirage Series. He's been up here in all sorts of cars, but never a V8 Supercar. And I asked him what it was like the first time he hit the end of Conrod Straight the other day. Somebody with a lot of racing experience said it just brought the whites of my eyes out.
Well, this is going to be a shattering moment for car 51. Greg Murphy and Todd Kelly has just been announced he'll get a drive-through penalty plus a 5-minute addition for that muck-up with the fuel ring. 5-minute penalty. So that goes to show how tough they come down on dangerous situations like that.
Well, we talk about it being a team effort up here. Everyone stresses, both former and current champions, that it is all a team effort, and at times there is...
Oh dear, let's listen.
At times...
Sorry, Richie.
Yes. I can't hear you.
Listen to this.
This is it.
You've got to stop in the pit bay for 5 minutes. Repeat, 5 minutes.
Well, I can imagine Greg Murphy's reaction. He's side by side with the Castrol Commodore at the moment. Stephen Richards on the inside. Murphy on the outside is continuing to attack, but he will be shocked by what he just heard on the radio.
Guys, I can tell you this has been brewing for a good couple of laps now. I've been talking to the officials, and they have decided to apply this penalty, but it's not going to be added to their race time. As you heard on the radio just then, they're going to force Murphy to come in to pit and to serve this penalty for 5 minutes. He can't believe it. He's on the radio talking to the team. He cannot believe that this is going to happen, so he's coming in for 5 minutes. He will stop at the Kmart pit bay for what will seem like an eternity for a pit lane infringement.
Look at this battle for second position. Mark Scaife ranging up on the outside of the Castrol Commodore. And Greg Murphy just being in disbelief. 5-minute penalty, and there's no point in trying to add it to his race time. That would cause far too much confusion. They want him to serve it out now, sitting in pit lane for more than 2 laps worth of race time.
Fuel problems cost them the Queensland 500 when they basically ran out of fuel, if you like. Todd Kelly and Greg Murphy, while they had it in the bag, and we're on board now in the Kmart Commodore, the face of a very disappointed Kiwi. And now a mix-up with the fuel pump is going to cost them 5 minutes of race time. Smack bang in the middle of this race while they're in second position. Can you believe it?
It's going to drop them down at least 2 laps. The shattering news for Greg Murphy. The officials, Paul Radisich, they do come down tough on safety issues. We saw some dramas early on when they encouraged the team to get helmets and things when the pit stops were first starting, but now that fuel going everywhere, that's unprecedented.
Yeah, it is, but gee, 5 minutes. Stop and go, fair enough, but 5 minutes? First time I've ever heard of that, but you know, that's what they've decided, and that's what he's going to have to serve, and poor old Murphy's going to be gutted because 5 minutes is just unbelievable.
It's going to be the longest 5 minutes sitting still inside a race car.
It's going to be 5.5 by the time he comes through and basically completes the drive-through penalty because he has to knock it back to 40 k's there. So all this time is added. Remember, he's got to sit, from what I understand, in the pit bay for 5 minutes. Time starts now.
Boy, oh boy.
Might as well get out and have some lunch because
what a great roast.
Yeah, he is. I mean,
well, Murphy's out of the car, guys. He is fuming. He came down pit lane and he said, look, this is crazy business. Might as well put the car out the back. They're telling Todd to get in the car. No, he's going... I think he's going to take use of the facilities here. But he is fired up.
That's too tough. That's, to my mind, is ridiculous. You know, I know safety is one thing, but I can't comment if anybody got injured or not, but it seemed like they cleared it up, and, you know, to serve that type of thing, I mean, is just too tough.
It's an awfully long penalty. That effectively puts them right out of the running, not just back, but 2 laps behind.
We're half race distance now, and yet another major contender has been KO'd here at Mount Panorama. It's looking good for Castrol Perkins, and sandwiched in between them at the moment on the track, of course, Mark Scaife.
This crew, Woodsy, has been flawless throughout the first 8 rounds of the championship. The first 9 rounds, in fact, their pit stops have been slick, and look at Murph. He's fuming, absolutely furious. He knows that his shot at this title has gone. 5 minutes is an eternity to be sitting there with nothing happening. And of all places, Mount Panorama. That's the story of Greg Murphy. He's just sitting there, biding his time, doing his time, serving the penalty. There's nothing he can do when the stewards say it. And he's going off the Richter scale. So Greg Murphy in car number 51 out of contention. Car number 15, Ivan Muller and Andy Prio. There's the other Kmart Commodore still out there on the road, down in 15th position at the moment. And this is our race leader, Stephen Richards, in car number 16, has taken over the seat from Russell Ingall. Richo started the race. Ingall did the next stint. And now Stephen is back, a 2-time winner here at the Mountain. The best performer of the Castrol Commodore team in his first season under Larry Perkins. He's 6th in the championship. First drove here at the Mountain in 1995, and he's had a great year. He'll take over the lead role at this team next year when Russell Ingall moves on and Larry Perkins gives it away for the full-time drives. Stephen Richards has been so comfortable and so consistent this season.
Tell you what, you can't take your eyes off Larry Perkins though, Matty. 6 times Bathurst winner. He's just sitting in behind there in 3rd place.
And look who's behind Richards right now, Mark Scaife. So it seems as though as we go past the halfway mark now of this race, it's starting to get very serious into race mode. The safety cars have slowed us down. The pit strategies have started to unfold. Some have come a cropper, a lot have been bitten hard by the Mountain. Murphy's copped it from the stewards. That's put an end to their race, and you can see the work here of a 4-time Australian Touring Car Champion, Mark Scaife.
Paul, maybe you can talk us around and just explain what's going on here in the footbox.
Well, Mark's got it well under control there. He's just, when you watched him in qualifying, his feet were dancing through the pedals at the moment. He's just keeping them nice and relaxed, and this corner here onto the back straight is very, very slippery, and you've got to sort of apply the power nice and smoothly. You saw Mark there, he sort of took a couple of stabs at it and just jumped on it because it's so important to keep the top speed up, all the way down Conrod Straight.
I guess people will be shocked to see him pulling up 6th gear there without even lifting off the throttle or touching the clutch pedal.
Yeah, well, it's, you know, it's change up without the clutch, and you need the clutch coming down, of course. Mark's got a great technique where he goes from 5th back to 2nd, and believe me, it takes a bit of practice, that does, but he's definitely mastered that.
Bit of traffic now as Scaife brings it around Murray's corner, and Stephen Richards is caught up with the 2 cars in front of him. One of them's Larco's Orcon Ford Falcon. The other one just can't make out at the moment, but this is a great onboard shot. Take you screaming up the front straight here at Mount Panorama. This is what it's like to hit turn 1. It's car 15 that's in the way there. Andy Prio and Ivan Muller. Scaife comes alongside the Kmart Commodore. He's only got eyes for the rear of the Castrol Commodore in front of him. Positions 1 and 2.
All the while, Larry Perkins just hovering back there, about 2 seconds behind this pair. 6 times Bathurst winner, teamed with Paul Dumbrell. Excellent mix of youth and experience. Rick Kelly in 4th place in the Holden Young Lions car.
Let's go down to the Kmart. Rusty, look at that. 5 minutes pretty much bang on the minute right now.
5 seconds just to go now, Matthew, and Greg Murphy has been absolutely fuming the entire 5 minutes. I couldn't actually talk to him, just to clear something up for you. No one is actually allowed to touch the car during that period of time. Not even the team could work on it. I know Murph got out of the car, but we're not even allowed to talk to him. That's the rules from the officials.
Wow. Well, we really didn't need to hear what he had to say. The body language told us everything. Greg Murphy's challenge, along with Todd Kelly, has been stalled to the tune of 5 minutes.
Richo will stick on. Now back in pit lane, Craig Baird is consulting with Peter Brock. There's still engine temperature problems there for the 05 car. We hope they can solve that and at least keep him in the race. Of course, he's going to lose a lot of track position as a result of this. The second time they've had the bonnet up.
Pressure's quite steady with the engine off, very steady. What's the temp at now? 105, 97 for the oil.
24th position.
See, it's got pressure, so it's not leaking internally, so maybe the radiators did something wrong with that.
Here's Tony Longhurst, currently running in 7th place, handily placed in the better electrical Ford. Well, his teammate Max Wilson back there in 10th, so there's 2 in the top 10.
And that leaves both of last year's champions, Mark Scaife and this man, Tony Longhurst, well and truly in the running to make it a double now in separate cars. Longhurst, of course, jumped alongside Mark Scaife last year and piloted a pretty famous victory. Now he's in a Ford Falcon, the better electrical number 66 car. Tony Longhurst, a 2-time winner at the Mountain. That's the entry of Darrell Beattie and Tyler Mecklem. And Konica Bend claims another victim, car number 14, the Imrie Motorsport car. It's in a pretty precarious position.
Mecklem's
and it's
having
a
the
bit
wheel
of a wreck on the right-hand side, so he's hit that fairly hard, Tyler.
I don't think Darrell's going to get another stint somehow.
It's going to be another safety car too, I'd say.
Yeah.
That car well and truly jammed up against the wall.
Under yellow conditions, so safety car conditions. It will come out. There's Rick Kelly in 02. He is up to 3rd position.
This has been a great drive for the young Lions. Pretty as quick as well. Good combination.
A great combination, aren't they?
Stayed out of trouble. That's a big thing up here, isn't it?
Yeah, well, Rick Kelly, I mean, that's a pretty old head on young shoulders. He's only 19. And he really has drove such a mature race so far, both himself and Nathan Pretty.
Some big raps on Rick in the paddock, isn't there, amongst the old hands?
For sure, and just like Mark said, a lot of it's got to do with the fact of his maturity. He's just 19 years of age, and he's had 1 top 10 finish this year in his first full-time drive of a V8 supercar. Qualified in 13th position and took it up to 6th position in the shootout. He showed a lot of guts around the mountain, Rick Kelly. So car 15, the other Commodore out of the Kmart crew, comes in for a clean pit stop this time.
The Europeans, Prio and Muller.
Van Muller, and that's Tyler Mecklem going in backwards into the bend.
I'll tell you another car that's done extremely well, and that's in 8th position, Greg Ritter, and no less than Alan Jones. So the Shell Helix team has still got a card to play in this race.
Well, these cards are falling against Peter Brock. That was him sitting in pit lane, still down to 25th position now.
There's Ritter.
And the longer he spends in there, the more positions he's dropping. Car 18, Greg Ritter and Alan Jones. What a find Greg Ritter's been for the Shell Helix team this season.
How long is it going to be before someone at Ford Motor Company or one of these Ford teams gives Greg Ritter a full-time drive in a V8 supercar?
He's made very few mistakes, hasn't he, in his chances? Quite nicely, thank you, under the circumstances. Back in 11th position, at least that was the position before they made their pit stop.
Gee, they're fighters, aren't they? They're survivors of the Glenn Seaton team. This is John Clellan and Tim Lay. Remember, Clellan was partnered with Brad Jones last year when they finished second on the mountain. And look at the race tape all over the 888 Aussie Mail Ford XR8. It's all pieced together. Oh, dear. Fuel leak, another fuel leak in Peter Brock's car. They're onto that one quickly as well. And both drivers, like you say, are getting out of the way in a hurry. So the troubles continue for 05. They've had temperature problems, some radiator problems, and now a fuel leak out the back of the 05 Commodore. Up to the top of the mountain we go under safety conditions, and I think Craig Lowndes can hear us, who's leading the Ford charge at the moment in 6th position. You got us, Lowndesy?
Yes, I have.
Nice and sunny up there, is it? How are the conditions? You've probably got the best view of all.
It's actually not too bad. The weather actually has turned quite nice, and really for us it's just a matter of circulating around and keeping out of trouble.
Your strategy, Craig, with the team, you seem to be pulling in at exactly the same time as car number 1 pulls in.
Yeah, the car itself is good on its fuel. It's just a matter of seeing how much speed we can get out of it, but really for us the economy of the car is just as exactly what we expected. So now we just got to see if we can catch these 4 or 5 guys in front of me.
We'll let you get back to it, mate. Thank you for having a chat and enjoy the rest of the race. Craig Lowndes behind the wheel of the green-eyed monster with Neil Crompton. They're holding down 6th position at the moment. Peter Brock is once again strapping in. Look at the mess that they've created there, and Craig Baird helps him. Grant Daniel, what's going on?
Yeah, well, we've already had one fuel situation here today, and yet another one when Peter Brock came in to have a look again at his overheating car and especially try and repair that radiator. They decided to refuel the car while it was sitting there, and I think over the time that it was there, the fuel's obviously been up to capacity and it's expanded and then come out through the valve, and it's just really leaked quite substantially. Several, 10 litres or so have leaked down the pit lane, causing quite a concern for the rest of the pit base who are trying to come in and make the opportunity to stop under this safety car. But Brocky actually had to get out because of the fire risk. But he's now getting back in the car. It is fired up, and let's hope that at least now these cooling problems are all over and he can get on with finishing this race.
Yeah, well, Bertie, spectating's not normally your game, but that's what it's been reduced to, unfortunately, this afternoon.
Yeah, we were going pretty good thrusting. The car was consistent, and basically our aim was to plot around, but Tyler's obviously had a drama up the end of Mountain Straight and backed it into the wall, but that's racing.
Have you enjoyed your week here at the mountain? What's your first four-wheeled experience here been like?
It's obviously a big change to Queensland, obviously a lot more difficult, but I think now I've just grown in more and more confidence in the car and getting the feel for it. Would have been nice to do more, but let's hope I can get back.
What can we expect in 2003, do you think?
Hopefully Darryl Beattie will be driving a Konica car. We're working on that pretty hard now, so I'd love to do the Konica series next year and just build on that.
Good on you, mate.
Thanks.
Darryl Beattie there talking to Greg Rust, and it's the end of the day for Dags. Wish him well in his future four-wheel career. Just update you, especially our friends at TV1 across the Tasman who are interested to know that car right there, the Team Kiwi car of Jason Richards and Simon Wills, has been one of the real good performers today. Started from 37 on the grid, and they're now up to 15th, so 22 places in the first few and a half hours of this race. They're holding on to a good position at the moment. They had their dramas last year, didn't they? The Smash Repair team had to fix them up, and here comes the Ron Searle entry. Car number 59 is getting some manpower instead of horsepower, pushing it up pit lane. Don't forget to join us in Pukekohe in New Zealand in a couple of rounds' time for the second time. The V8 Supercar Championship will be going offshore. It was great to go there last year. It's going to be awesome to be back, and maybe Greg Murphy can have some more luck as they do some work. Just while we've got the opportunity, might welcome all our viewers around the world through Speed Channel in the USA, Motors TV in France, Greenlight TV in the Isle of Man. We're being watched in Dubai with the Dubai Sports Channel, Channel 5 in the UK. Hello to you. ABC Digital right throughout Asia Pacific, full coverage. through Indonesia, PNG, Taiwan, Malaysia, Singapore, China, Hong Kong, Japan, Thailand, Vietnam, of course, across the Tasman on TV1, Argentina and South Africa. Hello to the world from Mount Panorama. Hope you're enjoying the Bob Jane T-Marts 1000. Oh no, what on earth has happened to the Pertec Ford? They've just gone out there without the front quarter panel. That happened a lot earlier. I thought they would have taped it up, but car 4 has had its dramas today, hasn't it? Paul Wheel is in the cockpit of that car.
Going back to green flag after this one, I believe. And there's the stormy skies. We've heard a report from some of the teams that thunderstorms are due here sometime between 2:30 and 4 o'clock this afternoon. Had them right across the western slopes and plains of New South Wales. This time I'd like to introduce, very honoured to introduce 2 times Bathurst winner John Goss. He's also driving the medical safety car today. John, it's fantastic to have you up here. Isn't this a fantastic event?
Mark, it is, and I can't tell you how impressed I am and really thrilled that you asked me to come up and make some comment. I mean, the reality of our viewpoint here is just phenomenal.
Yeah, you're driving the medical car in the event as well. It's still an involvement at Mount Panorama, even though you're not racing these days.
No, I'm not racing at the moment, but and haven't for a while. But I was asked to come up and support the Meditrack squad, and as you know, there's a good team of specialist doctors and nurses there working in conjunction traditionally with ambulance and paramedics, and it's a world-class facility. We're trying to enhance it and get a bit of focus on it, you know.
Terrific the support we have around the country. We're just about to go back to green flag racing conditions. We have some messages that have been sent in from some of our viewers, and we'll get to that in just a moment. We're about to go back to racing, I believe.
Yeah, we've got a question I'm sure that John Goss can answer for us through our SMS chat service. But before we get to that, let's get back to business at Bathurst. The Munro safety car pulls away. That lets the field loose, and now we've got a restart. Car number 1 goes across the line in first position and begins lap 91 out of 161. Mark Scaife is behind the wheel. Stephen Richards is second. Everybody through in a single line, nothing rash at this moment. So many times you see problems the lap after a safety car. Scaife is first, Richards, Stephen, that is second in car 16. Third is Rick Kelly. What a performance from the youngster. Bright and Mazira in 4th. Larry Perkins, car number 11, in 5th, and the best of the Fords at the moment is Lowndes and Cropton in 6th position.
Well, there's 3 Fords in there too. Oh, there's one in trouble here. Mundy in the Actron Air car. He's running wide up through Conacher. This gives the cars a bit of racing room on the inside as they come across the top of the mountain, getting back to full race speed. Been a long time behind the safety car. The battle at the top. It's all Commodores there at the moment. Scaife, Richards, Kelly, Bright, Perkins, Lowndes, the first of the Falcons in the 00. Black and silver car. Tony Longhurst the next best, then Greg Ritter. So there's 3 Fords together there toward the back of the top 10.
Those 3 boxes that you saw indicate that the respective teams have completed all of their pit stops as Russell Ingall gets ready in the Castrol Perkins Commodore garage. The cars come motoring down now through the S's towards the dipper, and then Forest Elbow. They take aim at Conrod Straight. Scaife, Richards, Rick Kelly, a flash of red as 3 Holden Commodores lead the way, the top 3, and behind them another couple of generals as well. Jason Bright in car 2 and Larry Perkins in car 11. Look at the blinding speed before they hit that kink to take them through the Caltex chase.
John Goss, I guess we might ask you some of these questions that have been sent in on our SMS service. Robbo28 asks, and I guess this is an emotive question, what does the mountain mean to race drivers?
Well, I was listening to Peter Brock the other day. I was with him in Darwin, and he was interviewed since then, and as Peter said, it's just an inspirational place. Anybody that's ever competed here can never forget it. It's one of the true race circuits, road race circuits of the world, no doubt about it. There's elevation, contour, negative camber, every damn thing, and usually, of course, there's a little bit of weather.
Well, there sure is. That first victory you had back in 1974, that was a marathon race. It went for something like 8 hours. It was almost night time by the time the race finished.
Yes, it was, and we had a lot of, at times on that day, we had sun coming into the cockpit, you know, but the windscreen was already muddied up from rain before. But it was a great day, and of course, you don't forget days like that. Kevin was able to bring the car home. Ford and Alan Moffat joined us to assist with our strategy. We were tired towards the end of that long day, but we brought the Ford home, and it was a wonderful feeling.
Sure was.
John Goss, a winner here at Bathurst in 74 and 85. Thanks for stopping by the commentary box and answering a few of our questions, John. An absolute pleasure and a privilege to have you up here. Let's get down to pit lane. Got some more action going on there.
David Bernard from Ford Credit taking a bit of a break. How are you going?
Yeah, not too bad. Is that Ford Credit or Caltex Haviland?
Yeah, it's a bit hard to try and sort of comprehend it, isn't it?
Today it's Ford Credit, but yeah, normally the Caltex Haviland car. But no, we're going really well. We've just stopped again for fuel. No one else did. Just to top her up, we've been leading the last little part of the race, the last bit of my stint. And we're on a really good strategy, actually, with any car now that can do it in one more stop. So I'm going to get back in the car then. It'll be close, but we should get to the end.
So you'll finish it. This is your third Bathurst, isn't it? And you haven't finished at this stage.
No, that's right. I guess for some different circumstances, I've never actually crashed a car here, but my teammates have, and that was nearly the case again. No fault of Wayne Gardner's, but that was nearly the case again this weekend. We nearly didn't start, and then I got the offer with Ford Credit, and here I am. We're in a really good position at the moment, so let's just see if we can do it.
All right, and you were rehydrating. Can you just tell us exactly what that means?
Yeah, Ford have got a really great setup. They've got some really good doctors. They follow the series around. If we need anything, they're there for us. Because I'm getting back in the car, I've already done quite a long stint. It's vital that I've got as much energy as I can get. I'm rehydrated and all of that, so I'm feeling pretty good right now, but I think at the end of it, I'll certainly be looking forward to a game of golf at Sanctuary Cove.
Well done, man. Good luck.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, David.
It's a credit to David Bernard's professionalism that he can jump from one car to another, and also a credit to his sponsors. This is a multi-million-dollar business, and Caltex Haviland are supporting him all the way, and also Ford Credit Racing have looked after him here this weekend. They made sure that he could get a drive. Those green boxes there indicate that car 66, car 18, car 29, 65 and 40 in that group have all made all of their pit stops, including Seaton and Bernard. And you just heard from David, he's going to take it out to the finish and give it a crack, maybe, of becoming the first to do the Queensland 500 Bathurst double.
The smartest thing they did there, Matty, is they came in under that last safety car. Their last stop was lap 79. They came in on lap 89. Just 10 laps later, topped up again. They're doing what the Stone Brothers did here in 2000. They're topping up the car. And as he said, there's an opportunity now to go through with only one more fuel stop. They're going to need a couple more safety car periods to do it. But these safety car periods are coming thick and fast. It's going to be close, but they may be able to go through with only one more fuel stop, and that's going to put them in a very competitive position.
Well, is this the end of the 05? Commodore Peter Brock has just jumped out of the driver's seat, and there's not a lot of action going on down there in the Team Brock pit. On lap 93 of 161, they've certainly had their dramas. It's been a wild ride for Brock and Craig Baird just throughout this week, walking around Mount Panorama, the 9-time Bathurst champion. At the moment, it looks as though this charge has come to an end. 30 years to the weekend, if you like, since Brocky first won this race back in 72. There he is with wife Bev.
If he doesn't get a checkered flag here today, there'll be a riot.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's looking good, Woodsy.
And that is definitely a safety car situation.
He's facing the wrong way. We'll see exactly what happened. Got turned around by car 888 behind him and smash.
Big time. He got helped on his way by the Aussie Mail car. Let's have another look at this from another angle. And
right there.
Boof. Thank you. Oh. As you can see, there's no room for error. Mount Panorama bites, and it bites hard when you get offline. There's concrete walls. Very unforgiving.
Jeff Full and Mark Porter took over that drive in car number 43, which is Paul Wheel's regular championship car. The DuPont sponsored car. And the K&J Thermals Ford, of course, they finished 18th at the Queensland 500, their first drive together up there at Willowbank, and now this one's come to a close. It's come to an end, and I just hope Mark Porter, who's behind the wheel, is okay, because he's been stuck in the cockpit for a while, probably because he can't get his door open to get out. Mark Scaife comes in, and Stephen Richards tags him along.
Bang on target. This is the third of the scheduled stops. The safety car's fallen right in their lap again. So compulsory stops, a battle between the pit crews here. Now Well, it's interesting. A lot of these lead cars, Lowndes, Scaife, Ambrose, Perkins, they've all chosen to leave their brake pad change till later in the race, and they're doing the pad change now. And that's not a bad strategy because everyone wants their cars in tip-top shape for that last 20 or 30 lap sprint. It always happens here at Mount Panorama. You want to have your car in the best condition possible to drive it as hard as possible. And for that, you want a nice, meaty brake pedal. So a lot of the leading teams leaving their brake pad changes till around the 100-lap mark. Grant?
Yeah, of course, the Ellery team, the Supercheap Auto, are electing to do their pad change right now. Also a driver change too, young Luke Hewlin getting in, and boy, isn't he in some form at the moment. Of course, yesterday winning the Konica race, and really one of the stars of the future who is yet to pick up a full-time drive. That's a reasonable stop too for this team. He's still trying to recover from that incident this morning with the rat, but still some minor hiccups on the front left wheel.
Gee, the Castrol team did well to get him out that quickly.
They sure did, Mark, because they've gotten out in front of Jimmy Richards, and so has the 0-0 car. Neil Crompton now at the wheel of that one. So there's been a bit of a change there in terms of positions during that pit stop.
That really was a battle of the pit crews, wasn't it? We all came flying in together. That's when it's so critical.
You could hear the roar, Rusty, couldn't you, from the main straight crowd?
0-0 was the big winner there.
Look at 0-0 jumped about 5 places in the pits. Incredible stop.
Really slick. They'll go around and complete this lap, and that will adjust all the timesheets. But with Neil Crompton now at the wheel of the green-eyed monster, and the truck safety car still out there, of course. The truck just cleaning up the mess. It's way there to clean up the mess of the K&J Thermals Ford.
An interesting equation here we've just been discussing. Rick Kelly's still out there. He didn't pit when these guys came in, but he's already made his pad change. So if they bring him in out of this queue, he ducks in. He's going to be pretty well positioned as well. Look at that. Great work what the 0-0 Motorsport team to turn that car around that quickly. They jumped up from 6th to 2nd. Just goes to show how those pit crew guys, it is a team sport and they can make or break it.
Well, it wouldn't be Bathurst without a heartbreak story. Now, sadly, Peter, today is one of those stories involving you as you play your own violin.
Oh, yeah, it's overheated, and the guys have checked everything. Our chief engineer, Ron Harrop, said, oh, it could be the impeller on the water pump slipping. I said, you're drawing a very long bow there, Ronnie. Look, I was thoroughly enjoying myself that last stint, particularly amongst the traffic down the back, passing a few cars. I thought, life is good. I enjoyed it.
Now, there's not a lot to salvage now from the rest of this day, but you obviously have very big plans for Team Brock, 2003 onwards. Do you still gain a lot from today?
Oh, very much so. Craig and I were both just chatting about the drivability of the car, how nicely you could actually flow it into the corners and, get some balance and get some speed. And we both agreed that with a couple of corners we didn't have quite the speed of the front row. You're talking HRT here, because he's running with Ambrose and those guys. I thought, this thing's a bit of a weapon. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. I've got some bad news for you. You've just been dealt a black flag for that fuel incident in pit lane 2.
I'm not surprised because, that actually happened. We didn't refuel the car to cause that. That was just the temperature of the fuel rising because the car's parked, because we'd only just refueled it and spilling out. So anyway, that's life. You can't spill petrol, there's no doubt about that.
You did tell me that you were enjoying the stint in there. Considering that you haven't finished here at Bathurst and you are enjoying the moment, could we see you come back again?
Oh, my daughter sitting next to me. She's looking at me expectantly saying, what is Dad going to say? Would he do this again? I never like to say never, because life has always got little twists and turns. And I must say I thoroughly enjoyed myself out there today, but I have no intention of driving again. So situations would have to change.
Well, let's hope it doesn't end here. Thanks for your time today, Peter.
Thank you.
I'm sure that the thousands upon thousands of people who have turned up at Mount Panorama this weekend certainly hope that it's all not over, and we can say thank you to Peter Brock for making this historic weekend just that touch more nostalgic, much more exciting. Awesome to see him back on the mountain. Hopefully he'll come back. Good on you, Brocky. Thanks for being part of a wild ride this afternoon, and our commiserations as 05 parks it in the garage.
What a moment for the youngster ahead of Jason Bright, Tony Longhurst, Paul Morris, Russell Ingle, Neil Crompton, the one to watch for Ford fans right now. Then Scaife, Jones, Seaton and Luff. That's your top 10.
Keep in mind, Billy, these two leading cars, the Young Lions Commodore and Car 2, the Holden Racing Team car, are yet to make their third stops, and they're going to have to come in soon. because they'd be very, very close to their fuel limit. Well, they didn't come in when the other teams chose to come in under that safety car, so they're going to have to pit under green flag unless we get a safety car all of a sudden. They may be hedging their bets, hoping, praying they get a safety car in the next couple of laps, but they can't take it, be out there too much longer, so they're going to run out of gas.
There's Jason Bright with the hammer down behind Rick Kelly, who, if he wins, would become the youngest ever to tame the mountain. Just 19 years of age, Rick Kelly. The youngest before him was Craig Lowndes. Remember him? 1996. He was 22 years of age when he first did it. And Tony Longhurst, car number 66, the winner of last year's great race with Mark Scaife. Understand that there's a 1-minute penalty now being issued to car 888.
Jock Cleland at the wheel at the moment. Second Aussie male Falcon. Incidentally, the white Aussie male Falcon that's in 4th position on the road, as you see it there, just passing, is a lap down. So is the car in front of it, the Blue Falcon.
Let's take a look at the profile there of Tony Longhurst. Lives on the Gold Coast, 45 years of age, but super fit. Made his debut in 1983. Best result, 2 championship wins right here at Bathurst. Did it with Mazera and did it with Mark Scaife. Look who's behind him, Paul Morris. Celebrated his wedding to his longtime girlfriend, Laney.
The order at the moment, Rick Kelly, Jason Bright, but those 2 cars have to come in for fuel very, very shortly. Tony Longhurst is next in the queue. Paul Morris is 4th. Russell Engel 5th. Neil Crompton 6th.
They've done a good job too, the Sierra May Wines crew, with car number 29.
They're also out of sync with these guys on fuel strategy as well.
Yep, they qualified in 14th and he gained an extra 3 positions in the shootout. A charge up the inside from the Pertec Ford, and car 21, Brad Jones, lets him go through. What an afternoon, what a morning, what a week for car 21. They had the ups and downs that reflect this mountain.
You mentioned Longhurst winning with Scaife last year. Paul Morris was 3rd with Scaife in 1999. So a couple of guys out of sync there, as you say, but they've had some very nice memories of this mountain with the man who is still the one to beat here today.
Well, everybody knows this race is being run at a cracking pace, and the drivers are having to respond, obviously driving them very hard, and there has also been a correlation to the reason why so many tyres have had some problems. At least 5 drivers have either had a delamination or a deflation. Now, this is the reason why. It's not because the tyre can't hold up to the job, but more that the drivers are pushing very hard and doing a lot of these. That's a lock up there. That is where the tyre ceases to rotate, going into a corner, and it just rips the tread straight off the top, causing all sorts of problems so far this weekend, Jeff.
It has, certainly. So far, we've had quite a few drivers suffering flat spotting problems. You're only going to get one good go at it before the tyre will flat spot ban.
I'll have to stop you there. We've just heard that Ambrose has just left the circuit.
Okay. Sorry about that, Jeff. We might have a chat to you shortly. And that's right, Brad. Marcus Ambrose went in perpendicular to the Aussie male Forrest Elbow, but he's rejoined the race, so the Pertec Ford car number 4.
I think that tyre's still up. Can you keep going? Just see what that tyre feels like. Give the steering a little bit of a turn from side to side and see if your car feels stable.
Paul Wheel is in the driver's seat there, so
this lap.
And there's more problems for car 21. That happened before Paul Wheel went into that wall. And Brad Jones and John Bow, the Aussie male car 21, just continues to have dramas. They'll have to come in here because there's all sorts of problems with their Ford. But car 4 just keeps going. Don't know what happened there. Apologies to Jeff from Dunlop, who was trying to explain exactly what the story is with all these tyres. As Grant showed you, the flat spotting has been the major problem, and you can understand why. Look at that. It's just chopped it to smithereens. So Jones and Bauer continue to slide down the sheet. Second last year, this man got off to an enormous start.
We've seen a lot of tyre failures today, haven't we? That Conrod straight, and particularly that right front on a lot of different cars.
Well, they haven't held back, have they? They've given everything here a smashing. These cars cop an absolute pounding on any Bathurst, and so do the crew guys.
Well, that could have been dangerous if another car was coming through, but fortunately it wasn't. Intense pressure for these crews here, and it's getting late in the day too. This is incredibly stressful for all the guys here. Even when they're not actually doing a pit stop, they are waiting and watching and wondering.
You've got to remember, race start is 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and what are we now? 2:30 in the afternoon. This will give us a insight into what happened to Paul Wheel. Oh, I think that was the mix-up. That was definitely the mix-up with Brad Jones. Watch this. Both of them will come through together. They got locked up together. That's what happened to the front right of Brad Jones's car, and that's the reason why Paul Wheel ended up staring at the red Aussie Mail sign in front of him at Forest Elbow. So a tangle between the two Fords. Out the front, 19-year-old Rick Kelly is leading this race. Jason Bryant in car number 2, the newest V8 supercar out there. Made its debut just a few rounds ago. It's a brand spanker. Of course, they'll all get new ones next year. Look at the smoke now pouring out of the back of the Pertec Ford out the front. In fact, he'll bring it through the chase. And he's letting the team know that the tyre is rubbing badly.
Please repeat, Paul. Rubbing badly. No, it's okay. I want you to come past the pits again, please. Carry on.
It's always the way, isn't it? The driver tells them something, and the crew tells them something different.
Well, they'll be watching the TV screen as well, so they'll have some idea, of course, from what we're showing them.
Oh dear, Glenn Seaton, no, he's starting to slow down. Rusty, you've got some information?
Things aren't getting any better for the Ford camp, are they, guys? Glenn sounds like he has lost his clutch. It started on the exit of Forest's Elbow. He radioed the team, Ivan Taylor and the boys, and said, look, I've lost sort of drive. It's not responding very well. Now he's limping his way back in.
They're dropping like flies.
There's talk about gearbox on the radio there. We'll see if we can pick up the transmission a bit clearer for you. So they were looking pretty good there, particularly with their fuel strategy.
Temperature of the gearbox is going up pretty well, Glenn. Well, get your guns out, guys.
Keep chopping up the car. Let's have a listen to this radio chat. There's all sorts of stuff going on here. Into the pit lane.
Fuel in, Ivan? Not yet, no. Stands under.
Coordinating this pit stop. They're going to climb under the car and see what's going on there with that gearbox temperature. According to Seaton, it's gone through the roof. So it looks like a terminal problem here for the Ford Credit Falcon.
It's always a dangerous sign when there's no panic in the pit crew. You can tell that they know that that could be, like you say, Mark, a terminal problem. And once again, Bathurst is not the best of places for Glenn Seaton. He'll have to wait another year by the looks of that.
I know there's still 58 laps to go, but there are two teams out there running very, very strongly. One's the better electrical team. You've got Longhurst in third, although that's dependent on pit stop shuffles, and of course Canto and Wilson in position 9. But the Holden Racing team, having lost 2 of their 3 cars in the Queensland 500, are still running strong, with Kelly in first place, Bright in second place, Scaife in 7th place. They are going to be formidable in the run home.
Paul Weisel is with the Holden Racing team. Now, there's some speculation, Paul, there's a massive storm heading this way. What can you tell us?
Yes, we've got Bathurst here on the map. Our wind today's been prevailing from northwest to west, but there's been a lot of activity in the south of us here. About half an hour ago, we had a little blue dot just bounced up south of Bathurst, which has been gradually getting bigger and now has a yellow centre to the whole thing. That means that that's a very heavy, quite a heavy little storm activity there. Now, at the moment, if this westerly prevails, it'll hopefully blow past us, but it depends with the ground wind speed versus the upper levels. If this, we did get warnings about 3 o'clock, there could be a sharp storm around here, so we've got to keep an eye on this one for the next half hour or so.
Thanks, Paul.
Thanks, Mark.
Wally Weisel can get a job as a weatherman, I reckon. He's doing a terrific.
He'll do a better job than us, won't he? Because we've been predicting rain since about 7 o'clock. What's in and hasn't come yet.
Has had very limited time on track, but has done a very, very good job with Rick today. And, of course, in the Queensland 500, where they unfortunately had to stop the race due to an engine problem. But in goes the fuel. And away they go. Smooth for the Holden Racing team. Kelly back out, but has lost, of course, some track position. He'll be down around about 10th and 11th position. We'll see how that shuffles through. And there's still a couple of guys on track at the moment. Brighton, Longhurst and Morris who will probably have to make stops very soon as well. But Russell Ingall is, I think, Matthew White, the effective race leader, even though he's 4th in track position. Is that how we figured it out?
That's how we figured it out, and that puts Neil Crompton, who's behind him, and Mark Scaife, who's then behind the 00. Ford Falcon. Oh, problems for Kevin Mundy's Actron Air entry as he brings it into the pit entry. Another problem involving wheel rubbing up against the guard there and smoke pouring out as per usual. I might just take this opportunity to update you on the cars out. I know that everybody wants to know who's in and who's out. Car number 14, a casualty. That's Darryl Beattie and Tyler Meckler. Car number 17 of Junior Johnson and Paul Radicic out. Andrew Jones, the 3rd Aussie male entry. Car number 20, that's gone. Dougal McDougall, 22, has finished for the day. 34 and 35, both of the Gary Rogers Motorsport cars are out. 43, the K&J car is gone. So too is 87 of Alan Grice and Greg Crick's entry, car number 161. That makes 9 casualties so far, and of course, we started with 38 entries this morning. Kevin Mundy has got the signal from the front, and it doesn't look good. Here comes Jason Bright with his pit stop now, and a driver change as well, Rusty.
Guys, it's amazing how much debris is ending up in the radiator ducts in these cars. It's quite a strong wind around, and we heard that weather update before. Thomas having a little trouble trying to get inside the car at the moment. Now they've changed all 4 tyres, waiting for the fuel to go in. A quick clean of the windscreen so far. 17 seconds gone for car 2, but just doing the maths here, guys. Lap 106, these guys are well placed in terms of strategy, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a day of strategy, and as you'd expect, Rusty, the HRT crew would be right on top of that game. Some have gambled. 40 k's an hour. Some have gambled, some haven't. Some have just laid it straight down the line, and like you say, this puts them in a really good position. What about the performance of this car? 16. Stephen Richards and Russell Ingall, the enforcer.
Well, it's all those cars in that battle. Look at this. This is a real battle going on here. Ingall, Neil Crompton, Jimmy Richards, Paul Dumbrell, Dean Canto, all these guys. Dean Canto's a little bit further back, but all these guys have only got to make one more scheduled stop.
Well, Jason, from a strategy standpoint, how does that stop leave your place now?
Oh, you know, I think it just puts us back in the ballpark with everyone else, and you know, there's a bunch of guys that you know, are in there. We probably lost out a little bit. Car 1 was in front, so they got the preference to stop that last yellow, and we probably lost out a bit there. You know, I think that we'll have another yellow before the end of the race, and it'll all close up. And our fuel window should be bigger at the end of the race. So,
how's it been out there today?
Oh, I mean, the pace is really hot. I mean, that's pretty much as fast as you could go around here. You know, it's on the limit all day because you know that everybody else is going the limit, and sure as hell someone's going to finish. So it's a very tough day.
Cheers, Bridie.
Cheers, Greg.
Well, it's been a very dramatic day in the Pertec car. Paul Wheel copping a bit of a tap there.
Yeah, it was just a bit unfortunate. We lost a lap early on when we had a tyre deflate, and just on the lap that we were coming in to do our tyre change, and when we were leading by a fair bit, the car was really good, and then just got a tap from Brad Jones, as usual, using his head when he's behind people and just running him back up the Fords. He's a great PR machine for Ford, and you know, a good way to knock out other cars when they're in a chance of getting back on the lead lap, and in a chance of, you know, having a shot at the race again. So it'll be disappointing for the Pertec Ford, and especially his own brothers who put so much effort into this car all week, and you know, with the Caltex car not having the running, is disappointing.
It's been a tough day for you, but I've got to ask on another note, if you get a Barra next year, does that make it a wheelbarrow?
Yeah, it could be, mate. Could be. Very good. Very good.
Thanks. I've been working on that one.
Yeah, bad time.
Hard luck.
Thanks, mate.
Well, I think Grant should be concentrating on other things down in pit lane, dreaming up crook gags like that.
I'll tell you what, the boys haven't held back today. I think we've got our next panel for V8 Superstars, the way some of these blokes have been at each other.
Well, there's Russell Ingall just going out of shot. He's putting in the big ones, 2.11.3. That all these guys have been operating in the middle 11s. Look at that Crompton in there, Jim Richards behind him in car 1. So this really is a battle for the lead, because Longhurst and Morris, they're out of sync with these guys on fuel stops. They're going to have to come in.
And Mark, this is worthy of a very big crowd. Sorry to interrupt you, but I just have to break this news. 163,840 people over 4 days. That's up 10,000 on the previous record for Mount Panorama, and today's crowd 57,180. That's up 5,000 as I speak.
Electrical, that's Tony Longhurst, car number 66, is it? Car
65.
So that's Wilson and Canto.
Wow, Canto was running so competitively. He was sitting up there in 6th or 7th position. The other Caterpillar car is involved there too. Look at a collision between the two Fords. And Canto will be devastated. He was running so competitively up there on 7th position with only one more stop to go. He was well in contention for this one.
You can just see the marshal there running to the front and just hitting that red button on the front of the windscreen. That just makes sure that there's no chance of a fire breaking out in that car, and that Dean Canto is safe enough in the cockpit for now to climb out. Thankfully, he's a little bloke and he can fit out that window okay. This is what happened coming up through Falcon Corner at Reed Park. The Caterpillar car number 600, goes right through the wrong way. Now watch Canto come flying up the mountain. He doesn't know what's happening here. He can't see this car. Oh, one of the Castrol cars goes through and misses it, but Canto collects, does he? Oh, he must have just a touch brushed it and got thrown into the wall at the other side.
Let's have a look at this. There it is.
Just collected the rear of Canto's car and bang, into the wall he goes. Out of the race he goes. The end of car number 65.
Well,
look at the debris that's thrown onto the track as a result of that.
Another strong Ford, Matty. That car was looking very competitive there, sitting in behind the Ingle, Crompton, Scaife, Dumbrell battle.
I wonder, Mark, what this does to the pit stop shuffle. We've got Longhurst and Morris out there who were out of sequence, and I wonder if this safety car situation will actually help them, or at least ease the pain of having to make that extra pit stop.
Well,
and that's the reason why the latest one is out. We've had a couple of major pit stops there. On-track position has changed. Mark Osler.
I'll tell you what, we're heading for an exciting finish here, Billy. Paul Morris and Tony Longhurst both chose to peel off and top up their fuel, so effectively those cars are back on the same fuel strategy as the leaders of the race now. Look at the guys who are at the front here that have made all their compulsory stops and only have one more to make. Russell Ingle, Neil Crompton, Mark Scaife and Paul Dumbrell are all in this with a hell of a shake, and these guys have all got to come and make a driver change. Ingle, Crompton, Jim Richards and Paul Dumbrell. What a battle to the end this is going to be.
We're going to try and have a chat with Neil Crompton now. Neil, if you can hear us.
G'day, Bill. How are you?
Good, thanks, mate. Is everything going to plan at the moment, Neil? How is it shaping up?
Pretty well, thanks, Bill. The car's in pretty good shape at this point in time. With it's 3 o'clock. We're getting towards the business end of the race. The behaviour of the Rishosi is very, very good. You can drive the backside of it over the top of a hill. At the moment, I'm a complete lunatic in it, which I'm really enjoying. So, we're probably Richo's sort of threatening there, and he's a very, very good driver and a very good car. Got to keep a bit of an eye out on that. And I haven't quite got the pace at the moment of these two things in front of me with the heavy fuel on, so we'll see what happens.
It's going to be a ding-dong toward the end of this one, Neil. The last 30-lap sprint they always talk about, the two Castrol Commodores, your car, the HRT car. Boy, oh boy, what a sprint that's going to be.
Yeah, it'd be good to watch it. It's just a bit busy in here. It's a bit nerve-wracking in here.
I guess the crew, Neil, has got to get you out there for that sprint as quickly as possible. That's going to be one of the keys, isn't it?
Yeah,
or
really.
Get Craig out, sorry.
Yeah, obviously Craig is a brilliant young driver, and we'll probably slot him in for the last segment of the race, and we'll give it our best shot. The car appears to be going very well at the moment, and but there's lots of weird little things that happen at this place, as you well know, and we've been seeing them unfold all day. But this is not a bad place to be at this point, is it?
Well, good luck to you, mate. Fingers crossed up here.
Thank you. See you all soon.
Neil Crompton.
Well, guys, I'm down here in pit lane with a pretty special guest. Welcome back to Australia, Tom Walkinshaw.
Thanks, it's nice to be back.
So just casting our minds back, I think it was 1986. It was the last time. You've been back here many times, I know, but the last time you raced here was 86, I think it was. So can you recall the action being as good back then? Was it as good as that?
It's a fantastic race today, isn't it? Really quick, and leads changing a lot, so it's been a good race.
From your point of view, from the Tom Walkinshaw Group's point of view, the cars that are campaigning here today under your banner, how are you happy with it? Are you happy with the way things are going?
I think all the Holden cars have done well. Obviously, the Jones Ford went very well in the beginning, but I think the Holdens have come through really strong in the end.
Is it just a flying visit? What are you up to next?
I've got 2 or 3 things on. I've got to go down to Melbourne tomorrow.
Nice to see you, Tom. Thank you.
Nice being here. Take care.
Tom Walkinshaw there with Greg Rust, of course, TWR.
He's had a tough year in the Formula One circuit. He's probably happy to be out here.
But I'll tell you what, he hasn't had a tough year in the V8 Supercar circuit.
Not at all.
Boy, there's some quality cars. We're just looking behind that quartet we were talking about that have all pitted about the same time, all roughly running the same fuel strategy. Thomas Mazira's in there too. Paul Morris rejoined the queue. And we've got a race on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. The top 10 cars now are on the lead lap, and they've all only got to make one more stop for fuel. So this last stop is going to be a crucial decider in this one as we roll out of the pits for the final 30-odd lap sprint.
This is it, isn't it? The final fling. One more stop to go. As Mark said, we've got 10 cars now on the lead lap, so 10 cars in contention. Look at the names in there. Engel, Crompton, Scaife and Richards, Dumbrell and Perkins, Mazira, Jones and Ritter, Wakefield and Morris, Matthew White and Tony Longhurst, and Nathan Pretty and Rick Kelly.
Well, the Shell 17 car went out early, but the Shell 18 car, you can just see it there with Alan Jones, 1980 world champ. Boy, they've teamed up well. Greg Ritter and Alan Jones have done a great job for the Shell squad to keep them well in contention for a Bathurst victory here. You can see them in the queue, but this is the man really set the pace in that stint before the safety car. Russell Ingall really got the hammer down in the Castrol Perkins Commodore. Look at him open it up here on Conrod Straight. See the lights blazing behind him as he tries to open a gap on this field.
He looks pretty relaxed too, doesn't he?
Sure does.
So he should, because Stephen Richards did a great job to start this race. The enforcer jumped in and took control, and you could be guaranteed that it was going to be a good dogfight with Todd Kelly. He gave him a real touch-up and went flying past, and now the Castrol Perkins Commodore is leading the way. They've got 2 cars in the top 4 of the biggest race of the year with under 50 laps to go.
Well, that Kmart car in there is a lap car, of course, the Greg Murphy car that was so heavily penalised for that fuel problem in pit lane. Well, they're out of contention. But there's the VIP Pet Foods Falcon, and boy, haven't these guys done a good job today. They're running 10th. They've got the same amount of fuel. They can go through on one more stop. And they're looking pretty, the little Queensland-based team. And haven't they done a brilliant job today against these big multi-car outfits?
They did. They got it to the end of their own event, the VIP Pet Foods Queensland 500. A little bit of trouble there for one of the Castrol cars coming through. Getting past Murph is Russell Ingall.
No, that's right. That was Murph actually attacking the Castrol car. So he's trying to fight his way back to get a lap back. So he never gives up. These guys sort of serve that penalty. Murphy Kelly car. Todd Kelly at the wheel now after that stop. And they are fighting hard.
Can you believe it? A 5-minute penalty put paid to the day of car number 51. But they're still out there, still hammering away. Alan Jones behind the wheel of car 18. Greg Ritter has done an extraordinary job for the Shell Helix racing team. This season in the limited races, he's had one solo drive, and the Queensland 500 with this man, and now Bathurst, and they've got themselves up there in contention. They're in 6th position. Can they bring it home for Dick Johnson and the crew? In front of him is Thomas Mazira behind the wheel of the car number 2, Holden Racing Team Commodore.
Alan Jones will hand over to Greg Ritter for the final run to the flag. Boy, oh boy, Greg Ritter certainly earned his stripes here. 4th last year in the 1000 driving for the Shell team. Now he finds himself and Alan Jones in an equally competitive position. 114 laps gone of 161. We welcome back to the commentary box Bradley Jones. We were hoping not to see you up here, mate.
I definitely wasn't looking forward to coming up here today, but alas, it wasn't our day.
That broken ball joint that we saw in the suspension, I remember you suffering something like that earlier in the year at Winton or somewhere. Has that been a problem with that car?
To my knowledge, I haven't broken one. So
it was in JB's car.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it's not the sort of thing that usually you have a problem with. So you know, it's pretty tough going. Then later on, I was trying to unlap myself and had a bit of a coming together with Paul Wheel. I hope his dad gets him one of those racecraft books that Frank Gardner wrote in the early 60s. It could help him a fair bit with his career.
Well, he didn't have anything complimentary to say about you a few moments earlier, so you might have a chat with him after.
Yeah, it's a tough race, but at the end of the day, when you start squeezing people into concrete walls, that's not much fun. And my car was probably only about a second lap quicker than his.
Well, how about this battle? I bet you'd love to be out there. The top 10 cars all on the lead lap. They can all go through with one more fuel stop. This one's going right down to the wire.
It definitely is. It's really close. We were running around there trying to get the lap back, and there didn't look to be a lot between the front guys. Everyone's on a slightly different strategy, so it's certainly making for a really interesting race. And seems to me Crompton and Lowndes are looking pretty strong, but I've got to say the Ingle Richards car has looked good all day.
Isn't it awesome? It's just relentless pace that they've got, and they can just turn it on at any time, any track condition, any amount of fuel on board. That car is just consistently quick.
Might also take a moment to speak to another driver down there in pit lane. We've got Glenn Seaton on the line. Seato.
Matty, how you going?
Oh, mate, I'm okay. How are you going? Put it in.
I've got to say, you must be a fair good talent because you're running 8s in the race at the moment. How can you be up there and also still running 8s?
I'm glad somebody has finally picked it, and I'll pay you later. Put it into words for us, mate. This has been another roller coaster ride for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. It's an event that these sort of things sort of weigh up pretty hard on you, but at the end of the day, the gearbox ran out of oil because the oil cooler got knocked off, so how to fix those things, I suppose, is a pretty hard thing, but it's one of those events, 19 years now that I've been here, and my best result's been second, but...
Hey, don't feel like you're Robinson Crusoe, Glenn. That's happened to a few others as well.
Exactly right. You were in a better position probably to win it than I was today, Bradley. It is one of those races that it's quite heartbreaking, isn't it?
It's soul destroying. I've never been so nervous before a race. I reckon I spent 15 minutes in the John before I didn't get enough of the warm-up lap through. But it means so much, and I'm sure you understand, Glenn. It's something that you've watched or come to with your father when you're a little boy, and all you've really thought about is winning this race. And when you get close, or you're in the lead, or you're on the lead lap, and you got an opportunity, it's just soul destroying when it slips through your fingers again.
There's no doubt about that, Bradley. And my father won it in 1965, and he never ever lets me down on that one. He just kept telling me, "You haven't won it yet, son, so don't be cheeky."
Geez, Glenn, it's Mark Osler, mate.
Hey, Mark.
You think about Alan Grice going something like 16 or 17 times before he finally cracked it. I mean, it just proves you have got to keep hanging in there, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right, and naturally it gets harder every year because it's so competitive now, and back from the early days. Yeah, we just got to keep coming back. I'm only 37. I've still got a lot of years. I've actually got a few more years than Bradley.
Well, thanks for talking to us, Glenn. We've got to go to a break now. Thank you for putting that out.
Well, thanks, Glenn. Sorry you had those problems with the car, but we know you'll be back bigger and better in 2003, I'm sure.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. And it's turning out to be a fantastic race when you look at it. At the end of the day, it's going to be one of those sensational Bathursts right down to the last 20 laps.
Sure is. A cracker, isn't it? Glenn Seaton there. Thank you, mate. We'll let you go. You got some parting words, have you, Bradley?
No, there's something going on with this better electrical car. You watch the left-hand rear. It's puffing smoke out the side.
Just been watching that the last couple of laps.
I thought it was fuel coming out the back, but he's got something going on there. I don't know if he's locking a rear or what's going on, but let's stay tuned and see what happens with this car.
This is 29-year-old Victorian Matthew White behind the wheel of the Briggs Motorsport Ford Falcon.
He's getting a little puff. It's like a wheel just dragging on the guard there. He's been doing it the last couple of laps.
Quite possibly that's what it is. It's intermittent, which makes you think it's not a brake, but we need to have a look and see at what parts of the track. Certainly at that point it's getting a bit of load on it, but you think his fuel load's starting to get a bit light.
Let's have a look at this on the Nintendo replay.
Look ahead to the car ahead, and Lounsey's mirror right up against the wall goes flicking off. Looked as though it was something, might have just been a bit of debris, but he certainly got close enough to the wall to throw a little bit of paintwork along the concrete.
Well, he's certainly having a big go, isn't he? The thing is, when you're getting this far into the race, you're feeling pretty comfortable. You come in through Reed Park there, you get off the brake, you get on the throttle, and from the apex to where he almost glanced the wall, you're flat and you're really, really committed. So that must have been a plastic bag or something. I think he's still got the mirror on his car.
Neil
but
he's pushing hard.
Yeah, it is, Neil, and he's using all the road, which of course you would be if you had Mark Skate behind you.
Well, they're beautifully placed at the moment, aren't they? This last stop, and all these cars come in for their last tank of gas, is going to be fascinating, because you saw the 00 Motorsport team, they jumped from 6th to 2nd in that last stop just by slick pit work.
And really,
to do it again.
Yep, and that's what it's all about here. You've got to have everything going for you. You know, that 51 car. It's been quick all day, but they had a problem in the pits that puts them out. So slick pit stops make a big difference.
That is showing Mark Scaife on the timing monitor. It's actually Jim Richards in the car, and it's been causing us havoc up here every time you look at the screen. They haven't changed it over, but it is Jim Richards in the car.
And it is Neil Crompton in the green-eyed monster. In front of him is Russell Ingall down the road a little bit, and he's got position number 1 in car number 16 as we go on board. The number 1, a look at the 6-time Bathurst winner of Jim Richards.
How cool is this guy? 55 years of age, and he's just as quick and as sharp and as determined as he's ever been.
That's exactly right, and really it doesn't matter whether it's Mark Scaife or Jim Richards. One thing's for sure, if either of them behind you, you know all about it. Have a look, he's just smooth. It makes it look so easy.
Isn't he cool in the car?
He looks like he's driving down to buy the milk and bread.
Yeah, here's Russell Ingall, our race leader, car 16.
Jesus, when he jumps on the brakes, his eyes pop up. It looks like he's going to jump into your lap, doesn't it? It's amazing.
This is the typical Perkins Engineering performance at Mount Panorama. There's 2 cars here in contention for the win. The boss, Larry Perkins, and Paul D'Umbrella running back there in 4th, not far behind this car. It's only a gap of about 5 seconds.
And when you think about it, whenever they do a pit stop, the Larry car, the number 11 car, has to wait an extra lap. So he keeps on coming from the back. They're doing a very, very good job with that car. And really, Perkins Engineering, got to take my hat off to them. They've done the business today so far, haven't they?
Looking over Russell Ingall's shoulder as he comes up toward turn 2.
Have a look how messy that windscreen is.
I guess this time of the afternoon, Brad, that rubber, those marbles that people talk about, starting to build up off the racing line.
It does.
It can be treacherous, I guess.
Well, it is. And the thing is, you look at Russell's nice and smooth with the wheel. He's very comfortable with the car, which is what's happening about this time of the day. You have a lift here, back on the throttle before you get to the top, changes gear, about where he is now, run down into Reed Park, touch of the brake, turn the car in flat. He's across here. The car is certainly honking. Have a look at 187 Ks. You're turning in your apex quite late in Reed Park, up onto the curb and across Skyline. Back a gear, squirt of the throttle on the brakes, back another gear. Another little squirt of the throttle, a bit more brake. On the throttle hard, down through the dipper, up into 3rd, onto the limiter. Nice and hard onto the limiter. Brake, another squirt of the throttle, back on the brake. Back to 2nd, turn it in, and you're flat through Aussie Mail curve, heading down on the Conrod.
No shortage of speed here. These guys have been consistently lapping in the 2-minute 11s this late in the day.
It is. It's a very fast pace. And really, what you think he's looking, what's he doing now? 260 Ks, he'd get up around 290 at the end of the straight. Now he's talking on the radio to his crew, or he's having a look at the gauges, having a drink on the brakes. Back into 2nd gear. The car retards in speed so much coming into the chase that you can't go back through every gear. You usually hook down 2 at a time. That's how fast these cars pull up.
You went the distance last year, Bradley, and as we take a look now at 5 hours and 15 minutes of racing, and Russell brings around another nice clean lap. You just saw physically what you had to get through mentally. What's going on?
Yeah, he'll be feeling a bit of pain at the moment. He'll be starting to cramp up a little. You need to drink a lot, and he'd be feeling the pain.
Well, guys, I'm down here in pit lane. They're having a conversation I hope never had to have. And Greg, you better just choose your words wisely here. Tell us what went on.
The most despicable act I've ever witnessed in motorsport. I just have no fathom whatsoever on what went through whoever's mind that made that decision. But I've never seen anything like it. I mean, I've never heard of a penalty like that in motor racing in my life.
Someone was saying before that if you cast your mind back to other incidents that have happened here at Bathurst, say for example, I think it was '99 when the boom came down for Stone Brothers. What happened then? There was no penalty issue that I can recall.
They didn't get a penalty. There was nothing. I mean, I'm just dumbfounded. They've completely and utterly ruined our race, and obviously whoever makes the decision didn't want us to win, so they've pulled us out of it, and there was their opportunity. It's just, I'm disgusted, absolutely disgusted. I just cannot believe it.
Might leave it there.
Yeah, not a bad call, Rusty. Don't want to dig a hole for himself, but you can see the emotion there. It's just what it's like, Brad, isn't it? You get so wound up about it.
And it's understandable. Let me tell you, it's soul destroying when things start to go wrong for you.
Particularly hard for Greg Murphy, who was in the car, I guess, given the signal to drive off.
But there are still a round of pit stops to go. 122 laps down. We're on lap 123 and riding with Luke.
Yeah, did a great job yesterday in the 30-lap Konica race to win that one in the Super Cheap Autos car, or the car prepared by Super Cheap Autos. got him in the groove for this one, but things haven't fallen their way this afternoon. They're sitting back there, a lap down on the leaders, 12th spot.
So have a chat to some more drivers before we get to the last stage of this race. I'm sure Rusty's got a very smiley, happy, cheery, and probably a little nervous Craig Lowndes with him.
He's in a brand new race suit and ready to go. Now, are you going to do the final stint, or is it going to be Cromley?
No, I just like walking around the crowd in this because people recognise me. We're going to obviously see what we can do. Neil's very comfortable in the car, but we just got to wait and see. But the plan is for me to jump back in.
But is it a case of playing it by ear at the same time, depending upon what transpires over the next few laps?
Well, it does. Really, the weather's going to play a big part. As you can see, the wind's very strong. There's a lot of cloud coming over. There is supposedly predictions of rain, but whether that comes, I'm not sure.
It's been little by little for 0-0 Motorsport today. You've just chipped away, and you're in the box seat come the end of the race, aren't you?
Well, we are. Last year, I guess I was too ambitious, and I attacked it too early, especially in the wet conditions. This year, we probably didn't have the fastest car, but we've just all got together. We understood what we need to do, stay out of trouble, and be there at the end.
Back and watch that telecast. Hang on to the helmet.
I will. Thanks, Rusty.
If there's one thing better than the box seat, I guess it's the front seat, and Russell Ingall has it at the moment. Soon, Stephen Richards will take over in car 16. You're down there in pit lane, Richo. I guess you're very content at the moment, although you'd be looking at that charge of the green-eyed monster.
Oh yeah, no, there's no doubt about that. I'm sitting back here, Matty. I haven't got many fingernails left at the moment. It's getting down to crunch time, that's for sure. But Castrol, Perkins, Holden, Commodore's gone faultlessly all day, so we're just waiting for a few more laps, and I'm going to get back in the car.
Steve, you better look out for Bill here, by the way. Well done so far, mate. You better look out for Dad. He's not that far behind you.
No, you're dead right, Billy. I mean, hey, really, there's still probably 5 or 6 cars that have a shot of winning this thing. So we just got to hang around. The guys have done awesome pit stops all day, and just see what happens, really.
He's actually just passed, Dad's just passed Cromley to take second spot. So he's actually second in the race now behind your co-driver Russell Ingall. So very interesting finish unfolding here, mate.
Can you bring it home from here, Richo?
Oh, mate, just got to get in the car and go as hard as I can and see if we've got the pace. It would appear that in the earlier stints the car has got the pace, so try and be mistake-free and see what happens, but it's going to be bloody tight.
Have a crack, mate. We're looking forward to it. Stephen Richards there. Thanks for joining us, and we'll let you prepare now for your next stint, the final stint. There seems to be a plastic bag on the intake of the 0-0 Motorsport. In this front. Just try and get a closer shot of it. Front intake, I don't think it'll cause too much problems, but it's too risky. Oh, well, it is too risky. There you go, Jim Richards. Shot past the car.
There it is.
There it is, yeah.
Gee, they're taping them up in the warm-up this morning when it was very cold, but you don't want that now.
Driver change. You can hear him shouting at Neil Crompton, just so he can understand as he zooms alongside the 05 Commodore, which is still out there. Still out there, Brocky and Craig Baird are determined to make sure they just keep going around and satisfying the fans. And it's all good news for us. This is out in the front, a real battle. Watch your pit lane entry. Has to be so careful here. Any mistakes can cost a lifetime. There's no limit in here. He'll back it right down and just be careful. Cromley brings it through that tough pit entry. Now pit lane speed, 40 kilometres an hour. Standing by is Craig Lowndes to take over.
Gee, they'll be praying for a safety car here too. Judging by that, that's about 3 or 4 laps early in terms of fuel mileage.
Look at all the junk that he clears out the front splitter there just to make sure that there's nothing.
They're going to put a full tank of gas, but it still works out about 3 or 4 laps short if they run full green to the end. So they're going to have to get a safety car in here somewhere. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very marginal.
Well, this really is not a question of strategy. It's been thrust upon them, but gee, a lot of debris up there.
Oh, full tank of gas gone in. You can see by 24-second fill, there wasn't a lot left in the tank.
Oh, dear. Oh, again. Dear. Another one. Paul Wheel and Marcus Ambrose, car number 4. Another one bites the dust. The front right's gone. It's flapping around like so many before them. These guys are lapped down in 15th position. They've had everything thrown at them today. More shredded tyres. They're going through them at a rate of knots. $1,000 a pop, these ones. And Rusty's down there. What is the story with all this, Rusty?
I don't know, Matty. It's very surprising indeed. Lots of damage to the front end. The last time this happened, they had to change a shock absorber. They don't look like they're going to do that this time around. Marcus is going to stay in the car. And you could hear, just starting back to the 0-0 pit stop before, you could hear the disappointment in Neil Cropland's voice and Oscar Fiorinotto's voice. They had to clear that plastic bag from the intake to the engine. It was too risky. They were worried about overheating the car, and a big question mark over whether the car can economically finish the race without another stop. It looks like they'll need one.
Oh, boy, it's going to be touch and go. If they had a couple of long safety car periods, they may be able to squeak through. Let's have a look at the Ambrose incident again. Tyre failure.
Well, that's exactly the same spot that it happened to in the same car to Paul Wheel. Coming down that same spot, that's where he punctured his. And it ended up doing the same thing. I thought we'd gone back in time there on the coverage, but a different driver, same car, same problem. And now they're stationary in pit lane. They were all geared up, Stone Brothers Racing, to come back and get another Bathurst title. They last did it in '98 with Jason Bright and Stephen Richards. Ambrose and Wheel were so consistent at the Queensland 500. It looked as though they'd be right on the pace, and they were, in fact, but problem after problem. There you go, the list of who's out officially. Car 87, car 20, 17. Both Gary Rogers Motorsport cars of 34 and 35 have bit the dust, so too is 22. Car number 14, Darryl Beattie and Tyler Mecklem. Mark Porter and Jeff Fuller gone. Crick and Skyfleet in 161 are out, and Kevin Mundy in car 56 has finished the day at Mount Panorama. This is lap 126 of 161. And this will give you an idea of just how brutal this place is. A big blow-up from Andy Prio and Ivan Muller.
Oh, looks like a major engine failure. That just let go in a big way, dropped its belly on the road, a ton of oil. And here comes our race leader, Russell Ingall. Relentless pace from the Castrol Commodore team. Look at that, hikes the wheel up in the air. He's not mucking around. 2-minute, 11-second laps, grinding them out one after the other. Here comes Jim Richards in hot pursuit.
Thank you, Mark. Oh, look at this. Disaster. Disaster for Craig Lowndes and the 00 Motorsport Ford Falcon crew. They're coming in. We understand they are parking it in the garage. Oh, look at that smoke out the back, and that's the end of their campaign.
Straight to the garage, mate, was the call. The Holden fans giving him a big cheer. Nothing they like more than seeing a Ford parked in the garage.
A few laps ago, there was a plastic bag caught underneath the front of this car, and we believe that in the space of just 2 laps it heated up the engine so much that they just couldn't get the temperature out of it. And look at the face of despair from Craig Lowndes, in with a shot at another Bathurst title. Meanwhile,
the rain's coming down here. All these cars are still out there on slick tyres. If this rain gets heavy enough to put puddles on the circuit, it's going to be mayhem out there.
Well, there's a lot of broken cloud out there. There's still plenty of blue sky, so it may well blow through, but it is going to be very tricky.
You see the rain on the screen there.
Sets up an extraordinary finish, doesn't it? What happened to 00 Motorsport, Rusty?
Well, I'm down here with a pretty disappointed Craig Lowndes. He manages to put a smile on his face, but the message, I guess, is don't litter Australia. That plastic bag has blown it for you, literally, hasn't it?
We all talk about $2 apart destroying our race here, and plastic bag that's come out of the crowd has covered the radiator and it's overcooked the engine, and that's all that she wrote now. So for us, we'll sit back and relax and watch the rest of it.
Cromley's walked in as well. Neil, just talk us through what happened to you. Was it the temp gauge going off the dial? How did you know that there was a problem?
I got a couple of high engine temperature warnings, Greg, and there was an unbelievable amount of rubbish loose on the mountain because there were like windstorms up there. And a couple of times I tried to dodge them, but you just can't get out of the way of the crap that's up there. And
this is gut-wrenching for you blokes, mate. I know. Sorry, fellas.
Yeah. Well, it goes to prove it doesn't have to be a rock to stop your campaign at Bathurst. It can be something as flimsy as a paper bag.
Well, just when we were talking to those guys, you noticed Jim Richards went sliding off the road at the chase. He went off on the grass, got it back on the blacktop. But now look at all these cars starting to slide. There's enough water on that circuit.
He's not alone coming around turn 1, getting it sideways. Jimmy Richards, 130 of 161. So it means that we're into that crucial last hour of this race. And everyone's getting wobbly as the track starts getting slippery. Russell Ingall is still behind the wheel of car 16. Jim Richards, on board we go with him. And just look at that car as it squirms up Conacher Bend.
These guys are ice skating, there's no doubt about it. The track is starting to get treacherous. Paul Dumbrell to put in such quick laps there. Dropped into the 210s with Russell Ingall a few laps back.
He doesn't take his shades off, does he? He's going all the way up the top of the mountain in rainy conditions. This is the storm that we'd predicted early on. It finally came through. At the moment, it's only light rain, but that's enough to cause havoc around the mountain. Let's take you through this order as it scans across your screen there. First is Ingall and Richards. Second is car number 1, Scaife and Jim Richards. Third, car 11, Perkins and Dumbrell. Fourth is car number 2, Bright and Mazira. And fifth is car number 66 of Tony Longhurst and Matthew White. That is the leading forward in the race.
Look at Paul Dumbrell starting to close hand over fist on the back of the Holden Racing Team Commodore. You can see some more rubbish there on the front of the Castrol car, just on the front of the air intake.
Some wets waiting to go on in pit lane there. And it looks as though it's a bit of newspaper caught up in the front there of the front air intake of Russell Ingall's car down Conrod Straight. Again, this rather bizarre situation as the rain climbs up the mountain, and it's a lot lighter down the bottom of the mountain, but it's certainly coming down now. It's picking up.
Whoops, this is very, very dangerous stuff for these blokes. This is like on greased glass. These tyres have no grip whatsoever when the water starts to get on this circuit to a certain level, and he's continuing. Oh, slick tyres.
It's just got harder in that lap.
You have to wonder at what point do they make the decision to come in. They'd be watching the weather. As I said, there's still plenty of blue out there. The clouds just gathered at the moment right over the top of Mount Panorama.
We just got to sit out, just keep it on the track.
They've been doing it all day, these guys. They've been out in front. And you'll be rest assured, if you're a Castrol Perkins fan or an Enforcer fan, that they won't let rain get in the way if they can help it.
Well, they're still running to a fuel strategy. They have a fuel window they want to meet before they make the run to the flag. You can hear the boys on the radio there. Just keep it going, Russ. Everyone else is in the same position. So just keep stroking it along until we get to that pit stop.
So important are these weather calls that the Aussie Mail Racing Team has employed their own weatherman here this weekend to help out with these indeed calls. Now, Jeff Williams, you're from the Army. What's the diagnosis?
Well, at the moment, the weather that we've got coming over us was over orange 10 minutes ago. And what we have now is it's at Bathurst. Now, it's travelled about 30 kilometres in a matter of 10 minutes. So this rain will go. And from the chart at the moment, it shows that there's nothing really following it up. So there's no point the guys coming in for wets.
So you're advising to stay out at the moment on slicks?
Absolutely.
That's a tough call to have to make for you.
Well, it is. But hopefully somebody else will show a bit of a hair trigger and come on in, and we might pick up a few places.
Thanks for the insight, Jeff.
Just while you guys are talking, probably a very good call from Jeff, because up the top of the mountain again, it's still pretty greasy and quite dark, but I can see that the sun has now peeked through on Stephen Richards' back as he waits down in pit lane for the changeover. Or is that Paul Larry Perkins? It is, I think, waiting to do a change. There it is, LP. But look at the menacing clouds overhead. So another 4 seasons in one day, and we understand hail is now falling. It's starting to pelt down. You think it's like driving on an ice skating rink. Well, now it officially is. It's pelting down here at Mount Panorama. Conditions going from bad to worse to atrocious. The drivers are doing a remarkable job just staying on the circuit. Who will get through all this mess and come out the other side with a sunshiny day and a win at Bathurst? Be careful, all right?
This is the big spot. This is the dangerous one where they have massive pressure on the brakes. The cars have got to pull up very quickly if there's hail. Well, there's the hail. It's in the chase of all places.
They want to stick to their strategy. You can see here they're determined to stay out there. There's hail just falling across the circuit. It's so greasy out there. You could see Russell during that interview with the weatherman almost understeered right off as he came up through the cutting. So this is really testing all his skill and experience. But he's comforted by the fact that his main pursuers are also on slick tyres. They're also sticking to a strategy. There's a shot of the hailstones. So year after year, this special Sunday, weather starts to throw. Now there we are. We're back in sunny conditions again. So it's just a real game of chance here. Here comes car 11, Paul Dumbrell.
He's got a plastic cup cord down the front there as well.
So Dumbrell's coming in. They're putting slick tyres on. Larry Perkins, is he getting in? Yep. Larry Perkins is going to take it to the flag. Paul Dumbrell, it must be said, has done an absolutely superb job out there. He's kept that car in the loop all day and done everything the team could have expected of him.
Outstanding job, and cars 16 and 11, both Castrol Perkins Commodores.
Waiting for the
officially leading this race.
I think Larry might have a contract waiting for Paul when the race is over in that garage. It's not confirmed yet, I think, is it? That
It's already
signed
done.
up for next year.
The deal's done, Woodsy, I'm pretty sure,
done.
and Paul Dumbrell will be part of the Castrol Perkins race team. If he wasn't, like you said before this day, well, you can be guaranteed that he will by the end of the day. Russell Ingall is still out there. The decision to stay out there has proved a crucial one. They kept telling the enforcer, just stay on the black stuff. Stay on the black stuff. We'll work it through, and everybody else is in the same boat as you. All he has to do is keep going forward, stay off the walls.
Shell 18 car. Ritter gets back in. Alan Jones out. They'll take the run to the flag as well. They're all starting to come in for this final stop. Here's our race leader, Russell Ingall. Stephen down Conrod Straight, and it was a good call to keep him out there on slicks. You can see that passing shower and hailstorm has moved on. Sun started to come out on Mount Panorama once again. You can see the slicks going on to the sister car. Larry Perkins is going to take over. I'm sure they'll do the same thing for car 16. And he must be very close to his pit stop. I think he may be coming in this lap.
Another fueling incident. This is car number 46 at John Faulkner. Oh, they got caught up as well.
Boy, and some good cooperation, good communication between the car controller. No, Russell staying out there. Another lap.
Still very greasy down the bottom.
Wee.
He has 18 seconds lead, 18 seconds.
That's the gap, 18-second lead. Not to that man because he's a lap down. That's car number 4, the Pertec entry. Marcus Ambrose behind the wheel, just nursing it around now. 18-second gap between Russell Ingall's car and Larry Perkins's car. So Castrol at the moment are 1-2 in this race. Larry will get behind the wheel. He's already done so. And then you've got Russell Ingall waiting to step aside for Stephen Richards. And in the meantime, his father Jim has got the HRT number 1 car up into 2nd position.
Yeah, we saw Perkins off there in the pit stop. He will drop down a few positions. Richards hasn't pitted yet. The closest pursuer for Russell Ingall, 22 seconds now. The gap between 1st and 2nd. Matthew White in the better electrical Ford. He's up there in 3rd, about 13 seconds behind Richards. So they're all tippy-toeing around, but you can see a dry line emerging there again. They'll try and keep those slick tyres on that line. It can be very treacherous when they step off, as we've seen earlier. Thomas Mazira in the 2nd Holden Racing Team Commodore. He's in 4th. Nathan Preddy in 5th. So there's 3 TWR Commodores in the top 5. Jim Richards using all his experience, all his skill, 55 years young. Drafted into the Holden Racing Team, and he's done a brilliant job. We're hearing that he's going to be coming in this lap. 132 laps completed. He's on his 133rd. A big tank of fuel here will easily get him through to the finish. Grant?
Tony Longhurst staring down the barrel of a fantastic position.
Yeah, long way to go though. Another, what have we got, an hour and a half, hour 20 minutes, so we'll wait and see.
I know you were looking so tentatively at that moment, at that rain, whether you were going to get in the car or not.
Well, you know, it could have been the call that won or lost the race, but we can see there's a bit of dry weather coming across now, sun, so I think it'll be right for the rest of the afternoon.
Imagine back-to-back race victories for different teams.
I hope so. I bet 101 the mods were, so I think that's pretty good.
Okay, mate, we've got all cross for you.
Thank you.
Stephen Richards was the last man to do that for different teams. In 1998, he won it in a Ford. In 99, he did it in a Holden Commodore. Last year, Longhurst, of course, was in
Here comes Jim Richards.
Jimmy Richards comes in to be replaced by Mark Scaife.
See, in those wet conditions, somehow that sun visor has come off the car. So here he comes. Mark Scaife will be waiting to get in. There he is in the distinctive coloured helmet. And a crucial stop here for HRT. Mark Scaife gets in. Holden Racing Team well drilled. Get the screen cleaned as well.
Limiter is on. Pit limiter is on.
Gets the instructions from the crew. Fuel going in to make sure he makes the distance. Longest part of a pit stop now is this refuel with the flow regulator. There it is. Gets the command to get out there.
Gonna wait for 021 car of Jason Richards to get out of the way first. He just ducks in behind that Scaife.
Feel that one, mate. You'll have to feel the bias.
Just getting the instructions to think about the bars and the bias. That's why he's looking around inside the cockpit now.
That's brake bias. If you've just joined us, the cars have adjustable brake bias front to rear, and all that changes when they go from an almost empty tank of fuel to a full tank. They tend to wind a bit more onto the back. They've got to adjust the anti-roll bars in the car to get the chassis tuned to that different weight distribution. And they've got fresh tyres on as well. So here comes Mark Scaife, weaving side to side, trying to generate a little bit more heat in those tyres as he heads out on what will be the closing sector of the Bob Jane T-March 1004. This car, car one, the only car ahead of them is Russell Ingall, and I believe he's still yet to make his stop.
Wow, what a finish. What an extraordinary last hour. Rain, hail, cold winds. A plastic bag ruined the day of Lowndes and Crompton. Can you believe it? Like they say, the $2 part has broken another dream on the mountain.
And see if they can come out in front of the Holden Racing team.
Well, they should do it easy, Woodsy. They had about a 30-second lead plus the fuel stop over the Holden Racing team, car one. So I'd expect they're going to come out, if there's no stuff-ups, they'll come out well in front of Scaife.
Waiting on the fuel, waiting on the fuel.
Everything goes to plan here. Look at the Bob Jane pit stop clock down there. Everything going to plan so far. Full tank of gas to make sure he gets to the finish. And under 30 seconds.
And check the pump switches.
Look at the overlap. That's not Mark Scaife, that's car two, the bright Mazira machine.
Like they say, he should do it comfortably by the time he gets out the pit lane, gets rid of that 40k limiter, which he does now. Rejoins the racetrack, and behind him,
got a decent little gap. Now we want to just make sure that we don't overcook it on these cold tires. Just take it easy, buddy.
in fact, a couple of corners now behind him, so he will and truly got out in front of Mark Scaife. So Stephen Richards clearly will have the lead.
Well, Mark Scaife's going to, there he is there. He is going to have to dig very deep if he's going to close the gap to Stephen Richards, and that's a tough assignment unless they get a safety car, because that Castrol Perkins Commodore has been very, very quick all day.
Gotta concentrate to bring it home now, Mark.
Here is Paul Morris and Wayne Wakefield's car at turn 2. Conica Bend, some big problems coming into that turn, and you can see the smoke blowing out.
Whoa!
Bam! Right
What
at
a
the end,
hit.
nothing but concrete on car. And as a result of that, we're under yellow safety conditions. And Mazira has come in and Jason Bright has jumped in the driver's seat of that one, so they're heading back out car number 2. They've already completed that stop. So we're under safety car conditions again. We've got Craig Lowndes now up in the commentary box with us with 24 laps to go. Before we even start asking you about your day, I've got one of these SMS questions here that we've got from Speeder202. Is it true that Craig Lowndes is going to Stone Brothers Racing next year?
No.
Question number 2. Oxide 1 says, what do the drivers eat during the race to keep their energy up? And I noticed that you're ploughing through a little bit of a chocolate now, but your race is over.
My race is definitely over now, unfortunately for us. But during the race, we've been eating banana sandwiches and egg whites.
Egg whites?
Egg whites.
You've gone to the bakery and got a couple of meringues.
Definitely. And that's what we've been eating. Sorry, I've been eating pasta all week, but that's what we've been eating all the way through this race.
I guess nothing really surprises you at all on this mountain after you've been here so many times and seen what it can do, but you ever seen a plastic bag ruin your day?
Well, everyone talks about a $2 part or a 20-cent part ruining your day. There's a lot of debris up at the top of the mountain there, and really with the strong winds that we've had, there's a lot of debris all over the circuit. And Neil Crompton was in the car, did a great job to avoid a lot of it. Unfortunately, got one bag stuck.
You're going to stick around with us for a while. We'll take you through a few of these laps and see how this race unfolds as they clean up the mess created by car number 29. The Conica Bend has struck again.
I need to tell you that we estimate about 45 to 50 minutes will elapse before the race is finished. Now, if that happens, We apologise, but we will not be bringing you the presentation of this race, but there is a very good reason for it, and that is that if you haven't heard, there has been a terrorist attack in Indonesia. You may have seen the news updates through the afternoon, and I think it is in everyone's best interests, we think it is in everyone's best interests to take you straight to the 5 o'clock news if that's the case. So we may or may not have a presentation at the end, but there's a good reason for it. In the meantime, we have some drama here.
This is Mark Scaife's car, Billy. We've been watching it the last few laps. The team are very concerned. There's a big, might be more than one plastic bag piled up in the air intake of the HRT Commodore. That feeds the engine cooling system. Craig Lowndes, very similar situation to what you had, only it's half blanked off as opposed to your car was completely blocked.
Well, it is. It's really Scaife at the moment, I guess, is lucky, but I know the team will be monitoring it quite heavily, because really where he is at the moment, now this is the race to the finish. This is where we wanted to be, on the lead lap, the front bunch of these guys, and really this is going to be the sprint race now to the end.
Rusty's got more on this situation. He's down there with Jeff Gregg.
Well, guys, they've been on the radio to Mark. They've been talking about turning the car into the wind and trying to slow it down and hoping that the bag would fall out. That hasn't happened so far. How much of an issue is this?
Well, it's one of those things, Rusty. We're just going to have to monitor it. Air can get sort of over the top because it's set back, so there's a gap at the top, but we're just going to have to monitor it. I mean, you can't stop nature and wind, so we'll see how it goes. I mean, at worst, we'll have to come in and clean the radiator, so we'll see how it goes. We can monitor the water temperature, but, you know, with the rain happening now, could be an interesting 20 laps.
Is the temp okay at the moment?
Yeah, okay, no, but we're only going around very slowly, so not an issue at the minute, but could be later on the race. We'll see. Fingers crossed, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Will be an interesting race. There's no question about that. Thank you to Rusty and Jeff Gregg, and just further to what Billy Woods was saying about the race finish of the Bob Jane T-Marts 1000. We'll bring it to you, of course, live and exclusive right here on 10. As far as the presentation goes, if we do have to get to our news service, we will do that as a matter of priority. But sports tonight.
Larry Perkins, the boss and the manager behind him, at Mark Scaife. He's on a charge. He's taking a crack at Larry right now.
He was all over Larry from the word go. I tell you who the big winner out of that restart was, the man right behind Scaife at the moment, young Rick Kelly. He jumped up 2 positions, went past Jason Bright and Tony Longhurst. Let's see, with 20 laps to go, what the straight line speed situation is like. Here comes Scaife down the outside of LP. He's got clean air now coming into this right-hander, side by side. Paintwork being swapped, or is it? Scaife goes through. Larry gets a lock up.
Oh, he's gone way off
contact. They've all gone shooting off. He's going to have to stay on. He's going to have to get back on and rejoin the race. Scaife does so. They're all sideways. Oh, man, they've gone through the roof here on the first lap back.
Look at Rick Kelly, though. Didn't he capitalise on that? He moved his way up. Now he's in front of Scaife. Went down the outside of the circuit as they hit that lap traffic. So you can see there's just these squalls, these little rain showers that are making the track very slippery. Craig Lowndes, this is very difficult driving conditions.
Better them than me. No, look, it is. It's going to be very tricky now. And
Larry sideways again. Sorry, Craig.
No, look, I was just talking to Mark before about Rick Kelly's done a fantastic job this weekend. He's full of confidence, but really in these conditions, you're right, it's very, very tricky. And you know, you just got to keep your head on your shoulders now and do a best job you can.
This may be one cracker of a race at the moment, but it is also a very important part of a bigger plan, the championship. And the call has gone out to Mark Scaife from the team. Relax, take things easy. You must remember the championship. He's got to seal the deal.
Well, I can tell you, Grant, that if he finishes in 3rd position now, he'll end up with 1,903 points. That leaves the other guys chasing 1,224 to still be in the race. And that means that Jason Bright has to finish in front of him. That's about the only situation that can really happen. Jason Bright has to leapfrog of the other contenders to stop Mark Scaife winning his 5th Australian Touring Car title here on the mountain. 142 of 161. The order at the moment is this: Stephen Richards in car number 16. Rick Kelly, what a performance from him. An outstanding effort right across this weekend. You're looking at the future of V8 Supercar Racing 02. Craig, what happened here? They've come in here.
It's quite amazing.
Rick's the big loser, isn't he? Watch.
Well, it's quite amazing because really at the top of the mountain...
Watch Kelly, look.
The circuit is dry, but out through the chase here, it's very wet.
Now, we're hearing from the stewards that Rick Kelly has the opportunity to readdress that situation. It shows that they bumped Perkins out of the way, and under the driving code you are allowed to address or redress the situation by letting Perkins back in front. It's going to be interesting to see what happens here. Otherwise, if he doesn't let him back in front, he'll get a black flag and a drive-through penalty, which is what he doesn't want at this stage of the race. Scaife's back in front of Kelly.
Well, Kelly's got to find Larry Perkins.
Well, there's the race leader, Stephen Richards. There's Mark Scaife. There's Kelly. Perkins is up behind him. So the opportunity there now to redress. Here we go. Larry only. So he's had the word from team manager. Just let Perkins through, but don't let anyone else through. This is a difficult situation for Rick Kelly. He doesn't want Jason Bright getting past as well if he opens the door for the Castrol car. Look at this. Jason Bright sniffing around there. He can see an opportunity.
Just let him pass was the order. Just let him pass. He doesn't want to let all of them pass. That's his dilemma at the moment.
Well, I don't know if Bright knows what's going on here.
Oh, Bright's gone for it. He just took opportunity of that. He could see that Rick was opening the door for Larry. He took advantage of it, so he had to let 2 cars through.
Well, that piles the pressure on Stephen Richards, doesn't it?
Greg Murphy's in that line as well, but he is a lap back in car number 51.
Could have a safety car.
Yeah, we've got another car in the sand trap right down at the end of Murray's on the approach to the main straight, the front straight.
Safety car signs are out, Matthew, even as we speak.
And it's car number 13, I can tell you. It's the Christian de Gostin, David Krause entry, the other Imrie Motorsport car, so that's the end of that one. Parked in the sand trap. And with 19 laps to go, that means that we've got another safety car condition. So we're doing it in little spurts at the moment. Little 5-lap spurts, even if they get that far. But you can see the brawl that they've got going. We'll see what happened to this 13 car. Just, well, nothing really. Complete lockup. Into the trap and stuck.
It's still actually quite wet down the bottom there. You can actually see the dry line, and he's just got off the race line, and just round he's gone.
It must be so difficult, though, when you're getting these like little sprinkles of rain just here and there. The track conditions are changing every metre.
Well, it's quite amazing. I'm still looking at the main straight, and it's still sprinkling a little bit. So, yeah, as you can see, that's all completely dry, and the safety board signs are still out. So this is going to bunch them back up. Murph car there has got another bag in its radiator, so you know, it should be all right. But really, it's quite an amazing race.
Holden Racing Team will be watching those engine temperatures in Mark Scaife's car. As we pointed out, half the air intake is blocked by a plastic bag. Here's the battle for the lead. Scaife and Bright pouncing on Stephen Richards in the car 16, the Castrol Commodore. It's all Commodores. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right back to Longhurst in 6th, the first of the Falcons. There's that plastic bag, you can see, and some more leaf litter and some more junk in there. It's like a scoop. It's just carrying it around the track. So we'll go back under safety car.
Mark Scaife doing his bit to keep Australia beautiful.
Well, it's a good ad for Keep Australia Beautiful, isn't it? Look what they've taken Craig Lowndes out of Bathurst.
Well, yeah, it's quite a shame really for us. We had a strong car, and both Neil and I were quite happy with the car from day one. I want to ask you, can I actually talk to Scaife at any stage? I'd like to talk to Scaife.
We might try and arrange it, but I really don't think it's going to be possible at the moment. I tell you why, because we're going to take a break. Lap 144 of 161.
A tremendous battle, and I must confirm now for you, we will run to the finish of this race, which will probably be just after 5 o'clock, as we see smoke coming to the back of Cameron McConville's entry there. We will run to the finish of this race, which may well be after 5 o'clock. But what we will do, due to the crisis in Indonesia, which I'm sure you'll agree, we need to go to our newsroom to cover for you. We will hold the presentation of this race until Sports Tonight with Matthew White, right after the national news program.
We'll make sure we'll have that for you in Sports Tonight and all the rest of the day's news as well. Obviously an extraordinary day of news in our area, and it makes you realise, I guess, how lucky we are. Here we are at Mount Panorama watching possibly the greatest touring car race on the greatest track that we've got. 164,000 people across the few days, and a record crowd of more than 57,000 today. At the moment, Cameron McConville is more worried about the situation in his car. Rusty?
Well, guys, I can tell you Jason Bright is literally on the rev limiter, and not in terms of the car's engine note. He is fuming inside the car at the moment. The officials have come down here and had a word to the team. They said, look, they have to let Larry Perkins back in front of them. Apparently the pass, they feel there was a balk in the pass going up Mountain Straight, so they said, look, you can readdress it now under the safety car. If you don't, we're going to deal car 2 a drive-through penalty. So they've gotten on the radio to Jason Bright. He feels that he's passed Larry fair and square. But that's not the way the other guys are seeing it. They want it readdressed straight away. Now, the last update we had on Mark Scaife was that the rubbish that is contained in the radiator duct area hasn't affected the temperature too much, but that's for now. We'll keep an eye on it for you.
Interesting situation there for the stewards when they've enacted that redress that Rick Kelly was given. The idea of that is to redress just that position.
Yep.
And they probably figure that by Rick opening the door and letting Larry through, the intention wasn't that Jason would go through as well. So,
well, we did hear the call, didn't we, on the radio? He was being told to let Larry through at that point, so we know that that's what his attempt was, and Jason probably completely unaware of that.
So the situation there means that Jason Bright has had to let Larry Perkins go in front of him, which he's now done.
But will he let Rick Kelly back in?
Well, look at Scaife, takes aim straight away at the restart, and he'll rejoin the race in number one position. He gets a little bit of a kiss, I think, from Stephen Richards in car number 16, but car number 1's gone out to the front. Could that be the turning point of this race? 16 laps to go. Mark Scaife, a 3-time winner here on the mountain, the defending champion, the defending touring car champion, has both Stephen Richards and Larry Perkins behind him, and Jason Bright is behind them. 4 Commodores lead it out. Rick Kelly makes up the 5th Commodore and the first Ford in the hunt.
Tell you what I'd be worried about, Matty, is that air intake. You can see even more than half. 2/3 of the radiator on car 1 now is blocked by that plastic bag. Look at that. It's almost like he's picked up another bag, or it's moving its way across the radiator.
What a move, though.
Yeah. Absolutely pounced on him.
Well, he probably figured it's going to be pretty hard to get past Richo anywhere else, but if he gets the jump, it'll be a lot simpler to defend than attack in these last 14 or so laps.
Stephen Richards has done a lot of defending this year, take it all the way back to Adelaide. Then you go through Canberra, he's had to flex the elbows in his first year at Castrol Commodore. Let's take a look at exactly how Mark Scaife did it. On the right-hand side of your screen, on the inside of the track, he just shot right around him and just took off. Said, turn 1 is mine, I'll take it, and I'll give myself the very best position to take another race win. The last man to win back-to-back titles, by the way, at Mount Panorama was Stephen Richards. He did it in separate makes, a Ford 1 year and then a Holden Commodore the next. And can Scaife do it? 2 Holden Commodore race wins back-to-back years.
Just Craig Lowes, that raises an interesting... I remember listening to the driver's briefing, they were saying under safety car, you're not allowed to do any overlapping. You had to sit in single file until you cross the control line. That'll be an interesting question for the stewards there.
Well, I guess it never ceased to amaze me that obviously Scaife is obviously trying to get out front, get some clean air for that radiator and keep the engine cool. But it never ceased to amaze me, some of these decisions, like with Larry and the incident with Rick Kelly and everything else. And it's poor old Bridie now has got all his work in front of him again.
Well, that was distinctly told to us by Tim Schenken, no overlapping under the safety car.
Until you cross the control line. So that's an interesting situation for the stewards to juggle.
You can be rest assured they're taking a look at it because they've been in the thick of the action, the race stewards today. You've only got to go through the course of the 161 laps and you'll always find lots of decisions that some people will agree with, others will downright disagree with. Jason Bright at the moment is having to bite his tongue because he's dropped back a position. So the race order, as you can see, comes up to 6th across your screen. That is the first Ford in the race hunt, that is, of Tony Longhurst and Matthew White.
Well, Scaife bogged it down on the line at the very start of this race, you might recall, and he was chasing, playing catch-up, but he made the fast start when it mattered, and that was at the other end of the race.
2:12.1. Look at this great shot from the chopper as they wind their way across Mount Panorama. 200 kilometres an hour. It's late in the day, and they're still hard at it. 2:11.2, 2:11.3 lap times. Oh, look at this, Bright up the inside. Oh, so close.
He backed off. He could see disaster on the wall on the inside there, and Jason Bright thought it much better to back off for now. There's still 15 laps to go. We're on lap 147 out of 161. Down through the dipper they go. What an extraordinary finish to this race. Yet again, it's thrown everything possible at all these drivers. Some out of the ordinary, others just simple race conditions that chew up V8 supercars and spit them out. What a day for Paul Dumbrell. His first crack at the mountain with the legend, Larry Perkins. And he could well be standing on the podium if things continue to go the way they are. He'll be side by side with his team boss for next year.
He did a fantastic job today, Paul Dumbrell, Craig. He just, oh, look at this big brake lock-up back there for the Pertec Ford. That's a lap car. To get that out of the way because it's right in the middle of the leading pack.
We've had a lot of trouble there today.
Well, wouldn't be surprised if that's a flat spot, flat-spotted tyre. There goes Jason.
Down the inside.
I was going to say, actually, I thought Larry would have made a lot more difficult. That would have been the widest Commodore out there at that stage. He's probably going to allow Stephen to get on with the job and try and track down Scapey.
They come out of Hell Corner. Mark Scaife, Stephen Richards, Jason Bright, Larry Perkins. And the lap Kmart cars in there. The next one in the queue is Rick Kelly, the Holden Young Lion. A bit further down Mountain Straights, the first of the Fords, Tony Longhurst, and the better electrical car.
Those numbers that you just saw now. Larry Perkins on the inside, Greg Murphy making sure that he works hard for these final few laps. The 52-year-old, six-time winner around here at Bathurst in car number 11.
Almost a lap down there, but if he does get in front of Larry, it makes it doubly hard for Larry to recapture that podium position. So it's a very critical battle, that, with not much race left.
Thunder across the top. Dive down toward Reed Park. Suspension heavily loaded. You can hear the tyres screaming. Here comes Rick Kelly, closing in on the back of Larry Perkins. He may well take him back without a redress situation. They're battling for position here. How's Larry going to treat the youngster?
The way he treats everyone. It'll be tough.
He's a tough taskmaster, all right.
Hard lessons in life from Larry Perkins. Holden, of course, have won this race the last 3 years. They can set a Bathurst record for a manufacturer. They make it 4 years straight. Overall, the tally is 21 versus the Blue Ovals 14. And it looks for sure that it's going to go 22.
Matty, if it was a betting matter, you wouldn't get on at this stage, I don't think. The bookies wouldn't take your money.
This is the view from Greg Murphy's lapped Kmart Commodore. Look at the battle here. Rick Kelly starting to apply the blowtorch to the back of the Castrol Commodore. He sneaks up the inside of Perkins. Perkins gives him just enough racing room. And the 19-year-old goes through to 4th place.
Wouldn't it be fantastic to see him on the podium here, Rick Kelly?
Well, they've done a great job all day, haven't they?
Yeah, him and Nathan Pretty. Nathan's done a few drives up here at Mount Panorama. Rick, of course, is only starting his V8 supercar career, and if he continues it the way he started it, he's got a very long and successful year ahead. Larry Perkins continues this dice with the lapped car of Greg Murphy, and you can see the others have tailed along as well. Brad Jones is still out there fighting, way back in positions, but Larry Perkins seems content, really, to just let that battle unfold in him, although maybe he's losing a bit of race pace because they're climbing all over the rear of that car number 11.
3 HRT cars in the top 4, and absolutely no reason to employ team orders here.
Car 66, there's Tony Longhurst.
And there's 21, the Aussie Male Ford Falcon.
Going backwards in a hurry.
Well, Greg Ritter, in fact, has passed Tony Longhurst. Saw the Shell Ford up there. I was wondering what it was doing in there. He's actually passed the better electrical car to move up into 6th, so he's now the top place Ford. He was close behind Longhurst, but now he's managed to forge his way through. So the Shell 18 car now leads the Ford charge. There it is, Greg Ritter on board.
6.5 hours of racing that we've had here, non-stop activity right across the mountain, aside from those safety car situations, but we've continued to roll with the punches, and now it's almost like a last-ditch qualifying session. They're chopping and changing positions, they're keeping up the times. The sun's come out right at the end of this session. Brock is still out there in 05. The Brock Commodore is still going in position 25 and keeping the fans happy. There he is on the right-hand side of your screen as the race leaders zip past him. The guys who are still in the hunt. Perkins now has Ritter on his tail down Conrod.
Cameron McLean is one of those 8 cars on the lead lap in this race, and that's a tremendous achievement from the VIP Pet Foods team. Certainly not threatening for a podium position. But,
oh, look at Ritter here. Got very deep under brakes. Mucked up his corner exit. He's lost some ground to Larry Perkins. So the order, Scaife, Stephen Richards.
Whoa! Right at the finish, and he's just missed the wall. Dug it in.
That's the second time he's run wide at a corner, and that could have been disastrous. Just brushed along the tyre wall.
Don't think he's the leading forward now.
I thought for all money he was gone there, but he managed to hold on to it. There's not much room on that exit as they come around Murray's corner and join pitch straight, and that means that Jason Richards in car 021, keeping our TV1 fans happy. Jason Richards in the Team Kiwi car has moved up to 10th position.
Stephen Ellery and Jason Richards, we remind you, are both a lap down, but they're still in 9th and 10th spot. It's a great fight back. Look at this. Jason Bright closing in on the back of Stephen Richards. Is this going to be a Holden Racing Team 1-2 at Mount Panorama?
Well, Mark Scaife's lead is nearly 3 seconds now.
Richards just brushing the concrete wall there. He's giving it everything to hold out this Holden Racing Team machine.
Well, AJ Ritter is really peddling that thing at the moment.
He sure is. He's been peddling it all week. He's been terrific, and I mean, he really is a young charger, and you know why Ford don't pick him up, I don't know. So there, Ford, pick him up.
There, the caller's gone out. How does it feel to be the first Ford in the field so far? So that's an impressive achievement.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, the Dick Johnson Chalilix team they are fantastic. There's no doubt about it. They left no stone unturned in the preparation for this race. We went back to Willowback twice since the 500. And it really is just a terrific testament to their way they prepare the car, the way that thing's going.
How much further can he climb forward through this field? What sort of car does he have under him at the moment?
Car's pretty good. No, it's not missing a beat. Gearbox is good, brakes are good, the engine's running strong. So who knows? There's 10 laps to go, and the way things are going at the moment, we could end up by winning it.
Well, you've had conjunctivitis all weekend, so that's tough luck for you, but you've driven well all day, so well done to you and the team.
Thanks, mate, but my young teammate's done the business. So we'll wait and see.
Good stuff, AJ.
Hasn't he? He's impressed everybody, Greg Ritter, and we thank Alan Jones. And also, we'd like to thank Craig Lowndes. Thanks for coming up, mate.
No worries.
Tough luck today on that plastic bag, but I'm sure you will come back next year and give the mountain a shake again.
But Mark Scaife jumped in after the resumption of hard racing from the safety car stop, and Scaife has built nearly a 5-second lead. He's just done a 2:10 lap, getting down almost to the times we saw early in the race. A tremendous performance, but can they make it 1 and 2 and knock Ford back to where they were in before 1977, to hit them between the eyes like Ford did between Moffat and Bond back in those days? It's been a long time coming for Holden fans. There's certainly no danger of a Ford victory today.
Can you believe it? Sorry, Marco, 6 hours and 40 minutes of racing, and Mark Scaife is now putting down 2:10s. There's Angela Richards, the wife of Stephen.
Just getting to your point, Woodsy, they have staged a 1-2 before, back in 1984 with Brock and Parsons, but Parsons was a lap behind. This would be a genuine 1-2 in the Moffat Ford with the cars on the same position, on the same lap. And the way Rick Kelly's going, I tell you what, there could be an HRT 1-2-3 here. The Holden Young Lions Commodore is flying, but they've got to get past Stephen Richards. He is one of the toughest customers in the business to get around. He proved that at Adelaide. I've seen it on a number of occasions. Very good under pressure.
And it'll probably be justice if Stephen Richards can get the Castrol Commodore onto the podium, because they led the race throughout the difficult stages. He did an extraordinarily good job from the start of this race. Russell Ingall took over and kept in control while Hale was falling. Greg Ritter goes off.
Well, he's been pushing hard, hasn't he, trying to make up that ground. We saw him go offline a couple of times, third time now.
7 laps to go as you come over the line, mate.
Yeah, and he's continually being told to go easy, just get it to the line. You don't want to mess it up big time at this stage of the race. But take it as Stephen Richards as Jason Bright peers on the inside, on the outside, goes back around. Now ducks behind car number 16. Look how close they are. This is the race for second position. Out in front of them is Mark Scaife. It looks as though he's got this one in the bag if he can hold it together. Meanwhile, Stephen Richards is trying to hold together a podium finish for the Castrol Perkins race team. They've been in the hunt all day, all the way, in fact, from the word go. Larry Perkins was right up there as well. He's dropped back to 5th position, so now it's up to Stephen Richards to hold on. An extraordinary situation. If Mark Scaife can win, Jim Richards will be on the podium in first. If Stephen Richards can hold on, we've got a father-son combination in 2 separate cars.
Rick Kelly had the fastest race lap on the previous tour, so he's really pushing. Here's Greg Ritter on the Nintendo replay, in trouble down there at the chase. Big trouble, but managed to keep it out of the gravel.
He's seen a lot of the grass in the last few laps in the closing stages. He'll be happy when it's all done. And he can say that he got the Shell Helix Ford Falcon across the line. They're in 7th position at the moment. Rusty's down there in pit lane.
Pretty nervous time down here, guys. Jimmy Richards is with me and Thomas Mazzira is sitting beside him. How the fingers, Jimmy, got them crossed?
Yes, but there's nothing we can do. We've got the best guy in the cars, so yeah, just watching and seeing what happens.
There was a little bit of concern over that debris in the radiator duct a few laps ago. Is the temperature okay right now?
Temperature's okay at the moment, yeah. No problem. Stabilised, so it's looking fine.
What about you, Thomas? How are things going from your side of the fence?
Oh, well, just keep telling Jimmy, you know, I'm sorry, but I'd like to see Jason pass his son. And it's, you know, we'll see what happens, yeah.
There you go, boys.
Yeah, mixed emotions for Jimmy Richards. He's got his son there in the opposition camp.
How good are the Richards, though? We talked to Jimmy on RPM recently about that very situation, although he's in the box seat now, but it wouldn't be the first time they've actually finished on the podium together, but in separate teams, finishing 1-2. They've done that in Super Touring, but this would be a first for V8s. How good are the Richards at driving?
Well, Stephen Richards is certainly getting the biggest test at the moment. He's got the job of holding off Jason Bright, who's had his run-in with the stewards like a lot of these guys. He's copped it on the chin and now he's fighting to make it a 1-2 finish for Holden. They're determined to make it a 1-2 championship finish at the end of the season. They've never done it before, HRT. They want to do it now in 2002. And you can bet your bottom dollar that Jason Bright wants to be standing right alongside his teammate Mark Scaife, who's way out in front now, 5.5 seconds clear of the second car. So Scaife is out there on his own at the moment. Can Richo do it? Can he hold on? What about his teammate? How's he going? Russell Ingall.
Well, I'm just about to ask him, Rusty, defending hard out there.
Yeah, he's making that Commodore fairly wide, isn't he? But look, I mean, it's a bit of swings and roundabouts at the moment because Richo's really quick across the top, and looks like Bridie's a bit quicker down the bottom section of the track. But mate, I don't care where it's quick as long as Richo stays in front of him.
You're going to spoil this HRT 1-2?
Well, mate, I'd hate to spoil both of them. I mean, it looks like Scaife's picked up a bit of litter in the front of his air dam, so I'm tipping on the second to last lap. His engine will blow and we'll come through for the win. How's that sound?
That sounds optimistic, mate, but you always got to hope. You never know what this race is going to deliver you.
Well, mate, I remember back in, when was it, 95, we were running second and 9 laps to go and Glenn Seaton's engine blew and we ended up winning it from a lap down. So with this race, anything can happen. So, mate, till that last lap board comes up, we're still on with a shot.
Regardless, this is one hell of a finish at this race with this team.
Oh, for sure. Like, yeah, both cars have been strong all day. And, I mean, it's a shame because the pace cars weren't kind to us. You know, we had a pretty big gap going into that last stint. Pace cars came out and destroyed it. But either way, like I said, we're not out of it yet.
You thought having a child was nerve-wracking?
Yeah, I must admit. No, pretty relaxed, actually. I'm relaxed because I know Richo's doing a damn good job and he'll bring it home, you know, as best he can. So I'm very relaxed.
Good luck, Russell.
Cheers, mate.
Can you believe it? Scaife's picked up another plastic bag. Look at that on the left-hand side of the car, the blue one. So he's got just about the whole intake covered now.
Richo has actually picked up a little bit of time on Scaife, a 1/10 of a second, in fact. It isn't enough with the laps remaining, but still something to watch. 5.5 seconds is the lead. It was 5.6, and that is, of course, Scaife's partner, Tony. Strawn watching on from pit lane. Of course, she's just as full of anxiety as any of the drivers are, co-drivers, I should say, back in the garage. So Richo's not only defending, he's doing a little bit of attacking as well.
Hey, I'll tell you what, I mean, Russell Ingall might not be too much off the mark here with this prediction that he's just made. I know it was sort of fantasy stuff from the enforcer, but take a look at the bags locked into the intake at the front of car number 1. Well, will that be the downfall of Mark Scaife?
I'll tell you what, Matty, I've just heard a radio call. They're telling Mark to short shift, trying to minimise the revs, try and keep the temperatures down in the car. He'd be feeling it now.
Well, Mark, it didn't take long, did it, for that 00 Motorsport car to overheat when it had the bag in front of its splitter? So
I asked Craig Lowndes, Woodsy, how long his car was out there with the bag in it when it went down. He said around about 4 or 5 laps. That's when the temperature started to go through the roof, if you like, and that was the end of it. So I think Scaife's now had that bag. He's had the one plastic bag on the right-hand side already in there, and this is the other one. Look at this. Watch it scoop it up. Scaife comes around the corner and collects some more debris.
Well, looks like he's got a couple of brake ducts blocked there as well, because they all feed out. Now, what's that coming out the back of the car there?
5 laps to go.
A bit of water spitting out the back there.
If he's going to do it, he's going to have to carry some baggage across the line. Mark Scaife now fighting the elements. They're mowing into his times behind him, but he's got a 5.5 second lead. We'll keep our eyes on the time of Stephen Richards as he comes around. Look at that. Richards in the last lap has picked up 1/10 of a second. We also understand it's not overheating, but it is losing fluid. Has he got enough to get it across the line?
Well, you could see when he came down the mountain there's a trail of liquid coming out the back of the car.
Richards is closing in. He's picked up another 10th. But again, he's got to close in quicker than that.
Well, the team orders are to ease up a little, Mark Scaife. That's what they're telling him. Look at those green boxes. That's a sorry sight for Mark Scaife, because the more green boxes that Stephen Richards puts down, the closer he is getting to Mark Scaife. So we've got an amazing finish here. Jason Bright is still waiting to pounce on Stephen Richards. Remember, if Bright can finish ahead of Mark Scaife in this race, the championship is still alive. If Stephen Richards wins and Scaife finishes second or third, well, Mark Scaife will still wrap up the Touring Car Championship. But we've got to keep our eyes on the times. Lap 157 of 161. Can you believe this situation? Little things like plastic bags can be the end of your day.
Well, Scaife has no choice. He's got to keep pushing relatively hard. He's got to stay in front of these guys. He wants a bit of a buffer in case he has to back off big time in the last couple of laps. So he's got to keep pushing hard, even though those temperatures may be higher. It's losing fluid. He has no choice at the moment.
I can feel a plastic bag ban coming up in the 2003 race.
Well, it's just coming from the top of the mountain, Woodsy. People aren't actually throwing it over the fence or anything like
just
that.
The wind.
It's been really windy today and had some really heavy wind gusts that, in fact, grabbed one of the scrutineering tents and threw it onto the course itself, onto the sand trap down the end. Now, Richards lets a little puff of smoke out as he brings it down Forest Elbow. He's still got a nice handy gap on Jason Bright behind him. In front of him, 5 seconds down the road, is Mark Scaife. As they come around this one, there'll be 5 laps to go, inside 5, and that will determine just how close he's managed to peg back the time of Mark Scaife. Just a few laps ago, we thought that this one was, well, in the bag, and I hate to put it that way for Mark Scaife, but that's just the way it was. But now we've got this extraordinary situation where he's had to short shift and take care, nurse this car all the way over the line. It's how you win Bathurst. You're never going to win it easy.
If you're wondering at home what short shifting is, it's when they don't rev the engine to its full 7,500 RPM rev limit.
Still got a 5-second gap.
Down to 5 seconds. He's lost 0.4 on that lap.
Robbie Starr telling him to knock it back, mate, knock it back. He's telling him to pull the revs out of it, slow it down, try and reduce those engine temperatures. They've got to get it home.
If they keep going like that, Stephen Richards will probably end up around 2 seconds behind, because there is 4 laps to go. He needs to make up a second a lap to start chopping into Mark Scaife. There's the split time, 5.10, so bang on 5 seconds pretty much. 4 laps to go. And
you can see that little trail of water. There's little bits of fluid trickling out the back of this car. It's been doing that for the last couple of laps. Just see also when he comes down the other side of the mountain, you saw it just coming out of the cutting there too. It's a little trail of fluid. I suspect it's coolant. So can they hang on?
Just a reminder, we are going to run to the finish of this race, but we will save the presentation for Sports Tonight with Matthew White, because we have to go straight to the news for that breaking story, the tragedy in Indonesia. Now back to this race. Jeff Grech, of course, that was looking on with consternation as incrementally Stephen Richards reels in the championship and race leader.
Oh dear, look at that, just pouring out the right-hand side, the rear of car number 1. Oh dear, nervous times in HRT. You can see it there, just leaving a trail as he comes through the cutting behind him.
Well, that's interesting. I can't imagine it's a fuel leak, but it does look like it's coming out the rear of the car.
Yep.
So the team have admitted the car is losing fluid. They haven't identified what it is actually losing, but it's coming out of the rear of the car, no doubt about it.
Jim Richards a few laps ago had a big smile on his face when he was talking to Rusty. They all seemed pretty comfortable there in HRT, and then all this started to get thrown at them, and now I can tell you there's a few nervous faces down there in the Holden Racing Team garage. Comes around and completes another lap. So this is now lap 159 of 161. I can give you the time gap. It's now under 5 seconds. 4.8 seconds is the split between position 1 and position 2. That's Scaife and Stephen Richards, and right behind Stephen Richards, it's only a fraction of a second. In fact, it's underneath a second, around 0.7, 0.6 is the gap between second and third. So look at that, 4.88 seconds is the split time between first and second position on the road at the moment, with only a handful of laps to go, even
Scaife
less.
did save some position there because it was 0.4 on the previous lap. Now
600 car, he's gone off before and he goes off again, but straight into the cutting. Does he get it going? It's important that he does, because he's going to have to get it out of the way, yes. That's the Steve Owendale Breed entry, but out the front. He brings it around the top of the mountain. Jeff Grech is a very nervous man, Greg Rust.
Yeah, he sure is. Richard Holloway and Robbie Starr and all the boys are down here, Matty. They are watching the instrumentation as closely as they can. Jeff, what's the status of Mark's car?
Well, it's running hotter than we've ever run it before, so we've just got to, you know, what can you do? You know, just have to wait. And
what's your educated guess? Will it get there, Jeff?
I'd hate to even think, Rusty. I mean, it's, you know, we've just got to. If he gets past this lap, I mean, just hopefully we can get around. It won't rise anymore. It's creeping up about 1 or 2 degrees a lap. Then we've got another bag in it, and then it went up a fair lump. So it's good to see, mate.
The nerves are up here, boys. The hairs on the back of the neck have gone up, I think.
As the temperature goes up, the times are starting to go down. That's the split time. Look at that. I said more green boxes is bad news. That last lap, Stephen Richards was 0.2 of a second quicker than the car in front of him, Mark Scaife. So he's starting to pick into those times. The question is, will he have enough time to eliminate the gap that Mark Scaife has, or will Mark Scaife have enough in the Holden Racing Team Commodore to get it across the line?
He needs him to slow down. He won't have enough laps to do it on that pace. We'll find out some more as Richo crosses the start-finish line a few seconds after this bloke here.
See, that engine must be running hot. You see cars in hot conditions, so they just get in the wake of a car in front, the engine temperatures start to rise.
Another 0.4 slashed out of Mark Scaife's lead, but with only 2 laps left, or less than that now, or 2.5 I should say, we're going to have a Scaife victory unless he slows down dramatically.
And you know what, Woodsy? Stephen Richards is pulling away from Jason Bright there. You can see a little bit of a gap. It's now 1.5 seconds between 2 and 3, positions 2 and 3. So Stephen Richards is really putting down some good times. Look at those last lap times of Mark Scaife. The last 5 laps that he did, all in the 2.11s. They've sort of gone up and down, so it hasn't been too dramatic of a swing. To keep regulating the car. Richards is right on the razor's edge. He knows that if he keeps pushing, maybe something will happen in front of him. Maybe Scaife's car will finally give way and Richards can shoot through and claim his 3rd Bathurst title. Or is Mark Scaife in the box seat for a 4th title? That's Angela Richards there.
Watching on nervously. Julia Ingle in the background. What a moment for the drivers and their wives and the crews. Everyone's got their fingers crossed. This is the last 5 laps, and you can see Richards demonstrably faster. They got up to almost half a second on that last one. So he's really starting to close the gap. Has Scaife got enough in hand? Only time will tell.
Like you'd expect, the Castrol Perkins car, Larry engineered car, will always go the distance. This one looks as though distance. If it was more than 161, you'd have to say that Stephen Richards certainly would claim this race, but it is only 161. It's only a 1,000k race, and that's all Mark Scaife has got to do. Get it across the finish line. 1 lap to go after he completes this one. He's got to hold together this Holden Racing Team Red Rocket that has just been so red hot throughout the season, but now it's giving him grief. The best circuit in the championship and the most prestigious race we've got, the Bob Jane T-Marts 1000, and Scaife brings it around. Look at that. Look who's chasing. He's so close now. He's getting closer with every metre. They cross over. I'll tell you the times as it goes. It's now down to 3.4 seconds in between Mark Scaife and Stephen Richards. So it's well and truly dropped. This is the final lap, the final fling. Can the HRT car hold on, or will the Castrol Perkins Commodore of Stephen Richards go zooming past him and get that dream victory?
Last year he did it by just 2.278 seconds, Mark Scaife. So it's going to be another close one.
Wow. Can you believe it? 6 hours and 57 minutes of racing flat stick. And in the cockpit with the 4-time Australian Touring Car Champion, he's really been sensational this season. There's absolutely no other word for it. Started with a blitz in this V8 Supercar round. 5 straight victories. He's won 6 rounds. And listen to the roar on the top of the mountain. The Holden fans love it. They probably don't know the kind of situation up there that Mark Skaife has got underneath his feet, because he's had to fight this Holden Commodore the whole way. The last 10 laps have been an extraordinary story of just holding on to what you've got, and what he had was a 5-second lead. It's now down to 3 seconds. The officials say he's got it in the bag through Forest Elbow for the last time. No problems. No problems at all. Can he hold on? Has the car got enough? Down Conrod Straight for the very final time. You can see Richards. He'd know that he's in the mirror. There he is, Stephen Richards, with lights on. The gap is too big. And Mark Skaife is going to do it for the Holden Racing team. Jim Richards will collect his 7th crown. Mark Skaife will collect his 4th individual crown. This will be their 3rd Bathurst win together. They did it in 91 and 92 in a Nissan, and now they're going to do it in 2002. And isn't that fitting that Mark Skaife goes around Peter Brock? And Mark Skaife will go back-to-back at Bathurst. He secures another Australian touring car title. Stephen Richards comes across in 2nd position. What a finish.
Fantastic.
And Jason Bright puts car number 2 in 3rd position. What a victory for Skaife and Richards. And what a performance from Stephen Richards. And on this historic weekend, as we celebrate 40 years of Bathurst at Mount Panorama and this incredible race, a fitting finale. Lap traffic, and it happened to be Peter Brock as Skaife came around. And there's a very happy man in pit lane. I'll tell you his name. 7-time winner now at Bathurst, Jim Richards.
Well, Jimmy, that's win number 7. How good does that feel?
No, it feels pretty good, really, Rusty. It's, you know, fantastic.
It was touch and go, wasn't it?
It was, yes. No, it was a good battle, but we had the right guy in the car, that's for sure.
How close was it? We know the temperature got right up there. How much of an issue was it?
Well, it got fairly high, but then it plateaued out, and then it didn't go any higher. But it was leaking water out in that, but no, it got there.
Wonderful job, mate. You did a terrific job today. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Russell, so close to the end. It was only a matter of seconds, and your dreams almost came true.
Yeah, look, Richo did everything he could. You know, he really wrung its neck those last few laps. He was punching in 10s towards the end. He couldn't ask for anything more. Like I said before, the pace cars just didn't fall our way. You know, we nearly had it, but mate, you know, well done to HRT. They've done it, and mate, we pushed them hard.
You just look at Richo's eyes there. He tried so hard. He was so tired, mate, but you couldn't quite do it. Thanks for joining us, and best of luck anyway.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
So a defensive driving course for Stephen Richards towards the end there.